Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Beda. The fire's dying again. I poke at the embers, coaxing a few more minutes of warmth from wood too green to burn properly. 23 of us in this camp. Dark elf escapees pretending we're not just waiting to die. Beda. I don't turn. Ren. Again. I'm busy. A woman shouldn't sit alone. His footsteps crunch closer. It's not safe. Safe. As if this camp is safe. As if huddling together makes us anything but easier targets. I'm fine. You don't look fine. You look cold. He's behind me now. I smell unwashed skin, rotting teeth. I could warm you up. I stand slowly, deliberately, face him. He's ugly, pockmarked face, milky dead eye, mouth full of broken stumps. But it's not his appearance that makes me want to bury my knife in his gut. It's the way he looks at me, like meat he hasn't tasted yet. Ren, I say evenly. If you touch me, I will cut your throat while you sleep. He laughs, wet, phlegmy. You've got fire, I like that. I'm not joking. Neither am I. His hand rises toward my face. You think you're better than... My knife is at his throat. The blade dimples skin but doesn't cut. Yet. His Adam's apple bobs against steel. Walk away. He backs away. Hands raised, smile still fixed. Just being friendly. Don't. He retreats into darkness. My hand trembles, lowering the knife. Not from fear. From rage. I return to the fire. These people survived the dark elves, crawled to freedom, and now they're just waiting. Waiting to starve. To freeze. For something worse to find them. I hate them for it. I close my eyes, let the fire's heat touch my face. A scream shatters the night. It cuts off abruptly, replaced by wet gurgling. Then another scream, another. The camp erupts, shouting, running, dying. I'm on my feet, knife in hand. Something moves beyond the firelight. Something massive, bone white against black. A blue glow from within a skeletal chest. Gods, what is that thing? The camp dissolves into chaos. I catch fragments through the panic. White claws, blue light cutting through darkness, bodies falling, blood spreading black across frozen ground. It's not feeding, it's slaughtering. People scatter, crashing into each other, tripping over tent lines. A woman runs past me, face white with terror. Then she's down, throat open to the stars. The creature moves past her without slowing, already targeting the next. Run, hide. My instincts scream it. But rage unfurls in my chest instead. Not again. I survived the dark elves. Their torture chambers, their breeding pits, the escape through the dead reaches. 2 months in this miserable camp. I am not dying tonight. I move toward it. Stupid. But I need to see what's killing us. The thing emerges between shelters, and firelight reveals it fully. 8 feet tall, bones like blackened iron, elongated skull with empty sockets that still somehow see, claws like obsidian crescents gleaming wet in the light. That blue glow pulses in its chest cavity. Not frenzied, steady, controlled. It's not mindless, it's methodical. I watch it reach a man crawling on a broken leg. It doesn't hurry, just closes claws around his skull. Wet crunch. The body stills. My stomach turns, but I don't look away. Its head turns slowly, surveying. The blue light pulses. Then it locks onto something new. Ren. He's backed against a crate, sobbing, hands raised, begging, "Please, please, please." The creature stalks toward him. Ren offers things, information, supplies, anything. It doesn't slow, reaches him, raises one clawed hand. I should run while it's distracted. I don't. The claws descend, once, twice, 3 times, fast, surgical. Ren comes apart, arm severed, chest opened, throat split, dead before the pieces hit ground. The creature steps over the remains. Its head turns. Toward me. Our eyes meet, empty sockets finding me in firelight. I feel the magnitude of its attention. Its blue light pulses. It starts walking. Toward me. My legs finally obey. I run. I crash through the camp, leaping bodies, dodging collapsed shelters. My breath comes in jagged gasps. The forest, if I reach the trees. But something massive lands in front of me. I skid, nearly fall. It's there, blocking my path. How did it move so fast? I spin, run the other direction. It's there again, cutting me off, herding me like prey. My back hits something solid, a supply crate, nowhere left to run. The creature closes the distance with fluid grace. Its skull tilts, considering. The blue light pulses, curiosity maybe, calculation. It takes another step. I raise my knife. My hand shakes. The blade is useless against this thing, but it's all I have. Its hand rises, claws spread wide, sharp enough to split me open. I watch them come toward me in terrible slow motion. This is it. This is how I die. The claws stop an inch from my throat. I feel displaced air, phantom pressure of death against skin. But it doesn't strike. Its blue light flickers. The steady glow stutters, brightens, shifts, confused, almost frantic. Its hand trembles. Its entire frame goes rigid. What? I stare up into empty sockets. It's not attacking, not killing, just frozen. Do it, I whisper. If you're going to kill me, do it. Its hand pulls back. The blue light flares bright and chaotic. Its skull shakes like it's trying to clear thoughts. Claws flex, close, open. Every movement jerky, uncertain. It takes a step backward, then another. Its light stutters through colours, blue to gold to blue. It makes a sound deep in its chest, raw and wrong. Then it turns and runs, crashes through camp, bones clattering, movements frantic, disappears into the trees in seconds. The blue glow fades. I stand frozen, knife raised, heart hammering. What just happened? Silence is worse than screaming. I lower my knife slowly. My arm shakes. My legs want to collapse, but I don't let them. I force myself to look around. Bodies, everywhere. Shelters collapsed. Supplies scattered. Blood pooling, steaming in freezing air. 7, 11, 15, 17 dead. Everyone. I'm the only one breathing. My gaze lands on Ren's remains. Not even recognisable, just pieces in a vaguely human shape. His good eye stares at nothing. He did this, and I am glad. I move through camp, checking bodies already dead. Bally, a thief. Heather, a dirty woman. Amos, the do-gooder. All gone, slaughtered in minutes. And instead of sadness, I feel excitement. That thing spared me. Why? It could have killed me. Should have. It ran from me. I sink beside the dying fire, back against a crate. Pull my knees to chest, knife across my thighs. The camp is silent except for wind. I should run. Pack supplies, disappear into mountains. But I know with bone-deep certainty, running won't save me. It'll come back. I don't know how I know. But I feel it. In my blood. Whatever stopped it from killing me is bigger than either of us understand. It'll come back, and when it does, I look at my knife. Clean. Unused. I just stood there while a monster chose mercy I never asked for. Not mercy. Something darker. Something that terrifies me more than its claws. Because I'm alive. Because beneath fear and shock, I feel something I really have no name for. Curiosity. Recognition. Something that whispers, when it comes back, you won't run.
Chapter 2. Malachor. I run, not hunting, not pursuing. I run like prey, crashing through frozen underbrush, my bones clattering against low branches. My claws tear gouges in tree bark as I pass. Ice shatters beneath my weight. Weakness. This is weakness. I should have killed her, had her cornered. She was right there, backed against a crate with a useless knife and defiance in her eyes. One strike, that's all it would have taken. Close my claws around her throat and squeeze until the light left her. I couldn't. My arm wouldn't move. My claws wouldn't close. My entire body locked rigid like I was the prey facing a predator, not the other way around. A tree looms ahead, thick pine, ancient. I don't slow. I drive my shoulder into it with enough force to crack the trunk. Wood splinters. The tree groans, tilts, crashes into the snow with a sound like thunder. It's not enough. I tear at the fallen trunk, ripping chunks of wood free, shredding bark until my claws are sticky with sap. My chest heaves, not from exertion, but from something else. Something burning behind my ribs where my heart light pulses. Pain, sharp and focused, like a blade lodged between bone. But beneath the pain, something worse, something that feels good. A rightness I haven't a name for, an ache that promises relief, if I just... No, I am the cure for weakness. I do not have weakness. I force myself still, force my claws to stop tearing, force breath into my lungs in steady, measured pulls. Control. I have control. I've had control for decades, ever since I learned what mercy costs. The furious burning in my chest doesn't fade. Her scent clings to my senses, human sweat and fear, and something underneath, something warm that makes the pain sharpen into hunger. Not the hunger, something else, something I refuse to name. I close my eyes against it. The voices come. How long before it breaks, you think? The young ones always break, just a matter of time. Laughter, dark elf laughter, cruel and casual. Snow, cold biting into broken bones, ribs, left arm, jaw, all shattered. I'm bound in the clearing, surrounded by thorny underbrush and frozen ground. The dark elves circle me like carrion birds, their blades catching moonlight. Please, my voice, young, desperate. Please stop. Oh, it speaks. I thought we'd broken its jaw properly. Give it time. The hunger will finish what we started. The pain was white-hot, constant. But worse was the hunger, gnawing, demanding I feed on anything, even myself. I'd already chewed through one of my own finger before they stopped me. No, no, little beast. We need you whole. You'll fetch a better price intact. Their laughter when I whimpered. Suddenly a sound come through the trees. A prolonged, echoing groan, ancient, mournful. The dark elves freeze. What was? Footsteps, heavy. deliberate. A predatory growl reverberating through the forest. The dark elves scramble, shout, raise their weapons. A shape bursts through the thicket. Massive, skeletal, heart-light burning steady gold. Claws like death itself. Him, he moves like a storm, tearing through flesh and bone. The clearing fills with screaming and blood and wet sounds of bodies coming apart, efficient, brutal. The dark elves' voices cutting off mid-word, mid-curse, mid-breath. Silence. My bonds rip free. His claws, careful despite their size, lift me from the frozen ground. His heart light so close, so warm, burning gold like contentment I don't understand. You're safe now. His voice wrong for a wearer, too gentle, too soft. You don't have to be what they tried to make you. My heart light pulses weak purple, terror and relief I can't separate. I flee, stumble away on broken bones, crashing through snow and underbrush. Don't look back, don't want his mercy, don't want his gentleness. Because mercy is what makes you hesitate. Gentleness is what makes you weak. The dark elves caught me because I showed mercy once. Let a human child run instead of feeding when the hunger was clawing at my mind. They tracked me through that child's screams. I learned. I opened my eyes. The forest is silent except for wind through pine branches. The weak think their human bonds make them stronger. They whisper about mates and keepers and soothing the hunger like it's salvation instead of surrender. They gather in their pathetic communities, protecting each other, believing compassion is power. They're wrong. Bonds make you predictable, vulnerable, weak. I've seen it, tracked it. A wearer with a mate will do anything to protect that mate, abandon strategy, ignore threats, sacrifice position. They become slaves to their own softness. 17 dead in minutes, efficient, clean, no hesitation. Except one. My claws flex involuntarily. The heat in my chest flares. No, focus on the mission. I destroy weakness in all its forms. Feral Wyra who've lost themselves to the hunger, I end them as mercy. But more important, Wyra who've surrendered to gentleness, to compassion, to human love. Those are the real disease. My hunger, controlled through will alone, as it should be. I don't need a human to soothe me. I don't need comfort or companionship or whatever lies the weak tell themselves. I need nothing. The pain in my chest calls me a liar. I should move on, track the rumors that brought me to this region in the first place. There are others, Wera paired with humans, living in hidden places, spreading their infection. My feet don't move. That sensation behind my ribs burns hotter now. Not pain anymore. Something sharper, clearer, like hunger but wrong. Focused not on essence but on something specific. Her scent won't fade. Miles away now and I can still smell her. Human sweat and wood smoke, and underneath, that warmth that makes my claws ache to close around. What? I don't know. Can't name it. Won't. My mind circles back without permission. The way she stood her ground. Didn't run until the end, and even then she ran smart, toward the trees, toward cover. When I cut her off, when I had her trapped, she raised that useless knife. Met my gaze through empty sockets. Do it, she'd whispered. Not begging, not pleading, daring me. And I couldn't. Rage builds in my chest, hot and familiar. She means nothing, just another human, weak, broken, prey. The lie tastes bitter even as I think it. My body moves before my mind catches up. Not away. Back, I climb. The ridge above her camp rises steep and jagged, but I scale it in minutes. My claws find purchase in frozen stone. My breath doesn't quicken. This is nothing, routine, easy. The blaze in my chest guides me. I reach the summit as false dawn begins to gray the sky. From here, I can see everything. The camp spread below like a killing floor. Bodies dark against snow, collapsed shelters, scattered supplies, and one living figure moving among the dead. Her. She's checking bodies. Methodical. No panic in her movements. No hysteria. She crouches beside one, the ugly male who died first, and stares for a long moment before moving on. My claws flex. The pain in my chest sharpens into something almost crystalline. Clear. Focused. Like the moment before a killing strike, when everything narrows to a single point. I should leave. Should hunt the weak I came here to find. Should forget this human exists. I don't move. She straightens, looks around at the carnage. Even from this distance I see her posture, not defeated, not broken. She stands like someone who survived exactly what she expected to survive. Then she does something that stops my breath. She smiles. Small, brief, but unmistakable. The burning behind my ribs becomes white-hot agony, and that terrible rightness all at once. My entire frame locks rigid. Every instinct screams at me to move, toward her or away. No, I force control. Force my breathing steady. Force my claws to unclench from the stone they've gouged. This is his weakness. The mercy he showed me back then planted this disease, and now it's trying to take root. That's all this is. A remnant of old trauma. A crack in my control. I'll kill her properly this time. Return when she's unprepared. End it quick and clean. Prove she means nothing. Prove this weakness dies with her. I watch her move through the corpses below. She's gathering supplies now, salvaging what she can from the wreckage. Smart. Practical. The false dawn brightens to gray morning. Snow begins to fall, light, delicate. I don't move from the ridge. Soon, I tell myself, and I'll return and finish this.
Chapter 3. Beda. The sun breaks over the ridge, painting the camp in shades of gold and crimson. I drag another body to the centre where I've built the pyre. His dead eyes stare at nothing. I feel nothing back. My hands are steady as I arrange him with the others. 12 bodies total. 12 people who made my life smaller every single day. Who whispered when I walked past. Who made sure I knew I didn't belong. The monster cleansed them. I should be running. I should be screaming, breaking, drowning in horror at the massacre I survived. Instead, I'm building a funeral pyre with the methodical care of someone rearranging furniture. The woman who spat in my water when she thought I wasn't looking goes next. Then the man who'd pinch me when we passed in tight spaces. The one who'd convinced the others I was bad luck. One by one, I place them. One by one, I remember every small cruelty. I'm not glad they're dead. I'm just not sorry. The camp is mine now. The tents, the supplies, the small cleared space we carved from the wilderness. Mine by right of survival. Mine because a monster looked at me and chose mercy, or something like it. I strike the flint. Sparks catch on the oil-soaked kindling. Fire blooms. The flames take fast, hungry. Bodies catch and burn. The smell is thick. Meat and hair and something sweet underneath that makes my stomach turn. I don't look away. Don't cover my nose. I watch them burn because they deserve to be watched. Ren goes last. What's left of him? Pieces I had to gather. I almost feel something for him. Almost. But then I remember his hand rising toward my face, his wet laugh, the way he looked at me like meat. The monster knew. Somehow it knew what Ren was, what they all were. I feed his pieces to the flames. The pyre burns hot now, smoke rising thick and black against morning sky. I stand close enough to feel heat on my face, close enough that sweat beads on my skin despite the cold. I feel eyes on me. From the ridge, I don't turn, don't acknowledge. But my pulse quickens. Not fear exactly. Something else. Something that makes my skin tight and my breath shallow. He's still here, the creature that killed them all but couldn't kill me. Watching. I let him watch. Let him see that I'm not running. The fire crackles and roars. Bodies collapse into ash. And I stand in the centre of what was their camp, claiming it as mine while a monster keeps vigil from the darkness. Good. Let him wonder why I'm still here. The stream runs cold and clear a dozen yards from camp. I strip methodically, folding clothes on a flat rock. My skin prickles, not from cold but from awareness. He's still watching. I don't know how I know. Can't see him, can't hear him. But I feel his attention like pressure between my shoulder blades. Heavy, focused, predatory. It makes my skin flush despite the freezing air, a warmth blooming low in my belly. I should be terrified. I'm not. I wade into the water. It's freezing, mountain runoff that steals my breath. I force myself not to gasp, not to shiver. My movements are slow, deliberate. I wash blood from my hands, my arms. The water runs pink, then clear. I trail fingers along my collarbone, down my sternum, lingering just a moment longer than necessary, washing away the last traces of violence as my touch awakens a subtle ache. This isn't modesty, isn't weakness. This is challenge. This is tease. I tilt my head back, let water run through my hair and down my neck, close my eyes, expose my throat to the ridge, to whatever watches from the shadows. My pulse beats visibly there, proof I'm alive, proof I'm unafraid. Every instinct screams that I'm vulnerable, that this is insane. But vulnerability is only weakness if you don't choose it. I chose this. The water slides over my skin like cold silk, caressing curves and hollows with an intimacy that makes my breath hitch. I run my hands through my hair again, slower this time. Arch my back slightly as I rinse, feeling the pull of muscle and the subtle sway of my body. Let the movement be natural, unhurried. I'm not performing. Not exactly. But I'm not hiding either. My fingers graze my sides, tracing the flare of my hips, inviting that distant gaze to linger. The pressure between my shoulders intensifies, burns. He's closer now. I feel it in my bones, a thrill that sends shivers unrelated to the cold racing across my flesh. Let him wonder why I'm still here. Let him come back and find out. But he had me vulnerable last night, cornered, helpless, and he ran. I scrub at my skin until it's raw and clean. The cold stops registering after a while. Or maybe I'm just numb. I don't care. I need him to see that I'm not prey, not the way the others were. They ran screaming, they begged. I stood my ground with a useless knife and dared him to do it. And he couldn't. That matters. I don't understand why or how, but it matters. I rise from the water, skin gleaming wet in morning light. Don't hurry. Don't cover myself. I wring out my hair slowly, watching water drip onto stone. Then I dress, taking my time with each piece, each button. The pressure between my shoulders intensifies, still watching. My heart hammers, but I keep my breathing even. Fear and excitement coil together in my chest until I can't separate them. This is stupid. This is insane. Intoxicating. He spared me. This thing, this monster from children's stories, this creature of bone and blue light that tore through 17 people like they were nothing, looked at me and couldn't kill me. That's power, tiny, fragile, but mine. I finish dressing and turn back toward camp. Don't look at the ridge. Don't acknowledge what I know is there. But my lips curve. Just slightly. Just enough. I return to camp and survey what remains. The supplies are scattered but mostly intact. Food stores, dried meat, grain, a few precious jars of preserves. The living were always better at hoarding than sharing. Now it's all mine. I gather wood, rebuild the fire properly. Not the desperate smoking thing from last night, but something controlled, efficient. The flames catch and hold, warming the space that's no longer theirs. I set out a meal. Take the best of what I can find. Smoked venison, hard bread that isn't mouldy, dried apples, 2 portions. I arrange them carefully on opposite sides of the fire. 1 for me, 1 for him. The absurdity isn't lost on me, offering dinner to the creature that slaughtered everyone I knew. But they weren't mine. They never were. I was always on the outside, always wrong, always too much or not enough. He saw that. Somehow, in the moment before he could have killed me, he saw me. Not the thing the others saw, not the wrong piece that didn't fit. Something else. And I saw him too. Not the mindless monster from stories told to frighten children. Something intelligent, purposeful, controlled until he wasn't, until he looked at me and his control shattered. I eat slowly, methodically. The venison is tough but good. I wash it down with water from my canteen. The second portion sits across the fire, untouched. Steam rises from it in the cold air. I don't expect him to come down, but I need him to see it. Need him to understand. I'm not running. I'm not hiding. I'm here, in the space he cleared for me. Because that's what he did, isn't it? Cleared away the people who made this place suffocating, made room for me to breathe. The thought should horrify me. It doesn't. I finish eating and bank the fire, leaving his portion where it sits. An invitation, an acknowledgement. Maybe a challenge. I'm not sure which, and maybe it doesn't matter. The pyre has burned down to embers and ash. Tomorrow I'll scatter what remains. Tonight I'll sleep in the camp he made mine. The sun dips below the ridge. Shadows lengthen, deepen. I feel the heavy weight of his attention shift as darkness falls. Still watching, still waiting. Good. So am I. Night falls. The fire crackles between me and the darkness. I speak into it, voice steady. I know you're still there. I can feel you watching. I don't expect an answer. Not yet. But I need him to know. You killed them all, but not me. Why? Silence. Just wind through pine branches and the snap of burning wood. I wait. Then softer, more dangerous. Come down here and tell me why I'm still breathing. Or are you afraid? The words hang in the air. Reckless. Stupid. The kind of thing that gets you killed. I don't take them back. I bank the fire and lie down in the open. No tent, no shelter. Just a bedroll spread on frozen ground with my back exposed to the darkness, to the ridge, to whatever watches from the shadows. It's a dare, a test. If he wanted me dead, I'd already be dead. So what does he want? What do I want? I close my eyes, force my breathing even. My hand rests on the knife at my hip, not for protection, just for comfort. The blade won't save me if he comes. Nothing will. The fire pops, settles, the wind shifts. His scent hits me like a blow. Wild, predatory, pine and ice and something underneath that makes my hindbrain scream danger. But it's close, too close. Not on the ridge anymore. Here, in the camp, my heart slams against my ribs. Every muscle locks. Every instinct howls at me to move, bolt, run, look, do something. I don't. I lie perfectly still, eyes closed, breathing measured. Vulnerable and deliberate while something that could tear me apart stalks the perimeter of my small circle of warmth. I hear it now. Faint. The scrape of claws on frozen ground. The whisper of displaced air. Circling. Slow. Testing. The blue light, I can sense it even through closed eyelids. That steady pulse from his chest, casting shadows that dance across my face. He's right there, just beyond the firelight, watching me pretend to sleep while he decides what I am. Prey, threat, something else. The scent grows stronger, closer. I feel the weight of his presence like gravity, pulling at something deep in my chest. Not fear, not quite. Recognition. In the space between sleep and waking, I admit it. I want him to come back. And now he has. My lips curve against the bedroll. The question is what happens next.
Chapter 4. Malachor. My hood twitches at the sight of her bathing. Now, she teases me more. Weakness. These humans breed it like animals to the slaughter. I'm in the trees at the camp's edge, close enough to smell her. Soap and smoke and something warmer underneath that makes my claws flex involuntarily. My heart light pulses erratically. No color, just chaotic flickers that refuse to settle into anything I recognize. Blue tries to surface, then gold bleeds through, then nothing. Dark. Then it starts again. The pattern repeats. Over and over. Like my body can't decide what truth to tell. I tell myself this is surveillance. Strategy. Know your enemy before you kill them. Study their patterns, their weaknesses, their routines. Find the perfect moment to strike. My body betrays the lie with every pulse of heat through my frame. The arousal is physical, undeniable, shameful. A human female washing blood from her skin shouldn't make me hard, shouldn't make my breath come faster, shouldn't make my claws ache with the urge to touch instead of rend. This is the weakness. This is exactly what I came to purge. I watch her move through the camp. My kills made those shelters hers. She walks between collapsed tents and scattered supplies like she owns them. Because she does now, she claims the space I cleared for her, takes what was theirs and makes it hers without hesitation, without guilt. The thought should disgust me, should fill me with rage at her audacity, at the way she's turning my massacre into her inheritance. It doesn't. Instead, something hot and possessive coils in my chest, something that whispers, I did this for her. No, I didn't. I killed them because they were weak, because humans clustered together like that breed softness in my kind, because the elders finally sanctioned what needs to be done. Never for her. But I can't stop watching as she gathers supplies with methodical efficiency. No panic in her movements, no hysteria or breakdown. She sorts through what remains like someone taking inventory after a successful hunt. Practical, cold, smart. She moves like someone who survived worse than a massacre, like someone who expected violence and learned to navigate it, to use it. When she finally enters one of the tents, the largest one naturally, the one that belonged to their leader, my entire frame goes rigid. I'll wait until she sleeps. Then I'll finish what I should have finished last night. One clean strike to the base of her skull. Quick. Merciful even, though she doesn't deserve mercy. Proof that she means nothing. Proof that this burning in my chest dies with her. My heart light flickers again, tries desperately for gold, that warm, content glow that has no place in me. I force it dark with an effort that makes my bones ache. Control. I have control. I've had control for decades, ever since I learned what mercy costs. Ever since I understood that gentleness is the disease that weakens us, that makes us vulnerable to those who would chain and break us. I just need to wait for the right moment. The camp settles into silence. The fire she built burns low. Smoke drifts up into a sky going dark with clouds. Snow will come soon, the kind that covers tracks and muffles sound. Perfect conditions for what needs to be done. I wait, patient, still. This is what I'm good at. The hunt, the stalk, the perfect moment before the kill when everything narrows to a single point of absolute clarity. But clarity doesn't come. Only that relentless burning behind my ribs, pulsing in time with my erratic heartlight. I move when her breathing evens. Silent. Each step calculated with the precision of decades, hunting smarter prey than her. I test frozen ground before committing weight, choose paths around anything that might snap or rustle. My claws find purchase on stone and frozen earth without sound. This is muscle memory. Instinct refined into art. This is what I'm good at. But my heartlight won't settle. It pulses erratically, refusing color. Just chaotic flickers of almost something before going dark again. Like my body can't decide what I'm feeling. Can't settle on a single truth about what draws me across this camp toward her tent. My hunger should be driving this. The need to feed, to consume essence, to soothe the gnawing emptiness that defines my kind. That's what Wera do. We hunt, we feed, we survive. But as I circle the tent once, then twice, something else pulls me forward. Not hunger for essence, something that makes my bones ache with a need I have no name for. Something that makes my claws flex and release, like they're trying to remember a purpose that isn't killing. I stop at the entrance, stand in the darkness while snow begins to fall in lazy spirals. I could tear through the fabric in seconds. One swipe of my claws, and the tent opens like flesh. Reach inside, and it's done. She'd die before she fully wakes. Clean, efficient. Exactly what needs to happen. But I don't. My hand reaches for the entrance flap instead. Slowly. Carefully. My claws part the fabric just enough. A sliver, a gap barely wide enough to see through. I need to see her face. Need to watch her sleep, vulnerable and unaware. Need to prove to myself that she's just prey, just human, just another target. That's what I tell myself as I peer inside. The tent is small, cramped. Barely room for her bedroll and the supplies she's already organized into neat piles. Practical even in this. She's sitting up, awake, unlacing her boots with methodical calm, like she has all the time in the world. My breath catches. She knows. Somehow she knows I've come. The heart light pulses violent gold for 3 full seconds before I strangle it back to nothing. She doesn't look toward the entrance, doesn't acknowledge that anything's wrong. But her movements slow, become deliberate. Each piece of clothing removed with careful precision, like she's performing a ritual. Her boots, set aside neatly. Her outer shirt, folded. Her underthings, removed without hesitation or modesty. Firelight from the banked flames outside casts shadows through the tent fabric, painting her skin in gold and darkness. Curves and hollows, softness where I'm all hard edges and bone. My hood hardens painfully. The arousal slams into me like a physical blow. Muddles everything, strategy, purpose, the cold clarity I need to do what must be done. Thought scatters, intent fractures. I came to kill prey. But she doesn't move like prey. Prey runs. Prey begs. Prey makes itself small and hopes the predator loses interest. She does none of these things. She slides naked beneath the thin sheet, her movements unhurried. Her hair falls soft across the makeshift pillow, dark against pale fabric. Her breathing stays light even. No fear scent, no panic. Just that same infuriating calm. Her scent washes over me even through the small gap. Everywhere, inescapable, soaking into my senses until I can't think past it. Human warmth and something underneath. Something that makes the burning ache in my chest flare white-hot. I stand there, frozen. One hand holding the tent flap open just enough to watch. To see. She settles into her bedroll, pulls the sheet to her shoulders. Her eyes close. She's going to sleep, like I'm not here, like there isn't a monster watching through the gap in her tent, hard and trembling with the effort of not moving. I wonder why she does not fear me. Wonder what's wrong with her, that she lies there naked and calm while death watches from inches away. I can't close that final distance, can't reach through and finish this. Can only stand there, hard and furious and helpless, while she settles into sleep like I'm nothing, like I'm not even a threat. The tent flap falls from my claws. I run into darkness. Not pursuit, not hunting. Flight. Trees blur past, pine and shadow and frozen ground that crunches under my weight. Wind tears at my bones, tries to strip away the scent of her that clings to me like smoke. The forest opens for me at speed, branches whipping past close enough to catch bone, but never quite connecting. I know these woods, have hunted them for weeks, tracking rumors of the weak, finding and eliminating the soft ones who think their human bonds make them stronger. Now the woods feel like they're closing in. My claws find purchase on stone and ice as I climb. Up is better than forward. Height gives perspective, lets me think clearly without her scent drowning reason. Cold air should clear my head, should burn away the confusion, the arousal, the terrible burning behind my ribs. Doesn't. Her scent clings to me. Her image burns behind my eyes, naked skin in firelight, hair spread soft, breathing steady while a monster watches and can't strike. Can't do what should be easy, natural, necessary. I run faster, push my body harder, demanding it obey, demanding it work the way it's supposed to. Fast enough that thought can't catch up, fast enough that I outrun what I saw in that tent. What I couldn't do. Miles pass. The terrain grows rougher, steeper. I welcome it. Welcome the focus required to navigate frozen stone in darkness, the way physical demands override everything else. But even running, even pushing myself to speeds that would kill most living things, I can't escape the simple truth. I came to kill her, and I ran instead. A scent cuts through my confusion. Human, male, alone. I stop on the crest of a ridge, every sense suddenly sharp and focused. There, below, following an old hunting trail that winds through the valley, drunk from the smell, stumbling, singing something off-key and slurred. Easy prey, vulnerable, exactly what I need. My hunger surges forward, finally something clear and simple, something that makes sense. This is what I am. This is what I do. Predator. Killer. Not whatever weak thing froze outside that tent, hard and helpless and unable to act. I don't hesitate. Drop from the ridge in a controlled fall, claws finding holds to slow my descent. Land silent on the trail ahead of the human. He doesn't even notice. Too drunk, too oblivious. He stumbles closer, still singing. Something about a woman who left him, sad drunk instead of angry drunk. Almost pathetic. Almost. I let him get close. Close enough to smell the alcohol on his breath, the sour sweat of someone who's been drinking for hours. Close enough to see his face. Older, weathered, scars on his cheek from some old fight. Doesn't matter. None of it matters. I strike fast and brutal. My claws open his throat before he can do more than gasp. The singing cuts off mid-word. His eyes go wide. Shock, not understanding, not even fear yet. Just surprise that death finds him on a lonely trail. He tries to scream, but blood fills his mouth instead. I catch him as he falls, drag him off the trail into the trees. Don't need to. No one's coming. But habits die hard. Blood, hot and copper. The smell fills my nose, washes away hers finally, replaces wrong with right. The kill is clean, efficient. Exactly what I need. I feed. Essence flows into me like water into drought-cracked earth. His life, his warmth, everything that made him human, I consume it all. The hunger that's been clawing at my mind since I watched her through that tent flap finally eases. The relief is immediate, physical. This is what I am. This is control. This is right. The essence settles into my bones, strengthens them, satiates the endless gnawing need that defines my kind. My mind clears, sharp, focused, no more confusion, no more muddle. I straighten over the cooling corpse, satisfied. The fire in my chest doesn't fade. If anything, it grows stronger. I stand in the darkness, blood on my claws, essence settling warm inside me. The hunger soothed for the first time in days. And that terrible burning behind my ribs pulses steady and insistent. Not hunger. Something feeding won't fix.
Chapter 5. Beda. I wake to silence. Not the tense, suffocating silence of the camp when they were alive. 23 people pretending we weren't all just waiting to die. This is different. Clean. Empty in a way that feels like breathing after being underwater too long. The camp is mine. I stretch in my bedroll, feeling the morning cold on my face. Through the tent opening, I see the solis breaking over the ridge, painting everything gold. The pyre has burned down to ash and bone fragments. Soon I'll scatter what remains, erase them completely. The thought doesn't disturb me. It should, probably. I should feel horror or guilt or grief. Should be traumatized by the massacre, by my survival, by the fact that I'm lying here planning my day like nothing happened. I feel none of those things. I feel free. I dress slowly, methodically. The camp is quiet except for wind through pine branches and the distant call of something in the forest. No whispers, no judgments. No one watching me with contempt or hunger or both. Just me and the space he cleared. I need food. The supplies will last weeks if I'm careful, but fresh meat would be better. I remember seeing snares among someone's things. Wren's, probably. He had a trapper's kit tucked in the corner of his shelter. His shelter, his kit. Mine now, I find it easily. Good wire, decent tools, and a hatchet that fits my hand like it was made for me. The blade is sharp, well maintained. Wren might have been garbage, but he took care of his tools. I test the weight, swing it once, twice. It feels right. The forest calls and I answer. The woods are alive. Solace filters through branches overhead, creating pockets of light and warmth that shift as I move. The air smells like pine and cold earth and something green underneath. Life pushing through winter's grip. My breath makes small clouds that dissipate in the golden light. I love this. Always have, even when the camp made me feel trapped. The forest never judged, never whispered. It just was. Beautiful and brutal, and honest in a way people never are. I move quietly, letting instinct guide me. I'm not a skilled hunter, but I know enough. Watch for tracks, listen for movement, stay downwind. And I know, somehow know with bone-deep certainty, that he's watching. I don't look for him, don't acknowledge the awareness prickling across my skin, but I move differently because of it, more deliberately, more gracefully, like I'm performing, because I am. The suru appears after an hour of searching. Small, brown, with those distinctive long ears that twitch at every sound. It's feeding on something, winter berries maybe, or frozen grass. 20 feet away, oblivious to my presence. I could throw the hatchet, might even hit it, but that's not what I want. I crouch slowly, lower myself until I'm nearly sitting in the snow, make myself small, non-threatening. Hey there, I whisper. Soft, gentle, the voice I'd use with a child. Hey, little one, it's okay. The Suru's ears swivel toward me, its nose twitches. I don't move. Just keep whispering. Nonsense words, soothing sounds, offering my hand palm up like I have food, like I mean safety instead of death. That's it. Come here. I won't hurt you. The lie tastes sweet on my tongue. The Suru takes a tentative hop closer. Then another, curious, trusting. I stay perfectly still, hand extended, smile soft and warm. Good, that's good, come on. It's close now. Close enough to touch. Its fur looks soft, downy winter coat grown thick against the cold. I want to pet it, want to feel that softness. It sniffs my hand. I stroke its head gently. Once, twice. It leans into the touch, whiskers twitching. There you go, I murmur. See? I'm nice. My other hand grips the hatchet. I bring it down fast and hard. The blade catches the Suru across the neck. Not clean. I'm not skilled enough for that. It takes 2 more strikes while the creature screams and thrashes. Blood sprays across white snow, my hands, my face. When it finally goes still, I'm breathing hard. Not from exertion, from something else. I wipe blood from my cheek with the back of my hand. Stare down at the dead Suru, its soft fur matted with red, its eyes already glazing over. I lured it with kindness, made it trust me. Then I killed it. The thought should horrify me. It doesn't. I feel powerful. Alive. Like I've discovered something true about myself that I always suspected but never proved. I can be gentle and brutal, kind and cruel. The switch is instant, natural, easy. I pick up the Suru by its back legs. The body is still warm. I'll clean it back at camp, cook it tonight. Meat tastes better when you've hunted it yourself. As I stand, I feel his attention sharpen. He saw. Good. Let him see what I am. I'm halfway back to camp when I hear it. Crying, female, distant but unmistakable. I stop. Listen. The sound carries through the trees, raw, broken sobs that speak of fresh grief. I should ignore it. Should go back to camp, clean my kill, stay safe. I don't. I follow the sound. It takes 20 minutes to find her. She's collapsed in a small clearing, bent over something on the ground. As I get closer, the smell hits me first. Blood. Bowels. Death. A body. Male. Torn apart so thoroughly I can barely tell it was human. Chest opened. Limbs scattered. Face. What's left of it. Frozen in terminal horror. The woman sobs over the remains, her hands hovering uselessly like she wants to touch him but can't figure out what to touch. No, 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 she keens. Please, gods, no. I approach slowly, carefully. Let branches snap so she hears me coming. She jerks up, eyes wild. Maybe 40, plain-faced, wearing travel clothes that have seen better days. Her hands are bloody from trying to... What? Put him back together. I'm not going to hurt you, I say quickly, gently. The same voice I used on the Suru. I heard crying. Are you... I let my eyes widen as I take in the scene. Oh gods, what happened? Something, some beast. She can't finish. Dissolves into fresh sobs. I kneel beside her. Not too close. Non-threatening. Your husband. She nods, unable to speak. I'm so sorry. I pitch my voice soft with sympathy. You can't stay here, it's not safe. Whatever did this might come back. Her eyes find mine, desperate, drowning. I can't leave him. You have to. I put a hand on her shoulder, gentle, grounding. You can't help him now, but you can survive. That's what he'd want, isn't it? The logic penetrates her grief. She looks at the remains again, then at me. I have a camp nearby, I continue. Food, shelter, a fire. You shouldn't be alone out here. I can't. What's your name? Frey. Frey, I'm Beda. I squeeze her shoulder. Come with me, just for tonight. We'll figure out what to do in the morning. She looks at her husband's body one more time. Something breaks in her eyes. Acceptance, maybe, or just exhaustion. She lets me help her stand. Okay, she whispers. Okay. I steady her with one arm, keep my grip on the suru with the other, lead her through the forest like a friend, like someone who cares. She talks as we walk, rambling, grief-drunk sentences about her husband. His name was Torren. They were travelling to her sister's settlement. He was kind. He made her laugh. They had plans. I make sympathetic sounds. Ask gentle questions. Play the role perfectly. But inside, I'm calculating. I know what I'm doing. I know who I'm doing it for. And the knowledge makes my skin flush with something that isn't shame. Back at camp, I settle Frey by the fire, give her water, a blanket. She huddles into it, still crying softly. I'll get this cooking, I tell her, gesturing to the suru. You just rest. I clean the kill with practiced efficiency. Learned this from watching the hunters in our old camp, the one before the dark elves found us. Skin it, gut it, section the meat. The motions are meditative, calming. Frey watches with dull eyes, doesn't comment on the blood under my nails or the ease with which I work. I set the meat over the fire on a makeshift spit. The smell as it cooks is rich, savoury. My stomach growls. How long have you been here? Frey asks. Her voice is hoarse from crying. Not long, a few days. The lie comes easily. I'm travelling too, heading north. Alone? I prefer it that way. I turn the spit, watching fat drip and sizzle in the flames. People complicate things. She's silent for a moment. I don't know what I'll do now, without Torren. You'll survive. I meet her eyes across the fire. That's what we do, isn't it? We survive. She nods slowly. Wants to believe it. I tend the fire, make small talk, ask about her life, her plans, her sister. She answers, grateful for the distraction, for the illusion of normalcy. But my awareness extends beyond the firelight. He's out there, watching, waiting. I can feel his attention like heat on my skin, heavier than before, more focused. He knows something's different, knows I'm performing for him. The meat finishes cooking. I portion it carefully, giving Frey the larger piece, playing the generous host. She eats mechanically, barely tasting. You've been so kind, she says quietly. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't found me. Anyone would have done the same. The fire burns low. Frey's exhaustion catches up with her, her eyes drooping, her words slurring. Grief and shock and physical exhaustion. I need to get something from my tent, I tell her. Stand slowly. I'll be right back. She nods, barely hearing me. I walk to my tent, feel his attention track every step. My heart races. Not fear, anticipation. I push through the flap, close it behind me. Stand in the darkness, breathing shallow, skin flushed. And wait. The scream when it comes is brief. Cut off fast, mid-breath, mid-sound. He's efficient. Then silence. Then the wet sounds. Tearing. Ripping. The crack of bone. The soft, visceral noise of feeding. I press my hand against my stomach. Feel my pulse hammering there. Feel heat coil low in my belly, spreading through my thighs. My breath comes faster. I don't move. Don't look. Don't leave the tent. Just stand there in the darkness, listening to him consume my gift. The sounds are terrible, intimate, animal, beautiful. He tears into her the way I tore into the suru, fast, brutal, without hesitation or mercy, because that's what we are, predators, and I just proved I understand. Proved I can lure prey to him. Proved I see what he needs, and I can provide it. My hand slides lower, presses between my thighs through fabric. The wet sounds continue. Feeding, taking, consuming everything Frey was and making it his. I did this, lured a grieving woman to her death with kindness and sympathy and lies, fed her to a monster. And I'm standing here in the dark, aroused and breathless and more alive than I've ever felt. The sounds finally stop. I wait, heart pounding, thighs trembling, hands still pressed against myself. He's still out there, sated now, fed, strong, because of me. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me.
Chapter 6. Malakor. Of course she fed me. What else would she do? My claws flex in cooling blood. Essence settles warm and heavy in my bones. The woman lies in pieces at my feet. Clean kill. Efficient feeding. Exactly as it should be. She knew I was watching. Knew I was hungry. So she found prey and brought it here. Served me. As she should. I straighten slowly, blood dripping from my claws onto snow. The confusion that's plagued me since I first saw her. The burning, the hesitation, the weakness. It evaporates like morning frost under Solus. I wasn't weak. I was waiting. Waiting for her to understand what she is now. What I made her when I killed everyone she knew and left her breathing. Mine. My hood stirs, hardens. I don't fight it this time. Don't see it as shame or corruption. It's right. Natural. The response of a master to worthy service. She claimed the camp I cleared for her, respected the gift of their deaths. Then she went further, found me prey, lured it here, closed herself away while I fed. Smart. Obedient. Useful. The wind speaks of Wera going soft, of humans making us vulnerable. But they never considered this. A human who serves instead of softens, who hunts for her master instead of demanding he change. This isn't bondage. This is power. I rise to my full height. Let moonlight paint my frame, 8 feet of bone and shadow and absolute dominance. My hood stands prominent, proud. Let her see what she serves. Let her understand what belongs to her now. The tent flap opens. She steps out into moonlight. I watch her approach. Slow steps. Measured breathing. Her eyes find me across the clearing, standing over the remains of her offering. She doesn't flinch at the blood, the scattered pieces, the evidence of what I am. Of course she doesn't. She chose this. Her gaze travels the length of me, skeletal frame, wet claws, the glow pulsing in my chest. She stops at my arousal, lingers there. I see her trembling. She walks toward me. Each step is deliberate. Coming to her master. She stops a few feet away, has to tilt her head back to meet my gaze through empty sockets, her breath coming in shallow, heated pants that fog the chill air. You belong to me now. The words are fact, simple truth. She brought me prey, proved herself useful. The claim is earned and obvious, sealing her fate in ways that make her body tremble with anticipation. Yes, she whispers, her voice husky, laced with need. Softer, her eyes gleaming with dark hunger. May I serve my master. I consider her. Let her wait. Let her feel the moment stretch, the ache building between her thighs, the weight of what she's claimed, what's claimed her. Let her pulse throb with the knowledge that she's mine, body and soul, surrendered to the beast who owns her every breath. Then I nod once. She steps forward. Her hand reaches out. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
The sound shakes the forest. Birds scatter from trees. Small creatures bolt for cover. The roar carries for miles, echoing off ridges and through valleys. This female is mine. This territory is mine. Everything here belongs to me. The roar fades slowly, leaving silence heavy and absolute in its wake. I look down at her. She's still there, still close, on her knees, my essence on her hands, her face dripping from her swollen lips. Marking her, claiming her more thoroughly than words ever could, the sticky evidence of her submission glistening on her skin. She looks up at me with something like awe, her tongue darting out to lick a stray drop, her body flushed and quivering. Of course she does. She just served her master, pleased him, earned her place more completely than mere prey ever could, her throat raw, her core throbbing with unmet need that I'll satisfy when I damn well please. I am strong. I am dominant. I am exactly what I should be. Predator, killer, master. The burning in my chest shifts, changes. Still no color, but the rhythm steadies. Becomes something constant instead of erratic, like a heartbeat that won't stop. She belongs to me, and I am a master of everything I've claimed. The doubt is gone, the weakness burned away. All that remains is certainty. I am Malachor. I bow to no one, and this human at my feet has proven herself worthy of serving that strength, worthy of being screwed, owned, cherished in my savage way. Nothing else matters.
Chapter 7. Beda. I wake to cold dawn and the memory of his taste still thick in my mouth. The tent canvas ripples in morning wind. I lie still, listening. The camp is silent except for the crackle of dying coals and the whisper of pine branches overhead. He's not here, not in the clearing anyway, but I feel his attention like pressure against my skin. Watching, always watching. Good. I dress slowly, deliberately, pull on my clothes piece by piece, knowing he sees every movement. Let him wonder what I'm thinking. Let him wait. Last night proved something. He thinks he owns me now. Thinks I'm his because I knelt and served and swallowed his dominance like a benediction. He roared his claim across the forest. Mine, 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 and I let him believe it. But ownership is a blade that cuts both ways. He needs me now, needs what I offer. The feeding I arranged, the service I provided. He's tasted what I can give him, and monsters are creatures of appetite. He'll want more, expect more, and I'll give it to him. On my terms. I step outside. Morning sun paints the clearing gold. The remains of Freya gone, dragged away or buried or scattered. I don't know and don't care. The space is clean, pristine, like last night's violence never happened. I feel eyes on me from the ridge. I don't look up, don't acknowledge. Just walk toward the forest edge with my knife at my hip and purpose in my stride. Let's see if he follows. The woods swallow me within minutes, pine and oak and twisted undergrowth that catches at my clothes. I move deeper, following no path, just instinct and direction. East, I think. Maybe northeast. The sun filters through branches in golden shafts that smell like sap and cold. I'm not running, not hiding. I'm inviting. The woods here are different from near camp, older, darker, the trees so thick that undergrowth struggles for light. I pick my way through carefully, leaving signs. A broken branch here, disturbed moss there, obvious enough that he'll track me easily but subtle enough that I can pretend it's natural. Come find me, monster. Come claim what you think is yours. My breath fogs white in the cold. I'm sweating despite the temperature, exertion and anticipation making my skin flush. I imagine him behind me, watching my hips sway as I navigate fallen logs, watching the vulnerable curve of my neck as I duck under low branches. Let him watch, let him want. Movement catches my eye, a flash of brown between trees. Suru. Small, rabbit-like, foraging in the leaf litter. It hasn't noticed me yet. I freeze, reach slowly for my knife. The creature's ears twitch. It looks up, nose testing the air. I'm downwind. It can't smell me yet. I move. Fast and low, closing distance before it can bolt. My knife flashes. The Suru shrieks, high and terrible, then goes silent as my blade opens its throat. It kicks once, twice, then stills. I crouch over it, breathing hard. Blood steams in the cold air. My hands are slick with it, warm, sticky proof of the kill. I stand, holding the dead Suru by its hind legs, let blood drip onto snow. Look at me, I think toward the ridge, toward wherever he's watching. I can hunt too. I can kill too. I'm not just prey. I wait, heartbeat thundering, expecting him to appear between the trees, skeletal and massive and approving, expecting him to take what I've killed, to claim it and me in one possessive gesture. The forest stays silent. I frown. Where is he? I drop the Suru and move deeper. Maybe he's waiting farther in. Maybe this is a test. See how far I'll go, how much I'll risk for his attention. Fine, I'll show him. The trees grow thicker. The sun angles lower. Or maybe it's just the canopy blocking more light. I've been walking for... how long? An hour? 2. I should have reached the stream by now, the one that runs east of camp marking the territory boundary. But there's no water sound, no familiar landmarks. I pause, turning slowly. The trees look the same in every direction, endless trunks, shadows, undergrowth. I came from... that way. Or was it that way? Unease prickles at the base of my skull. I'm fine. I just got turned around. The stream is close. I'll find it and follow it back to camp. I choose a direction and walk. Keep walking. The trees don't thin. The shadows don't lighten. Everything looks the same. Identical pines, identical rocks, identical nothing. My breathing comes faster. Okay. Stop. Think. I climbed a small rise earlier. If I can find that, I can orient myself. I look around. There. That slope looks familiar. I head toward it. But when I reach the top, I see only more trees. More shadows. Nothing familiar. My heart hammers now. Not excitement, not anticipation. Fear. I'm lost. The realization hits like cold water. I'm actually, genuinely lost. How? I know these woods. I've hunted them, walked them, mapped them in my mind over weeks. But everything looks wrong now. Paths that should curve left go right. Landmarks that should be here are gone. The sun is... Where is the sun? I spin in place. Clouds have moved in, thick and grey, blocking everything. I can't tell east from west. Can't tell which direction I came from. My hands shake. I clench them into fists. This isn't possible. Woods don't just rearrange themselves. I'm being stupid, panicking over nothing. The camp is close. I just need to calm down and think. But an hour later, or maybe 2, I've lost track. I'm still walking. Still seeing the same endless trees. My legs ache. My throat is dry. The temperature is dropping as afternoon bleeds toward evening. And I finally understand. He did this. Somehow, he did this. Moved me, herded me, turned me around without me noticing. Made me think I was in control while he repositioned me like a piece on a game board. I'm shaking now. Cold and fury and something worse beneath it. Terror. Because night is coming. I can feel it in the dropping temperature, see it in the deepening shadows. And I'm alone in the woods with no fire, no shelter, no food or water. And he's out there, somewhere, watching me realise how completely, utterly helpless I am without him. I try to make a fire, gather dry wood with trembling hands, strike my flint until sparks fly. The tinder catches, smokes, dies. I try again, again. My fingers are too cold, too clumsy. The wind keeps snuffing the flames before they take. On the 5th try, I throw the flint into the darkness and scream until my throat is raw. Then I just sit, back against a tree trunk, knife in my lap, watching shadows thicken into night. I'm going to die out here, not from him. From exposure. From cold. From my own stupid arrogance thinking I could play games with a monster. Tears burn my eyes. I don't let them fall. Screw that. Screw him for reducing me to this. But I'm so cold, so tired. My lips are cracked. My hands won't stop shaking. I close my eyes. Just for a moment. Just to rest. Then I smell smoke. My eyes snap open. There, through the trees, a faint glow. Orange. Warm. Fire. I'm on my feet before I can think, stumbling toward it, tripping over roots, not caring. Fire means shelter. Fire means people. Fire means I won't freeze to death in the dark. The trees thin. A structure emerges from shadows, small, rough-hewn, smoke rising from a stone chimney. A hunter's hut. Relief hits so hard I almost collapse. I don't care who's inside. Don't care if they're friendly or not. I need warmth, need shelter, need to not die alone in the woods. I approach on unsteady legs. Candlelight flickers in a small window. I hear voices inside, low, male, laughing about something. My hand rises to knock, then hesitates. Something feels wrong, too convenient, too perfect. But my body doesn't care about suspicion. I'm shaking so hard my teeth chatter. My fingers are white with cold. I knock. The voices inside go quiet. Footsteps approach the door. It opens. A man stands there. Middle-aged, weathered face. Eyes that rake over me from head to toe. Behind him I see 2 more. All men. All alone. All looking at me like I'm something they didn't expect but won't turn away. Well, the first one says slowly, smile spreading. What do we have here?
Chapter 8. Malachor. I've been watching her stumble through the woods for the last hour. She thinks she's lost. She is, but only because I've been guiding her here. A shifted branch, a particular scent marker. The whisper of movement that makes her veer left instead of right. Simple things, effective things. She doesn't know I'm herding her like prey. The thought brings satisfaction that settles warm in my chest. My heart light pulses steady now, but colorless. Dark. The chaos it showed before she fed me has solidified into something else entirely. Something I don't understand and refuse to examine. It doesn't work properly when I'm near her. She's mine to direct, mine to test, mine to keep or discard as I choose. The cold doesn't bother me as I move through the trees, silent as death itself. But I watch how it affects her, the way she's wrapped her arms around herself, how her breath comes in visible puffs, the slight stumble in her step that speaks of exhaustion and dropping body temperature. She needs shelter soon or she'll die. Good. Let her need. Let her struggle. Let her understand what happens when she tries to assert independence without permission. She wanted to hunt alone, to prove something. The arrogance of it would be amusing if it wasn't so foolish. She has instinct, I'll grant her that. But instinct without skill is just a faster way to die. I smell the hunter's camp before she does. Wood smoke, unwashed mail, the metallic tang of recent kills hanging in trees. 3 of them, I think, maybe 4. Humans cluster like that when they're afraid of what lurks in the dark. They should be. Beta stops at the tree line, staring at the small hut ahead. Smoke rises from a crude chimney. Her shoulders sag with visible relief. Foolish. She doesn't scan for threats, doesn't circle to observe. Just sees shelter and moves toward it like a moth to flame. I settle into the shadows of a massive pine, perfectly positioned to watch the clearing. My claws find purchase in frozen bark. I'm downwind, invisible, patient. The door opens before she reaches it. 3 men emerge, broad-shouldered, bearded, wearing the patched furs of hunters who spend more time in the woods than in settlements. One carries an axe, another has a bow slung across his back. The third wears a knife at his belt that's seen heavy use. They spot Beta immediately. "Well now," the one with the axe calls out. His voice carries false warmth. "What do we have here?" Beta stops 10 feet from them. I can see her face in profile, cautious but desperate. Cold has reddened her cheeks, made her lips pale. She's shaking. "Please," she says. Her voice cracks perfectly. "I'm lost. I just need to warm up, just for a little while." "Lost, is she?" The one with the bow grins. "Poor thing, all alone out here." They're spreading out, subtle, casual, blocking potential escape routes. She doesn't notice. But I do. My claws flex against bark. Something hot and sharp moves through me. Anticipation, maybe. Or hunger of a different kind. I want to see what she does, how she handles this. If she can. All alone, Beta confirms. She takes a step closer to the hut. "I won't be any trouble. I'll be gone by morning." "No trouble at all," the third one, the one with the knife, says. He moves behind her. Casual, circling. "We're happy to help a lady in need. Real happy." The word lady drips with mockery. His eyes rake over her body with undisguised intent. Beta's posture changes. Subtle, but I see it. The slight tensing of her shoulders, the way her hands move from hugging herself to hanging loose at her sides. She knows. "That's very kind," she says. Her voice is steadier now, calculating. "I don't have much to offer, but I can help with chores, gathering wood." "Oh, you'll help us plenty," Axeman says, stepping closer. "Pretty thing like you, all alone. That's a gift in these woods." Bowman grins, showing broken teeth. "Been months since I've plowed a woman." "Months. Gets lonely out here, you understand." "Real lonely," Knife Man adds from behind her. "You look like you could take 3 men easy." "One in whole, eh, miss?" Bowman says. They're closing in now, a triangle tightening around her. The one behind her, Knife Man, reaches out and grabs her arm. That's when everything shifts. Beta doesn't scream, doesn't struggle. She goes absolutely still, the kind of stillness that predators recognize in prey that stopped running and started thinking. "Let me go." Her voice is flat, empty of fear. Bowman laughs. "Why would we do that? You came to us, sweetheart, asking for shelter. We're just being hospitable." Axeman grabs her other arm. She's pinned between them now, Knife Man at her back. My heart light thrums in my chest, still dark, still colorless. But the rhythm changes, faster, harder. I could intervene now. Should, maybe, if I'm going to keep my tool functional. I don't move. I want to see what she does. "Don't do this," Beta says. Still that flat, controlled voice. "Or what?" Knife Man says against her ear. Beta shifts her weight, testing their grips. Both men tighten their holds. "Only question now is which one of us is going to plow you first," Bowman says. She's looking for an opening. I can see it in the way her eyes move, tracking positions, distances, potential weapons. The axe leaning against Axeman's leg, the knife at Knife Man's belt behind her, the bow on Bowman's back. She's calculating. Good. "All right," she says suddenly. Her body relaxes. Submission. "I'll take you first," she says, smiling at Knife Man. The men exchange glances, surprised by how easy that was. Fools. "Good choice," Knife Man says. "My hood is thick. Get you broke in. Going be a long night of pleasure for you, my girl." Beta moves. Fast, committed. She drops her weight suddenly, pulling against their grips, and twists toward Knife Man. Her hand finds his belt, closes around the knife handle, yanks it free. She drives it toward his throat. Almost makes it. He jerks back at the last second. The blade catches his shoulder instead, deep, but not fatal. He screams, releases her arm. She spins toward Axeman, blade leading. He backhands her across the face. The crack of impact echoes through the clearing. Beta goes down hard, hits the snow, loses the knife. Bowman is on her instantly, knee in her back, fist in her hair. "Brat." Knife Man clutches his shoulder, blood seeping between his fingers. "She stabbed me." Axeman retrieves the knife from the snow. His face is dark with rage. "We were going to be nice, gentle even. Not anymore." Beta struggles under Bowman's weight, her face pressed into snow. No sounds of panic, just labored breathing and furious, frustrated effort. She tried. She failed. The instinct was there, the ruthlessness, the commitment. But not the skill, not the experience, not the strength. And these men are about to teach her a lesson I didn't authorize. I move. The distance from tree line to clearing is nothing. I cover it in 3 bounds, silent, fluid, death on skeletal legs. Knife Man sees me first. His eyes go wide. His scream catches in his throat. I catch him by the neck mid-shriek, claws punching through soft flesh, and tear his throat out. Blood sprays hot across white snow. He drops, still clutching his shoulder, gurgling and drowning. Bowman looks up from pinning Beta, sees me, releases her and scrambles backward. I'm on him before he makes it 3 steps. My claws find his chest, punch through ribs like they're rotted wood. I feel his heart flutter against my palm for one desperate moment before I close my fist and crush it. He dies still staring at me, shock frozen on his face. Axeman has his weapon now, grips it 2-handed, eyes wild but holding his ground. "Back off, demon! I don't let him finish. Close the distance in a blur, catch the axe mid-swing, and rip it from his grip. Bones in his hands break with satisfying cracks. He screams. I drive the axe into his skull. The crunch is wet. Final. He drops like a felled tree. Silence. Just breathing. Mine. Steady. Calm. Beda's. Ragged. Shocked. She's pushed herself up onto her knees, blood on her face from where Axeman hit her. Her eyes find mine and hold. Teach me, she says. The words freeze quickly in the night air.
Chapter 9. Beda. He stares at me for one endless moment. His heartlight is dark, colourless, empty. His skeletal face reveals nothing. Then he turns and vanishes into the trees. Wait! The word catches in my throat as panic floods my chest. I scramble to my feet, snow and blood falling from my clothes. The clearing is suddenly too empty, too quiet, too vast. He's gone. I can't be alone again. Can't spend another night lost in these woods. I run. My legs protest, exhausted from dragging bodies, from the cold, from everything. I don't care. I plunge into the tree line where he disappeared, branches catching at my clothes, my hair, my skin. Darkness swallows me whole. My breath comes in hoarse gasps. The forest at night is a living thing, all shadows and movement and sounds I can't identify. I spin, trying to orient myself, trying to find any sign of which way he went. There. A flash of bone white in the moonlight, deeper in the trees. I run toward it. Branches whip across my face. Snow soaks through my boots. My lungs burn with cold air, but I push harder, faster. I catch another glimpse, skeletal frame moving fluid through shadows, and adjust my direction. Don't lose him. Don't stop. Something moves to my left. I freeze mid-step, head whipping toward the sound. Heavy, deliberate. Not him. My heart hammers against my ribs. Is something else out here? A low sound rumbles through the darkness. Not quite a growl, not quite breath. Something in between that makes every instinct scream run. I see white ahead again. Movement, unmistakable, and I sprint toward it. Behind me, branches snap. Loud. Close. I don't look back. Just follow the white. Follow him. He's the only safety in this nightmare forest. And if I lose sight of him, I'll die out here, alone, torn apart by whatever is hunting in the dark. There. Another glimpse. Further ahead now. I push my body past exhaustion, past pain, past rational thought. My legs pump, my arms swing. Snow flies up with each pounding step. More sounds now. To my right this time. Scraping, movement through underbrush. Something pacing me. Something keeping pace. Is it him? Testing me? Or something else entirely? The forest is alive with predators, and I'm running blind through the middle of their hunting ground. A scream rips through the night. High, terrible, not human. Not Wyra either. Something else. Something worse. My throat closes with fear, but my legs keep moving. White flashes ahead. I follow. That's all I can do. Follow the only thing I recognize in this hell of darkness and teeth. Breathing that isn't mine echoes from somewhere behind. Heavy, rhythmic, getting closer. I run faster. My foot catches on a root and I nearly go down, catch myself on a tree trunk, keep moving. Can't stop. Stopping means death. The white is further ahead now, barely visible through the dense trees. No, don't leave me. I push harder, find strength I didn't know I had. My body is screaming, but fear is fuel. Terror is gasoline, and I'm burning through both at a rate that should kill me but doesn't. Can't. Something howls in the distance, long, mournful, hungry. The sound is answered by another howl, then another, the forest filling with voices that promise pain and blood and slow death. I catch a glimpse of white and adjust course, crashing through a snow-covered bush, branches tearing at my clothes. My breath comes in sobs now, half fear and half exertion. More movement parallel to me. I see shadows that might be wolves, might be worse, might be nothing but my terror making shapes in the dark, might be real. The breathing behind me is closer. I can almost feel it on my neck, hot, fetid, wrong. Don't look back. White ahead, still moving, still just out of reach. I follow, my legs are lead. My lungs are fire. My heart feels like it might explode from my chest. But I'm keeping up. I'm actually keeping up. The realization gives me a surge of something that isn't quite hope, but isn't despair either. I'm stronger than I thought, tougher than I knew. The camp didn't break me. The massacre didn't break me. This forest won't break me either. I will not be left behind. I will not die alone in the dark. I will follow him to the end of the world if I have to. Another glimpse of white. Closer this time? Harder to tell. Everything blurs together. Fear and pain, and movement and sound. Something crashes through the brush behind me, close enough that I hear branches breaking, snow crunching, the wet sound of breath in a throat that shouldn't breathe. I don't scream, don't have the air for it, just run. The forest seems endless. I have no sense of time, no sense of direction. Just the white flashing ahead and the sounds hunting behind, and the desperate need to keep moving. I burst through a line of trees into open space, a clearing, familiar. My legs give out. I collapse to my knees in the snow, heaving for breath, my entire body shaking. The shelters, the fire pit, my camp, I'm home. The sounds stop. The forest behind me goes suddenly, unnaturally quiet. Like whatever was hunting simply vanished, or never existed at all. My breath comes in shuddering gasps as I stare at the camp, at the tent I claimed, at the supplies I organised, at the fire pit where he fed on Frey just yesterday. Yesterday. Was it only yesterday? Understanding crashes over me like a wave of ice water. He led me here, every glimpse I caught, deliberate, every moment of panic, controlled. The sounds in the forest, the things hunting in the dark, the terror that drove me forward. Was it real? Or was it all him? Testing me, herding me, bringing me home when I couldn't find it myself. I scan the tree line with new eyes. Is he out there now? Watching? Waiting to see what I do? Of course he is. He's always watching. My throat is raw. My body is beyond exhausted. But something else rises through the pain and fear. Gratitude. He saved me. Again. From the hunters. From the forest. From my own stupidity in trying to be independent. He's my master, my saviour, and he deserves to be rewarded for it. I push myself to standing on shaking legs. Face the dark tree line where I know he's watching, even though I can't see him. Thank you, I call out. My voice cracks but carries. Thank you for bringing me home. The words feel inadequate, insufficient for what he's done, but they're a start. I wait, watching the shadows, hoping he'll emerge, hoping he'll accept what I'm offering. The forest stays silent. He doesn't appear. Not yet. He's making me wait. Making me understand what it means to need him. What it means to owe him everything. I stand there in the clearing, covered in blood and exhaustion, and wait. Because that's what you do for your master. You wait until he's ready, then offer what he desires.
Chapter 10. Malachor. She goes to the river at dawn this time. I watch from the trees as she strips, the rising sun painting her skin gold. The water must be freezing, but she doesn't hesitate. Wades in up to her waist, begins washing the blood and dirt from yesterday. My hood stirs. She knows I'm here. I see it in the way she moves, slower than necessary, deliberate. Her hands slide over her breasts, lingering, down her stomach. Between her legs for a moment that makes my claws dig into bark. She's performing. For me. The water streams off her body as she rises and returns to shore. She dries herself with her ruined dress, then pulls on the cleaner clothing she scavenged from the hunters. The whole time, her eyes scan the tree line, looking for me. Not finding me, but knowing I'm there. My arousal doesn't fade as she walks back toward camp. If anything, it intensifies. I follow through the trees, silent, watching the sway of her hips, the set of her shoulders. She enters camp and stops. Stands there for a long moment, looking around like she's measuring something. Then she turns and walks back into the forest. I follow. She finds a fallen log, massive, dead for years, half buried in dirt. She digs around it, testing its weight. It must be 3 times her size, thick as her torso. She grabs one end and pulls. The log barely moves. She adjusts her grip, pulls harder, muscles straining. Face set with determination. The log shifts, inches. She pulls again. Slowly, agonizingly, she drags it toward camp. I could help, could move it for her in seconds. I don't. I watch her struggle, watch sweat bead on her forehead despite the cold, watch her refuse to give up. It takes her over an hour to drag the log into the center of camp. When she finally releases it, she's breathing hard, hands raw. She doesn't rest. Goes to the bushes at the camp's edge, begins gathering flowers, herbs, anything with color or scent. She arranges them carefully on the bushes around the log, hanging them like decorations. My manhood hasn't softened. If anything, watching her work intensifies the ache. What is she doing? She takes one of the hunter's knives, begins digging around the log. Small holes, evenly spaced, 6 of them, forming a circle. When she's done, she fills each hole with water from the river, makes multiple trips, careful not to spill. Sunlight hits the pools. They shimmer, look like fire trapped in ice. She steps back, studies her work, nods once. Then she turns and walks into the forest again. I follow. She's hunting. I can see it in her posture, low, quiet, eyes scanning. She's learned from watching me. Moves better than she did before. A suru appears at the edge of a clearing. Small. Young. She goes completely still. The suru doesn't see her. Starts grazing on exposed grass. She moves. Fast. Committed. The kill is quick. Not perfect. She has to strike twice. But effective. She brings it back to camp. I expect her to prepare it for cooking. She doesn't. She skins it instead. Careful. Methodical. Separating pelt from flesh with practiced strokes of the knife. When she's done, she tosses the meat into the trees, keeps only the skin. She works the pelt for hours, scraping, stretching. Her hands never stop moving. Slowly, the skin transforms into a long strip. Supple, thick as 2 fingers. The sun sets while she works. The pools of water around the log stop looking like fire, start looking like ice. The moonlight hits them and they glow white. Cold. Beautiful. She stands, looks at the strip of suru skin in her hands, tests its length, its strength. Satisfied. She walks to the edge of the circle. The moonlight paints her silver. She's still for a moment, just breathing, just being. Then she steps into the circle. The white light surrounds her, makes her look otherworldly, untouchable. She raises the suru skin to her face, wraps it around her eyes, ties it carefully behind her head. Blind. She walks forward, slowly, carefully, until she reaches the log. Her hands find it, confirm its position. She kneels. She leans forward over the log, her body draping across it. Hands finding the far side, gripping. She pushes her buttocks upward. My claws punch through bark. My heart light vibrates in my chest. Still dark, still wrong, but the rhythm is frantic now. She's kneeling in moonlight, blindfolded, bent over the log, exposed, waiting. For me. My entire frame goes rigid. Heat floods through me. Hunger and want and possession all tangled into something I don't have words for. She doesn't move, doesn't speak, just kneels there in offering. The ritual, the preparation, the blindfold, all of it. For me, my manhood is iron hard. My claws are fully extended. My breath comes faster than it should. She's giving herself to me, not in fear, not in defeat, in choice, in offering, in submission that she designed, constructed, performed entirely of her own will. This isn't me breaking her. This is her breaking herself. For me, the moonlight makes the water pools glow like frozen fire around her. The flowers and herbs frame her like something sacred. The log holds her in perfect position. An altar. And she's the offering, my tool, my weapon, my creation, presenting herself, asking to be claimed. My heart light pulses harder, darker, wrong and right at the same time. I don't move from the trees, not yet. Let her wait. Let her understand what it means to offer yourself to a monster and have that monster consider whether you're worthy. But my manhood throbs with every heartbeat, and I know I won't be able to stay in these shadows much longer.
Chapter 11. Beda. The moonlight is cold on my skin. I kneel. Wait. Don't move. The log digs into my stomach. My hands grip the far side, knuckles white. The Suru skin blindfold blocks everything. I see nothing but darkness. But I hear everything. The wind through trees, the distant call of night birds, the creak of branches settling under snow's weight, my heart hammering in my chest. He's out there, watching. I know he is. I don't know how long I've been kneeling. Minutes? An hour? Time loses meaning when you can't see, when every sense sharpens to compensate. My knees ache against the frozen ground. My back protests the position. The cold air raises goosebumps across my exposed skin. I don't move. This is the offering. This is the ritual. This is me telling him without words. I'm yours. Teach me. Use me. Make me into whatever you need. But what if I'm wrong? The doubt creeps in like frost. What if this isn't what he wants? What if I've misread everything? What if he's disgusted by this display and I'm just a stupid human kneeling in the dirt for nothing? What if he never comes? My throat tightens. My fingers grip the log harder. No, I'm not wrong. I felt his eyes on me all day. Felt the weight of his attention during the bath, during the preparation, during every careful step of creating this moment. He wants this. He wants me. But he's making me wait. Making me prove I mean it. Making me understand that submission isn't just a position. It's endurance, patience, trust without guarantee. So I wait. My knees scream. The cold seeps deeper. My arms tremble from holding this position. I don't move. Even if he never comes. Even if I kneel here until dawn breaks and I have to stand up, ashamed and alone. Even then, I made this choice. I chose him. I chose this. And I'll see it through. The night sounds continue around me. An owl hoots somewhere distant. Something small scurries through underbrush. The wind picks up, making the herbs I hung rustle against their bushes. My breathing is the loudest sound. In. Out. Steady despite the hammering of my heart. Something changes. The air shifts, becomes heavier, charged. He's here. I don't hear him approach, don't hear footsteps or breathing or anything that would give him away. But I feel it, that presence that's unmistakable. That weight of attention that's been on me all day now focuses to a single point. He's close. My heart threatens to burst from my chest. Every muscle tenses despite my attempts to stay relaxed, stay open, stay offering. I don't move, don't speak, don't break position. The silence stretches. Is he circling me? Studying what I've created? Deciding if I'm worthy? The anticipation is agony and exhilaration. I've never been so aware of my body, of my vulnerability, of the choice I'm making with every second I hold this position. The cold air on my exposed skin, the rough bark of the log under my palms, the blindfold blocking out the world. The moonlight I can't see but know is painting me silver. All of it for him. A sound, so quiet I almost miss it. Movement. Closer now. My breath catches. Still I don't move. His hand. The touch is deliberate, possessive, claiming. Reality crashes over me. This is happening. This is real. This monster I've offered myself to is here, touching me, accepting what I'm giving. Fear and want tangle in my chest. My body trembles. Not from cold now, but from anticipation so acute it's almost painful. I chose this. I want this. His hand moves. Another touch. Then another. My breathing comes faster. Shallower. I'm ready. I'm his.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
His hand strokes my hair, possessive, not gentle, his breath hot on my neck. No words, just the aftershocks rippling through me, the ache of being used, owned, damned. The blindfold stays. The night whispers, but in this ruin, I'm whole. His.
Chapter 12. Malachor. I don't leave anymore. The camp is mine now, ours. I move through it openly, no more watching from shadows, no more circling like I don't belong here. I belong here. She belongs to me. The crude shelters the humans built aren't enough. I see it the morning after I claim her. The flimsy construction, the exposed positions, the vulnerability of it all. We need better, Beta says, emerging from the tent she's claimed. She's dressed in the hunter's clothes, hair pulled back. Her eyes assess the camp with the same critical focus I'm using. Walls, real shelter. Not this. It's not a request. I could refuse. Should, maybe, just to establish that I don't take orders. But she's right. There are trees, I say, gesturing to the forest. I'll fell them. Her smile is small, approving. Good. I work for 3 days straight. My claws make quick work of the trunks, choosing the right ones, bringing them down, stripping branches. I drag them to camp, arrange them in a perimeter. She watches, offers suggestions, points out weak spots. Higher there. The gap is too wide. You need more support on that corner. I adjust, build better, stronger. Each time she nods approval, something in my chest tightens. Not unpleasant, just present. By the fourth day, we have walls. Crude but effective. A fortified sanctuary that would take significant effort to breach. More, she says, walking the perimeter. A covered area for supplies. Better drainage here where water pools. Reinforcement on the gate. I do it. All of it. She pushes, and I respond. Not because she commands me, I'm the master here, but because her vision matches mine. She sees what I see, wants what I want, strength, security, dominance over our environment. When the fort is complete, she runs her hands over the walls I built, studies the structure with something like pride. Now you hunt, she says. Every night. I turn to look at her. For food? For killing. Her eyes meet mine. Hard, certain. I don't want a soft master. I don't want someone who builds walls and then hides behind them. You go out, you hunt, you prove what you are. The demand should anger me. It doesn't. It ignites something instead. That night, I kill a family 3 miles from camp. Father, mother, 2 children, quick, efficient. They barely have time to scream. I return covered in blood. Beta is waiting. She looks at me, taking in every drop of crimson on my frame. Then she smiles, pulls me close, feeds me from her wrist, touches me with hands that don't flinch from the gore. Good, she murmurs. Again tomorrow. I go out the next night, and the next. The killing escalates. A hunting party, a small settlement, a group of travelers. I'm efficient now, brutal. I don't waste time on fear or games. I just end them. Each night I return bloodier than the last. Each night she welcomes me the same way. After 2 weeks of this, she's sitting by the fire when I return. I'm drenched in it. Must have killed 20 tonight. A community living in crude huts near the river. They had children, elders, didn't matter. They were weak. I sit across from her. She pours water, lets me clean my claws. Have you seen other Wera? She asks. Casual, curious. I pause. Some. And they're humans. They're keepers. She says the word with slight emphasis, testing it. Some have them. Are they like us? The question makes something twist in my chest, memory trying to surface. I shove it down. No, I say. Most see their keepers as equals, partners. The word tastes wrong in my mouth. They believe love makes them stronger. She's quiet for a bit. Then she spits into the fire. The gesture is violent, contemptuous. Weakness, she says flatly. Love without dominance is just softness with a prettier name. My heart light pulses. Still dark, still wrong. But the rhythm matches something in her words. They think partnership protects them, I say. The words come easier now. They're wrong. Partnership makes you predictable, vulnerable, weak. And the humans who believe that? She looks at me. The ones who think they're equals. Delusional. Dangerous, she corrects. They spread the delusion, make others think monsters can be tamed. Her lip curls. We're not tame, we're not safe. Pretending otherwise just gets people killed slower. I think of Fenris. The memory flashes, unwanted, uninvited, of that Wera standing over me. The mercy in his eyes, the weakness that mercy represented. I bury it. Deep. The weak need to be removed, I say instead. They cluster together thinking numbers will save them. It doesn't, it just makes them easier to find. She nods slowly, thinking. What we're doing, she says carefully. The hunting, the killing, it's not random, is it? No. It's strategic. She's working through it, articulating what's been driving me. You're removing weakness from the world, culling the soft ones, the ones who would breed more softness. Yes, the word sits in my chest, but I don't say it. Don't need to. She sees it in my face. The Wyra who treat their keepers as equals, she continues. They're the disease. The humans who believe they can be equals. They're the symptom, and everyone who validates that delusion. She gestures vaguely. They perpetuate it. They make my kind weak, I say. The admission is harder than it should be. They make us believe we need them, that we're better with them, that love, the word is acid, that love heals the hunger instead of just making us dependent. Does it, she asks, heal the hunger? I think of how her blood soothes me, how her presence quiets something I didn't know was screaming. It makes it bearable, I admit. But that's not healing. That's just management, like treating a wound that never fully closes. She's quiet, thinking. What if it's not about healing, she finally says. What if the hunger is supposed to be there? What if trying to soothe it is the real weakness? The thought is radical, wrong, also possibly right. The hunger drives us to feed, I say slowly. To hunt, to kill. Without it, we'd be nothing. Empty. So the ones who try to quiet it with love and partnership, she trails off, are cutting out the part that makes us dangerous. I finish the thought. They're domesticating themselves. Her smile is sharp, approving. We're not domesticated, she says. No, we're not soft. No, we're what monsters are supposed to be when they stop apologizing for it. The words settle into me like truth. This is what's been forming in my chest since the massacre, since I spared her, since she offered herself and I took what was given. We're not broken. We're perfected. A Wara who embraces what he is, a human who understands her place in that dynamic. No delusions, no softness, just brutal, honest partnership built on domination and choice. The weak will always exist, I say. They'll always cluster. Always believe they're safe in numbers, or love, or whatever lie they tell themselves. Then we remove them. Simple, direct. Not randomly, strategically. The ones who spread weakness, who validate softness, who make others believe monsters can be tamed. Starting with the Wyra/Keeper pairs who see each other as equals. She nods. And the humans who enable that thinking. The communities that shelter them. The families that produce more soft ones. It's not senseless killing. It's ideology. Born from my shame, though I'll never tell her that. Born from trauma I won't name. From being saved when I should have been left to die or forced to save myself. From learning that mercy makes you vulnerable. That softness gets you tortured. That the only way to survive is to be harder, sharper, more brutal than everything trying to break you. She articulates it, validates it, gives it structure and purpose. But the core, the burning center of it, is mine. We're not the disease, I say quietly. We're the cure. She smiles, leans across the fire, kisses me with lips that taste like smoke and certainty. Yes, she murmurs against my mouth. We are. My heart light pulses in my chest.
Chapter 13. Beda. I wake reaching for him. My hand finds empty space. Cold furs. Nothing. I sit up, blinking in the grey pre-dawn light filtering through gaps in the fort walls. Malachor is always here in the mornings, has been since the claiming. His presence is as routine as sunrise, but not today. I dress quickly, pulling on the hunter's clothes that have become mine. Step outside into the clearing. The fire pit is cold. No signs of movement around the fort. The unease that settles in my chest isn't fear. Not quite. More like concern for an investment. Like discovering a valuable tool has gone missing. I scan the perimeter. There, tracks leading from the gate into the forest, deep impressions in frost-hardened ground. His gait is different than when he hunts. Not the low, predatory stride. This is purposeful, direct, like he's being pulled somewhere. I follow. The tracks lead deeper into the forest than I've ventured before. Territory I don't recognise. The trees here are older, thicker, their branches forming canopies that block most of the early light. I move carefully, quietly. Whatever pulled him out here in the dark, I want to see it before it sees me. After what feels like an hour, I hear it. Nothing. Complete, absolute silence. No birds, no wind through branches, no small creatures rustling through underbrush, just empty quiet that feels wrong. I slow. Every instinct says something is here, something vast. Then I see him. Malachor stands in a small clearing ahead, perfectly still. His back is to me, his skeletal frame rigid. His claws are buried deep in the trunk of a massive tree, ancient, gnarled, easily the oldest thing in this part of the forest. He doesn't move, doesn't react to my approach. I circle around slowly, keeping my distance until I can see his face. His eyes are open, but they're not seeing me, not seeing anything in front of him. They're distant, unfocused, like he's watching something playing out on the inside of his skull. His heartlight pulses in his chest, still that strange, colourless dark, still wrong, but the rhythm is different, slower, deeper, almost hypnotic. Malachor, I keep my voice soft, cautious. Nothing, not even a flicker of recognition. I step closer. He's breathing, but barely. Shallow, measured breaths that come too far apart to be normal. His claws flex deeper into the wood. I hear the tree groan under the pressure. This isn't sleep, isn't unconsciousness. He's connected to something. I don't touch him, don't interrupt. Some instinct tells me that would be dangerous, for him or for me, I'm not sure. So I wait. Find a fallen log near the clearing's edge. Sit, watch. The sun rises. Light filters through the canopy in golden shafts that make the clearing look otherworldly. Sacred almost. Malachor doesn't move. An hour passes, maybe two. Time loses meaning in the silence. I study him. The way his frame is locked in position, muscles taut under bone-white skin. The way his breathing stays shallow and rhythmic. The way his claws periodically dig deeper, like he's anchoring himself to something. Whatever he's accessing, it's vast. I can feel it in the air around him. The weight of something huge and invisible pressing down on this clearing. The wrongness of the silence makes sense now. Everything living has retreated from this space, from whatever is happening here. Everything except me. I stay, watch, wait for him to return. The sun climbs higher. Mid-morning now. Still he doesn't move. Suddenly, he gasps. The sound is sharp, desperate, like someone breaking the surface after nearly drowning. His claws rip free of the tree trunk, leaving deep gouges. He staggers backward, legs unsteady. I'm on my feet instantly, crossing the clearing as he nearly collapses. I catch him, surprising myself with the instinct to help rather than observe. His weight is strange in my arms, lighter than he should be, all bone and sinew, but solid, real. Malachor. I steady him, force him to look at me. What happened? His eyes struggle to focus. For a moment I don't think he recognises me. Then something clicks and he sees me properly. Beda. His voice is raw, unused. What were you doing? He blinks, tries to find words, fails, tries again. I saw them. The words come out hushed, reverent. All of them. Saw who? The others. He's still disoriented, struggling to separate what he saw from where he is. The Wyra. Across distances I shouldn't be able to perceive. Their territories, their bonds, their... He stops, refocuses on me. The forest showed me. I feel my pulse quicken. Not fear, excitement. Showed you how? Through. He gestures vaguely at the tree, at the forest around us. Everything. The roots beneath us. The wind through branches. The moonlight. It's all connected. They're all connected. And when I touched it, when I let myself sink into that connection, I could see. See what exactly? His eyes meet mine. Sharp now, focused. A wearer and his keeper, living in isolation 3 days north of here. Bonded, peaceful. The word drips with contempt. Soft. Understanding blooms in my chest. Not just what he saw, but what it means. You can find them, I say slowly. The weak ones. The ones who think love makes them strong. Yes. His breathing is steadying now, colour returning to his movements. The forest knows where they are, shows me when I ask. This is power. This is advantage. This changes everything. Can you do it again? I ask. Access this connection? I think so. He looks back at the tree, at the gouges his claws left. It's exhausting, like being pulled in 1,000 directions at once. But yes, I can do it again. I help him straighten, make sure he's steady on his feet. Then we hunt, I say simply. You find them, we remove them. Something flickers across his face. Satisfaction, pride. The arrogance that's been building since we killed those hunters crystallizing into certainty. Not just humans anymore, he says. No, I smile. Not just humans. We stand in the clearing, in the strange, pressing silence, understanding what we've just discovered. He's not just a killer. He's connected to something vast. Something that spans distances and pierces through the carefully constructed isolation other wearer hide behind. He can find them, and I can help him destroy them. Come, I say, taking his arm. You need to eat. Rest. Then you can show me exactly where they are. He lets me guide him back toward camp. His steps are steadier now, purposeful again. 1/2 a day north, he repeats, committing it to memory, planning already. A wearer who calls his keeper an equal, who believes partnership is strength. Then we'll teach him differently, I say. His heart light pulses in his chest. Still dark, still colourless. But somehow I know he's satisfied. We walk back through the forest in comfortable silence. The wrongness lifts as we leave the clearing behind. Birds resume calling. Small creatures rustle in underbrush. Everything returns to normal. But nothing is normal anymore. He can see them, find them, hunt them with precision I never imagined possible. And I'll be there beside him when he does. Not because I have to be, because I choose to be, because this power, this purpose, this partnership is exactly what I wanted when I knelt blindfolded in moonlight and offered myself to a monster. He's becoming something more than just a killer. And I'm becoming more than just his tool. We're becoming inevitable. By the time we near the fort, he's walking on his own, strong again, focused. Tonight, he says as we pass through the gate, tonight I'll show you how to find them through the visions, what to look for, how to identify the weak ones. Good. I guide him toward the fire pit, start building up the flames. But first you eat, you rest, you're no good to me exhausted. He settles by the growing fire, watches me work with that intense, unreadable focus. You stayed, he says quietly. In the clearing, you waited. Of course I did. Why? The question surprises me. I look at him across the flames. Because you're mine as much as I'm yours, I say simply. And I don't abandon what's mine. His lips curve, small, genuine. No, he agrees. You don't. I prepare food, dried meat from our stores, water from the river. He eats mechanically, refueling. When he's done, I move behind him, let my hands rest on his shoulders. 3 days north, I murmur. A soft wirer who believes love is strength. Yes. We'll prove him wrong. Yes. I lean forward, press my lips to the top of his skull where bone meets bone. And when we're done proving it, I whisper, the others will know. The ones you saw through the forest. They'll understand what happens to weakness. His hand comes up, covers mine on his shoulder. They will, he agrees. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 14. Malachor. I wait until nightfall to try again. The exhaustion from this morning has faded, replaced by something sharper. Hunger, but not for flesh. Hunger for the connection, for the vast awareness that opened up when I buried my claws in that ancient tree. Beta watches me from across the fire. She knows what I'm planning. Hasn't said anything, but it's there in her eyes. Anticipation. I'm going back, I tell her. Now, the visions were clearer at night, under moonlight. I stand, feeling my frame settle into readiness. The connection felt stronger. She rises too. I'm coming with you. No. The word is automatic. But she doesn't flinch. Yes, she says simply. You collapsed this morning. If it happens again, you need someone there. The logic is sound. I hate that it's sound. But she's right. Stay back, I say. Don't interrupt. Don't touch me unless I'm actually dying. Her smile is small. Agreed. We walk through the forest in silence. The path is familiar now. I could find that clearing blind. My body remembers the route, even if my mind was elsewhere this morning. The wrongness returns as we approach. That pressing silence. Everything living retreating from what's about to happen. Beta feels it. I see her posture change, awareness sharpening. But she doesn't speak, doesn't question. The clearing appears ahead. The ancient tree stands like a sentinel, its trunk still bearing the gouges from my claws. Moonlight filters through the canopy, silver and cold. Perfect. I approach the tree slowly, place my palms against rough bark. Feel the life pulsing underneath. Slow, ancient, patient. Remember, Beta says from the clearing's edge. Stay back. Don't interrupt. I close my eyes, extend my claws, sink them deep into wood, and let go. The forest opens up like a flower blooming in reverse. everything rushing inward instead of out. I feel the roots beneath my feet spreading for miles, connecting tree to tree to tree in a vast underground network. Feel the wind carrying information through branches, whispers of movement and presence across impossible distances. Feel the moonlight touching everything, linking it all together into one massive web of awareness. And through that web, I feel them. Waira, scattered across the landscape like points of heat in cold darkness. Some close, some distant. All connected through this same vast consciousness that I'm tapping into. The hunger in each of them thrums like a shared heartbeat. The shame, the need, the constant grinding awareness of what they are and what they require to survive. I feel it all, and through feeling it, I see them. There, the one I glimpsed this morning. North. The vision focuses, sharpens. I see him more clearly now. His territory is a valley protected by steep ridges, a small shelter built with care. A garden, actual growing things tended deliberately, signs of permanence, of settling, of infection. His keeper is with him, a woman, dark-haired, smiling at something he said. They move around each other with easy familiarity, trust without fear. She touches his arm as she passes. Casual, comfortable, equal. The word makes something burn in my chest. They're bonded. I feel it in the way his hunger quiets near her, the way her presence soothes something jagged in his chest. He looks at her like she's precious, protected, diseased. I watch them longer, cataloging details. The shelter has 2 rooms. They store supplies in the eastern corner. The garden has root vegetables that won't survive if no one tends them. There's a small spring 100 yards west where she bathes every morning. Vulnerabilities. I see 3 escape routes from the valley. 4 if he's willing to climb sheer rock, which he won't be if she's with him. He'll choose paths she can follow. Predictable. The moonlight shows me more. His hunting patterns, her gathering routes, when they sleep, when they wake. Every routine they've fallen into that makes them comfortable, that makes them sick. I commit it all to memory, every detail, every weakness. Then I pull back slightly, let my awareness expand beyond just them, and I feel it. Something spreading outward from me like medicine through bloodstream, like cure carried on wind. Subtle, nearly invisible, my thoughts, my philosophy, my certainty that mercy is weakness and partnership is a lie. It's not deliberate. I'm not pushing it out consciously, but it's happening anyway. Through this connection, this vast web of Wara consciousness linked by the forest and moon and wind, my truth is touching others. Healing minds already sick with false hope and dangerous delusion. I feel one of them respond. Distant. The infection of softness breaking as clarity takes hold. Another. Closer. Fighting the cure but weakening against its logic. A third who accepts it immediately, like fever finally breaking after long illness. The truth spreads, without effort, without intention, just by existing in this space, by connecting to this shared consciousness, I'm curing it, making it whole again. The satisfaction that blooms in my chest is profound, absolute. I'm not just a killer, I'm medicine. I breath back to awareness, my claws rip free of the tree. I stagger but catch myself this time. The ground is solid under my feet. Real, present. Beta is there instantly, not touching, but close enough to catch me if I fall. Did you see them? She asks. Yes. My voice is steadier than this morning. The Wera and his keeper, 3 days north in a protected valley. I saw everything. Everything? Their shelter, their routines, their vulnerabilities. I turn to face her fully. We can kill them easily. He's made himself predictable for her sake, infected with softness. Her eyes gleam in the moonlight. When do we leave? Tomorrow. We'll need supplies for the journey. I pull my claws free completely, studying the fresh gouges in the ancient bark. And I need to show you what I saw, every detail, so you understand how we'll do this. Not just humans anymore, she murmurs. No, the word comes out hard, certain. Not just humans. We're curing the sickness at its source, the Waira who spread the delusion that love without dominance is possible. And their keepers who enable the infection. Yes, we remain in the clearing. The wrongness presses down, but I don't fight it anymore. I understand what it is now. Power. The weight of connecting to something vast and ancient and utterly honest. The forest doesn't lie about what works and what doesn't. It just shows what survives, what endures, what's strong. And I use that knowledge to hunt the weak. There's more, I say quietly. More. When I was connected, I felt something spreading. From me, through the consciousness. I look at her. My thoughts, my philosophy, healing other Wera across distances. She goes very still. How many? I don't know. Several, maybe more. I flex my claws, feeling the residual connection like phantom sensation. They're starting to think like I do, independently, without ever meeting me. The sickness breaking, clarity returning. A slow smile spreads across her face. It's working, she breathes. Yes. The cure isn't just ours anymore. No, it's spreading, like medicine through poisoned water, purifying everything it touches. The metaphor feels right, accurate. Every time I connect to the forest, to the consciousness, I heal more of them. Then you connect often, she says immediately. Every night if you can. Find them, touch them, make them see truth. The command should irritate me. It doesn't. She's right. We'll kill the ones in the valley first, I say. Prove the philosophy in action. Show what happens when the sickness is removed. And the ones you're healing. They'll arrive at the same conclusions on their own. Believe they chose clarity themselves. The elegance of it makes my heart light pulse. That's stronger than conversion. That's awakening. She moves closer, places her hand on my chest where the colorless light flickers. You're not just killing them, she says softly. You're saving everything. We are, I correct. This is our philosophy. I'm just the vector for spreading the cure. Her smile sharpens. Then let's cure them all. We walk back to camp in comfortable silence. My mind is already working through the logistics. 3 days north, supplies needed, approach vectors, timing. The kill will be intimate, personal. A demonstration of what health looks like. This isn't just removing sick Waira from the world. This is showing others what happens when you purge the infection. When you choose strength over weakness, dominance over delusion, purpose over the poison of equal partnership. By the time we arrive at the fort, I've planned the entire hunt in my head. Beta builds up the fire while I gather supplies, weapons, food, water skins. Tell me everything, she says once we're settled. Every detail you saw. So I do. I describe the valley, the shelter, the garden, the spring where she bathes, his hunting patterns, her gathering routes, the casual touches, the comfortable equality, the sickness that permeates every moment of their existence. The spring, Beta says, leaning forward. She's alone there. Every morning, he hunts while she bathes. Then that's when we separate them. Her eyes track invisible paths through the air as she thinks. You take him in the woods, I take her at the water. I hadn't considered splitting our approach, but she's right. It's cleaner, more efficient. He'll sense me, I say. Come running back to protect her. Good, she smiles. Let him find her body first. Let him see what happens to the infection before you kill him. The cruelty of it is perfect. Surgical. The escape routes, I continue. 3 viable paths if he runs. He won't run. She's certain. Not if she's dead. He'll stay, fight, die trying to avenge her. Predictable. Diseased, she corrects. We talk through every detail. She points out the garden, how destroying it sends a message to anyone who finds the bodies later. I add that we should leave them where they fall, not hide the kill. A statement, she says. A demonstration. By the time we're done, every moment is planned, every contingency considered. We're not just killing them, we're performing surgery.
Chapter 15. Beda. We leave at dawn. The fort looks smaller behind us as we pass through the gate, more vulnerable without our presence. But the walls will hold. Everything we've built will wait. 3 days north. That's all. Malachor moves through the forest with purpose I haven't seen before. Not hunting stride. This is different. Directed. Like he's following invisible threads only he can perceive. I keep pace. My body has grown stronger these past weeks. Lean muscle replacing softness. Endurance built from dragging bodies and building walls and surviving. We don't talk much the first day. Save our breath for movement. Cover ground efficiently. When we stop to rest, Malachor studies the trees like they're speaking to him. Still north? I ask. Yes. His claws trace patterns in bark. The connection is faint during day, but I can feel the direction. How far? 2 days still, maybe less if we push through the night. I consider it. We rest tonight. Arrive fresh. I want to watch them before we move. He looks at me. That unreadable focus. You want to see the sickness yourself, he says. I want to understand what we're curing. He nods slowly, approving. We make camp as dusk falls. No fire. We're too close to other territories now. Cold rations. Water from a nearby stream. I sit with my back against a tree, watching him across the small clearing. He's still, quiet. But I see the way his eyes track movement in shadows, the way his claws flex and relax in steady rhythm. He's hunting already, in his mind. Tell me about them again, I say. The Wyra. What did you see in his face? Malachor's eyes refocus on me. Contentment, peace. The words are bitter. He looks at her like she's solved everything wrong with him. Has she? No, she's just made him weak enough not to care anymore. I pull my knees to my chest. And her? What did you see in her face? He's quiet for a moment, remembering. Trust, he finally says. Complete, stupid, trust. Like he's never given her reason to fear. Maybe he hasn't. Then he's failed her. His voice hardens. Fear keeps you sharp, alert, alive. He's teaching her to be prey. So we're saving her too? His laugh is short, dark. We're ending her suffering. She just doesn't know she's suffering yet. I let that settle between us. The twisted logic that somehow makes perfect sense. Sleep, I tell him. I'll take first watch. You don't need to. I want to. I meet his eyes. You need to be sharp tomorrow. Connected. I'll watch tonight. He studies me for a long moment, then nods, settles against a tree trunk. His eyes close, but I know he's not really sleeping, just resting, conserving. I watch the forest, listen to night sounds, owl calls, small creatures moving through underbrush, the wind through branches. normal sounds. But we're bringing something abnormal into these woods. Something that will shatter the peace these trees have known. The thought doesn't disturb me. It excites me. Day 2 is harder. The terrain grows rough, steep inclines, dense undergrowth, streams that force us to find crossing points. But Malachor never hesitates, never questions the direction. He moves like he's being pulled by string only he can feel. How close? I ask, as afternoon light slants through trees. Close. We'll reach the valley's edge by nightfall. My pulse quickens. Do we move tonight? No. We watch first, learn their exact patterns, confirm what I saw in the vision. Smart, patient. I'm learning from him. How to hunt with more than instinct. How to plan beyond the immediate kill. We reach the ridge as Solis sets. Below us spreads a valley, exactly as he described. Protected by steep walls, a shelter visible in fading light. The dark squares of a garden. Smoke rises from a chimney. Their home. Malachor crouches at the ridge's edge. I settle beside him. We watch in silence as full dark falls. Light glows in the shelter's windows, warm, inviting, diseased. There, Malachor breathes. 2 figures emerge. Even from this distance I can see the difference between them. One skeletal and pale, one human-shaped and small. They walk together toward what must be the spring, moving in sync, comfortable with each other's presence. She says something. He responds. I can't hear the words, but I hear her laugh. Light. Easy. My stomach twists. Not with sympathy, with contempt. They return to the shelter together. The door closes. The light continues to glow. Tomorrow morning, Malachor says quietly. She'll bathe at the spring while he hunts, just like I saw. And we'll be waiting. Yes. We settle in to watch through the night, taking turns resting while the other observes, learning the rhythm of this place, the sounds, the movements. Twice during the night, I see the wearer emerge alone. Brief patrols around the perimeter, checking, protecting. But not enough. Never enough. He's not watching for threats from his own kind. Why would he? He thinks they're all like him. Soft, peaceful, cured of violence. He doesn't know the real cure is coming. Dawn breaks cold and grey. The door opens. The female emerges first, wrapped in furs against the chill. The wirer follows. They speak briefly. He gestures toward the forest. She nods, points toward the spring. He touches her face, gentle, affectionate. Then he turns and lopes into the trees. Hunting. She watches him go, smiles, then walks toward the spring, alone. Malachor's claws dig into stone beside me. Now, I whisper. Wait. Let him get further away. Let her settle at the water. We watch her reach the spring. She tests the water with her hand, begins unwrapping the furs. Now, Malachor says. We move. He goes left, tracking the wearer into the forest, silent, invisible. I go right, descending the ridge toward the spring, careful, quiet. She's in the water when I reach the tree line. Her back is to me, her head tilted back, eyes closed, enjoying the cold water on her skin, trusting, stupid. I wait, watch. She's older than me by maybe 10 years, soft around the edges, well-fed, content, everything I'm not, everything I chose not to be. She opens her eyes, begins washing, humming something under her breath. I step out from the trees. She doesn't notice immediately, too lost in her routine, her safety. I'm 10 feet away when she finally senses something, turns, sees me. Her eyes widen, not with fear yet, with surprise, confusion. Hello, she says, friendly, open. I didn't know anyone else was. I don't let her finish. I move fast, close the distance before she can process the threat. My hand finds the knife at my belt, one of the hunter's blades, well maintained, sharp. Her eyes track the movement, understanding finally dawning. She opens her mouth to scream. I'm faster. The blade finds her throat before sound can form. I drive it deep, twist, pull. Blood sprays hot across my hands, my chest, my face. She makes a wet, gurgling sound, hands coming up to her throat, trying to hold back what's already pouring out. I step back, watch her fall to her knees in the shallow water, watch red bloom around her like spreading flowers. She looks at me, eyes confused, hurt, betrayed, like she can't understand why another human would do this. I kneel in front of her, meet her dying gaze. He made you weak, I say quietly. This is mercy. She tries to speak. Can't. Just gurgles and bleeds. I stay there until her eyes go empty, until she slumps forward into water that runs red. Then I stand, wipe the blade clean on her discarded furs, and wait for him to come home.
Chapter 16. Malachor. The tracks are fresh, clear. He's not trying to hide his passage. Why would he? He thinks these woods are safe, his territory, protected. I follow at a distance, silent, downwind, watching how he moves through the forest. He's skilled. I'll give him that. His steps are measured, quiet. He reads the environment well, pausing to check wind direction, scanning for movement, choosing paths that offer cover. But there's no edge to it, no hunger driving the hunt, just routine, like hunting is a chore he's perfected rather than a necessity that defines him. Diseased, he stops at the edge of a small clearing, goes completely still. I follow his gaze and see it, a suru grazing on exposed grass. He approaches slowly, patient, gets within striking distance. The kill is clean, quick. One strike to the spine. The suru drops without suffering. He stands over it for a moment, almost regretful, like the death pains him despite causing it. Weak. I step out from the trees. He senses me immediately. Spins. His claws extend, eyes lock onto mine. Recognition flashes across his face. Another Wera. But something's wrong. Something's off about me that he can't name. His lips pull back. A snarl rumbles from his chest. I answer with my own. Lower. Darker. He charges. Fast. Committed. His claws leading. He's defending territory. Protecting what's his. I dodge left. His strike misses by inches. He adjusts immediately. Follows through with a second attack. I block. Our claws meet with a crack like breaking bone. We grapple. Test each other's strength. He's strong, skilled, has weight on me. But he's fighting to drive me away. I'm fighting to kill. The difference shows quickly. He tries to force me back. Create distance. Give himself room to reassess. I press forward, inside his reach. My claws find gaps in his defense. First strike opens his shoulder. Deep. He hisses. Blood sprays. Second catches his ribs. I feel bone splinter under my claws. He staggers. Tries to recover. Comes at me with desperate aggression. I slip past his guard. My claws punch through his thigh. Hamstring tears. He goes down to one knee, breathing hard, blood pouring from multiple wounds. But still he snarls, still aggressive, still trying to fight. Go home, I say. The words are almost a hiss. She's waiting. His eyes widen. Understanding crashes over him. She's in danger. He lurches to his feet, tries to run. His damaged leg barely holds. He limps, staggers, falls, gets up again. Desperation makes him fast despite the injuries. I follow, slow, patient. Let him lead me back to the valley, to her. His breath comes in ragged gasps. Blood trail marks his path. He crashes through underbrush. No stealth now, just panic. I hear the moment he reaches the spring. The scream is raw, broken, inhuman. I emerge from the trees. He's collapsed in the shallow water beside her body. His claws dig into her shoulders, shaking her, trying to wake what won't wake. Blood stains the water red around them both. He looks up, sees me. His face twists with grief and rage. He launches himself at me, wounded, dying, but still fighting. His claws find my chest. Tear deep. Pain blooms white hot. I catch his wrists, hold. We're locked together, snarling, bleeding. Why? The word rips from his throat. Not a question, an accusation. I don't answer, just twist. Hard. Break his right wrist with a crack that echoes through the valley. He screams, tries to pull away. I'm faster. My claws find his throat, punch through, rip. Hot blood sprays across my face. He makes a gurgling sound, hands coming up, trying to hold back what's already pouring out. I step back, let him fall. He collapses beside her in the water, reaches for her with his good hand, fingers finding hers, holding even as life drains. His eyes find mine, hatred there, and understanding. Then nothing, just empty stare. Two bodies in red water. I stand there, breathing hard, blood running down my frame from his strikes and my own wounds. Beta emerges from the trees behind me. She's covered in blood too, the keeper's blood. We look at each other across the bodies. It's done, she says quietly. Yes. She walks to my side. We stand together, looking down at what we've removed from the world. Two bodies, one garden that will die without tending, one shelter that will sit empty, one infection purged. Something shifts in my chest. My heart light pulses, still dark, still wrong, but the rhythm changes, violent, urgent. Heat floods through my frame. Not the heat of battle. Something else entirely. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
We collapse amid the bodies, breaths ragged, the valley silent but for the trickle of bloodied water. She's marked, inside and out. Mine. The cure spreads, and so do we. Damned.
Chapter 17. Beda. We stay the night in their shelter. It feels wrong at first, sleeping in a dead woman's bed, using a dead wire as supplies. But the wrongness fades quickly into something else. Satisfaction. This is conquest, occupation, the ultimate desecration of everything they built together. I go through her things while Malachor sits by the fire, still processing whatever happened to him at the spring. His eyes are distant, focused inward. Her belongings are carefully organised. Practical clothes folded neatly. Dried herbs bundled and hung. A small wooden box on a shelf. I open it. Jewellery. Handcrafted. Delicate work. Beads threaded on leather cords, carved wooden pendants, a bracelet woven from dyed fibres. Pretty, useless, soft. I hold up the bracelet, study the intricate pattern someone spent hours creating. For what? Decoration, sentiment, weakness made tangible. I drop it back in the box, close the lid. She made jewellery, I say to Malachor. He looks up, focuses on me. What? The keeper. She crafted things, pretty, delicate things. I gesture to the box, like she had time for that, like survival wasn't enough to occupy her. Understanding flickers across his face. They weren't surviving. They were living. Same thing. No. He stands, crosses to where I'm standing, opens the box, looks at the jewellery with the same disgust I felt. Surviving is day to day, moment to moment. Living is what happens when you forget your prey. He picks up the bracelet, studies it for a moment, then crushes it in his fist. The delicate work shatters. Beads scatter across the floor. The leather cord falls in pieces. She forgot, he says quietly. He let her forget. That's why they're dead. He drops the broken pieces, turns back to the fire. I look around the shelter with new eyes. Everything here is evidence of forgetting. The carefully tended garden, the organised supplies, the comfortable bed. They built a home. We built a fort. The difference is everything. I settle beside Malachor at the fire. We share their dried meat, drink their water, burn their firewood. Take everything they accumulated and consume it like we consumed them. Morning comes grey and cold. Malachor is already outside when I wake. I dress quickly, step out into dawn light. He's at the spring. Both bodies are laid out on the bank. The water has been cleared of blood, must have taken hours to drain and refill naturally. He kneels beside the Waira's corpse. His claws are extended. I watch as he begins his work. The first incision is precise, separating flesh from bone with surgical efficiency. He's done this before. I can tell by the way he moves. Methodical, practiced. The flesh comes away in sections. He piles it carefully to one side. The keeper's body is next, smaller, softer, harder to work with, but he manages, patient, focused. By midday, 2 skeletons lay clean and white on the bank. The flesh is piled in a heap that will draw scavengers. Let them have it. Let the forest reclaim what was weak. Help me carry these, Malachor says. I take the keeper's bones. Light, fragile. They click together as I gather them. We climb the ridge, past where we watched them, higher, to a hill that overlooks the entire valley. Malachor begins to build. I watch, don't help. This is his work, his vision. The bones interlock, stack, form structure. He works for hours without stopping, without speaking. The Waira's bones form the base. Larger, stronger, bearing weight. The keeper's bones weave through them, ribs caging empty air. Skulls positioned to stare down at the valley. A tower, maybe 8 feet tall when he's done. Skeletal architecture that defies natural order. Wrong, deliberate, impossible to miss. He steps back, studies his work, adjusts one bone, steps back again. Satisfied. What is it? I ask. A warning. His voice is flat, certain. Anyone who finds this place will see it, will know what happens to the diseased. I look at the structure, at the way sunlight filters through empty rib cages, at the skulls watching the valley with hollow eyes. It's beautiful in its brutality. Will they understand? I ask, or just be horrified? Both. He turns away from his creation. Horror is understanding's first stage. We descend back to the valley, back to the shelter and garden. Destroy it, Malachor says. All of it. I start with the garden. Tear up plants by their roots, throw them aside, rip through carefully tended rows with savage satisfaction. Malachor joins me. His claws shred what I can't uproot. Together we demolish what took months to build. When the garden is nothing but torn earth and scattered vegetation, we move to the shelter. Everything that will burn gets piled inside. Furs, dried herbs, the wooden furniture, her box of jewellery, his hunting tools, all of it. I stand in the doorway, look at the space one last time, at the life they tried to build here. Then I strike flint. The tinder catches, spreads. Flames lick up through the pile. Smoke begins to pour from the doorway. Malachor pulls me back as the fire takes hold. We watch from a distance as the shelter burns. Flames consume everything. Smoke rises thick and black against grey sky. We don't leave until it's nothing but smouldering ash and collapsed timbers. The valley is empty now, lifeless, the garden destroyed, the shelter gone. Only the bone structure on the hill remains, a warning, a message, a promise. We're done here, Malachor says. Yes. We turn our backs on the valley and begin the journey home. The walk back is different. Malachor moves with confidence I haven't seen before. Not just certainty, connection, like he's tethered to something vast that guides each step. What do you feel? I ask on the second day. Through the consciousness? He's quiet for a moment, accessing something I can't perceive. Others, he finally says. Changing. The cure is taking root. How many? I don't know. Several, spread across distances, some fighting it, some accepting it immediately. He flexes his claws. One is changing fast, very fast. His name surfaces sometimes, Septis. The name means nothing to me, but I file it away. Remember it. Will we meet them? I ask. Maybe, if they seek us out, or if the consciousness guides us together. He looks at me. We're not alone anymore, Bida. The ideology isn't just ours. Something twists in my chest. Not fear, not quite. Concern, maybe. About losing relevance. About being replaced by others who believe what we believe. But no, I built this with him. I shaped this ideology as much as he did. I'm not just his human, I'm his partner in creating the cure. Others may join, others may spread it further, but we're patient zero. That matters. Good, I say. Let them change, let them spread it. The more who understand, the faster the infection dies. He nods, satisfied by my response. We walk in comfortable silence after that, each lost in our own thoughts about what we've started, what we've become. By the time we reach our fort on the third day, I understand something fundamental has shifted. We're not just killers anymore. Not just a Waira and his human living in isolated brutality. We're the source, the origin point, the first of what will become many. The fort stands exactly as we left it. Strong walls, secure gate, everything we built with our own hands, home. Malachor stops at the gate, looks at the structure, at what we've created here. This is where it started, he says quietly. Yes, this is where they'll come. Eventually, the ones who change, the ones who understand, they'll seek the source. I look up at him, at this monster who claimed me, who I chose, who I shaped as much as he shaped me. Then we'll be ready, I say. He opens the gate, we step inside together, and I know, with absolute certainty, that nothing will ever be the same. The cure is spreading.
Chapter 18. Malachor. The days blur together after we return. We fall back into routines. Bida tends the fort. I hunt, we feed each other, flesh and blood in their proper measures. We plan, we prepare. But everything feels different now. The fort that once felt like sanctuary now feels like a waiting room. The walls that once protected us from the world now feel like they're holding us back from something larger. Something coming. I connect to the forest consciousness every night now, sometimes during the day too. It's becoming easier, natural, like breathing. The ancient tree accepts my claws without resistance. The web of awareness opens like a door I've learned to unlock. And each time I sink into that vast network, I feel more. The cure spreading. Further. Faster. Fractals of light across impossible distances, each one a Waira whose thoughts are shifting, changing, awakening to truth they've been denying. Some resist, most don't. The ideology finds fertile ground in minds already wounded by trauma and shame. It grows. Tonight I connect deeper than ever before. My claws sink into bark. My awareness expands outward like ripples on water. And I see them. Not clearly. Not like watching through eyes. More like impressions, sensations, fragments of thought and emotion bleeding through the consciousness we share. Dreamlike, symbolic, hard to read, but present, undeniable. One burns brighter than the rest. Strong, clear, transformation nearly complete. I focus on the impression, let the vision try to sharpen, but it stays fragmented. Pieces, flashes, hunting, movement through forest, the kill, efficient, cold, no hesitation, a human presence nearby, female. But the dynamic is wrong, not partnership, something else, dominance, purpose. Bond forged through power, the strong one. He's becoming what I am, what we are. Satisfaction blooms in my chest. The cure is working somewhere out there, taking root, creating others who understand. But something else surfaces too. Territorial instinct. Possessive certainty that this ideology is mine, that these thoughts spreading across the consciousness originated from me. He's using my cure, building on my foundation. Part of me wants to meet him, test him, see if he's truly worthy. Part of me wants to eliminate him before he becomes competition. I push the thought down, examine it later. The vision shifts, fragments. My awareness moves to other impressions, more changing, some fast, some slow, some fighting while the cure works through them anyway. Resistance, strong, deliberate, active. I focus on the source and the impression hits like cold water. This one is different, powerful. His presence in the consciousness is deeper than most, rooted, established. And he's rejecting everything I'm spreading, fighting it with certainty that matches my own. The impression solidifies slightly, not clear, but clearer than the others. A bond, deep, genuine. His keeper, I sense her too, vaguely, strong, capable. Their partnership is real, equal. The kind of softness I despise made into something that actually functions. For them, the weak one. Not because he lacks power, but because he clings to disease. Embraces infection, makes it his strength. Diseased thinking from someone infected so deeply he can't recognize his own sickness. I feel his awareness too, dreamlike, distant, but present. He knows something is spreading through the consciousness, something wrong, something dangerous. He's building defenses, not just for himself, but for others, trying to shield them from the cure like it's disease instead of medicine. Threat. The word crystallizes through the fragmented vision. This one won't change, won't accept the cure willingly. His bond is too strong, too genuine, too deeply rooted in the delusion that love makes him stronger. He'll have to be removed, like the pear in the valley, like every other infection that refuses treatment. But the impression I get through the fragments, he's not weak, not soft the way they were. He's survived. built something that functions. Wrong, but functional. That makes him dangerous. I pull back from focusing on him. Let my awareness expand again across the web. The echoes hit me then. My philosophy, the cure I'm spreading. It's not just moving outward anymore. It's coming back, transformed, refined. Impressions flood through, fragmented, dreamlike, but clear enough. Other Waira taking what I started and making it their own. Adding to it, strengthening it, creating variations I never considered. One fragment shows strategic patience, appearing soft to make others comfortable before striking. Another, multiple keepers, rotating them, preventing dependency. A third focuses on territorial expansion, taking land from the weak, building empire. All of it builds on my foundation. All of it strengthens the core truth. Mercy is weakness, partnership is delusion, love without dominance is disease. But they're evolving it, making it larger, more complex, more powerful. The satisfaction returns, stronger now. This isn't just my ideology anymore. It's becoming something bigger. A movement, a transformation of what it means to be Wera. We're not just individuals spreading cure. We're reshaping our entire species. The thought is intoxicating, terrifying, perfect. I snap back to awareness. The forest snaps into focus. Solid ground under my feet. Real air in my lungs. My claws pull free from the ancient tree. Beta is there immediately, waiting, watching. What did you see? I try to find words. Fail. Try again. There's one, strong, changing completely. The cure took hold fast. His keeper serves him, like you served me. Her eyes light up. It's working. Yes, but it's fragments, dreams. I can't see clearly, just impressions. I steady myself against the tree. Others are changing too, taking what I spread and making it their own, adding to it. The ideology is evolving. Stronger, much stronger. It's not just mine anymore. It's becoming something larger. She processes this. I see calculations behind her eyes. That's good, she finally says. The stronger it is, the faster it spreads. Yes, I pause. But there's resistance too. Her posture changes. Alert. How much? One I could sense clearly. The weak one. The words feel right even if I don't know why. Powerful. Truly bonded to his keeper. He's actively fighting the cure, trying to shield others from it. Can he? Maybe. For a while. I meet her eyes. He'll have to be removed eventually. Him and anyone he's protecting. Like the valley. Bigger than the valley. He's not just one diseased pair. He's trying to be a cure for the cure, an antidote. The word fits. He actually believes love makes him stronger. Beta's lip curls. Then we prove him wrong. We will, when the time comes. I push off from the tree. Start walking back toward camp. She falls in beside me. But not yet. Let the ideology spread further first. Let more change. Build our numbers before we face him. Strategic. Necessary. I flex my claws. He's not weak. The impression I got. He survived this long for a reason. We'll need more than just us to remove him. We walk in silence for a while, processing what this means. How many have changed? She asks. Total. I don't know. The visions are too fragmented. Dozens, maybe. Spread across distances I can barely perceive. I try to count the impressions I sensed. Give up. And each one that changes spreads it to others. Exponential growth. And the weak one knows. He senses something wrong. Doesn't understand what yet. But he's building defenses. Too late, she says with certainty. Maybe. Probably. But something about that presence in the consciousness unsettles me. His certainty matches my own. His bond with his keeper felt real in ways I can't dismiss as pure delusion, even through the fragments. He's wrong. Diseased. Needs to be removed. But he's not weak. We reach the ford as full night falls. The walls look solid in moonlight. Strong, but suddenly insufficient. We'll need more than this when the convergence comes. When Wara like the strong one seek us out. When the resistance, the weak one, and whoever he's protecting, makes their stand. We should expand, I say, looking at the fort's perimeter. Agreed. Beta follows my gaze. Room for others. Space to train them. Fortifications that can withstand attack. You think he'll attack? Eventually. She looks at me. If he's building defenses, he's preparing for war. Maybe not now, maybe not soon. But eventually. She's right. The cure is spreading, but so is awareness of it. And those who reject it won't go quietly into removal. They'll fight, and when they do, we need to be ready. Tomorrow, I say, we start building. Bigger, stronger. Room for those who'll come seeking the source. And weapons, she adds. Training areas, strategic defenses. Yes. We stand together in the moonlight, looking at our fort with new understanding. This isn't just our home anymore. It's becoming headquarters, command center. The origin point that others will seek. The strong one will come eventually, and others like him, changed, cured, ready to build something larger. And the weak one will come too, eventually. Him and whoever he's protecting. Trying to stop what can't be stopped. Trying to cure the cure. The thought makes me smile. Let him try. Let him gather his diseased allies and their delusional keepers. Let them come with their love and partnership and belief that softness is strength. We'll be ready. And when they arrive, when the convergence finally happens, we'll show them what real strength looks like. What real cure requires. Come, Beta says, heading toward the gate. You need to eat. Rest. Tomorrow we build for war. I follow her inside. She's right. Tomorrow we build. Because the cure is spreading. The ideology is evolving. And the resistance is forming. Everything is proceeding exactly as it should. Except now I know this won't end with quiet conversions and scattered removals. This will end in blood, and I find I'm looking forward to it.
Chapter 19. Beda. We begin at dawn. The fort that served us well enough before isn't sufficient anymore. Malakor's visions make that clear. Others will come. The strong one seeking the source, the weak one bringing war. We need more than walls. We need a stronghold. I walk the perimeter as Solace rises, studying what we have, planning what we need. Malakor watches from the gate. Bigger, I say, gesturing to the northern side. Extend the walls here, room for more structures inside, training space. How many do you think will come? Enough that we can't house them in what we have now. I turn to face him. You build, I'll direct. He nods. No argument. No territorial defence of his role. We work well together. He disappears into the forest. Returns dragging trees. Massive trunks that would take 3 men to move. He handles them alone. I organise. Mark where walls should extend, where new structures should rise. Plan the layout like I'm building a kingdom. Because I am. Days blur together. The sound of trees falling. The crack of wood being stripped and shaped. The satisfying thud of posts sinking into ground. Malakor works with focused intensity. I direct with absolute certainty. By the end of the first week, the northern wall has extended. A second structure rises inside, smaller than the main shelter, but functional. Storage, armory, space for others when they arrive. By the end of the second week, the fort has doubled in size. Training yard cleared and marked, weapons storage organised, defences reinforced. It looks less like shelter now, more like a command centre. We settle into new rhythms after the building frenzy ends. Mornings, I tend the expanded fort while he connects to the consciousness. I've learned to recognise when he's accessing it, the way he goes still, claws finding bark, awareness shifting elsewhere. I don't interrupt, just watch. Wait for him to return and tell me what he's sensed. The strong one is clearer each time, transforming faster, more certain. The weak one remains resistant, building defences, gathering others. The cure spreads, the resistance forms, everything moving toward inevitable collision. Afternoons are building, hunting, preparing. We work until exhaustion, then push further, making everything stronger, better, ready. Evenings I feed him. He takes from my wrist now, no ceremony needed, just necessity fulfilled with practiced efficiency. Then planning, discussing what we've learned, what we need, what comes next. Nights are for reward, for the intimacy that seals our partnership, for rest earned through labour and violence. The pattern is perfect, synchronised. Each of us knowing what the other needs before asking. This is domestic life. But domestic doesn't mean soft, it means functional, efficient. Two predators sharing territory and purpose without losing edge. I'm satisfied in ways I never was in the camp, in my old life before the massacre. This is what I chose, what I built, what I shaped with my own hands. Not victim, not captive, architect. The fort is my domain, my kingdom. Malachor is my instrument of violence made flesh, but also my partner in creating something larger than either of us alone. I stand at the expanded walls one evening, looking at what we've built. Pride settles warm in my chest. This is permanent. This is real. This is mine. The restlessness comes 3 weeks after we finish building. We're strong, prepared, ready. But no one has come yet. No seekers, no resistance, just us in our expanded fort, waiting. I need to do something, prove something, test the partnership we've refined. I'm hunting, I tell Malachor one morning. He looks up from sharpening a blade. Alone? For now. I meet his eyes. Trust me. He studies me for a long moment, then nods. Progress. He would have followed before, herded me, controlled every step. Now he trusts I know what I'm doing. I don't take a weapon. Don't need one for what I'm planning. The forest is quiet as I move through it. I'm not hunting animals. I'm hunting something else. It takes most of the morning to find him. A hunter. Male. Maybe 30. Well equipped but travelling alone. Setting snares near a game trail. Perfect. I watch him work for a few minutes, studying his movements, his confidence. The way he scans the forest periodically, but never looks up into the trees where I'm perched. Competent, but not cautious enough. I climb down, make noise deliberately, let him hear me coming. He turns, hand going to the knife at his belt. Relaxes slightly when he sees me. Just a woman, alone, unarmed, not a threat. Sorry, I call out. Keep my voice friendly, warm. I didn't mean to startle you. I heard someone and thought, well, it's been a while since I've seen another person out here. He assesses me quickly, looking for danger, finding none. You're alone? He asks. For now. Yes, my husband is away on the hunt. He'll be gone till the new moon. I smile. And he left you alone. A handsome woman like yourself would no doubt attract attention, he says. I giggle. Your flattery is appreciated. He an awful beast of a man, beats him, cruel he is and big in manhood. Screws my buttocks every night when he's home. It takes its toll, I say. He gulps. That's unfortunate, and tell me, the other hole, does he service that as well? No, he don't want no children, but I do. My hole hasn't been stretched this past 10 years, I say. That's no life for a woman like you to be living, he says. I'm Beda, I say with a curled smile. Carrick, widower, or at least I think I am. Wife was taken by the Dark Elves 2 winters ago. Carrick says. Bless, a man in his prime with no field to plough, I say. Maybe then we can both help each other out. I've got a field, and you have a plough. I wink, and raise my dress just above the ankle to show him my fine and pointed foot. My man is thick. Maybe not as big as your husband, but he knows his way around a field. Carrick states confidently. I smile. I have him. I tilt my head slightly. I have ale, real ale, not just watered nonsense, and food if you're hungry after. It'll be you that's hungry after my work is done, Carrick says, and I giggle. Then come, I gesture. There's a field that needs ploughed. Lead the way, Carrick says. I do. Taking a path that seems casual but is deliberately chosen. So how many lovers have you had, thick hood Carrick? I playfully ask. Enough to know how to put a woman into dreams, Carrick replies. We reach the fort as late evening sun filters through trees. I lead him through the gate like it's nothing special, just camp. He looks around, taking in the size of it, the fortifications, the training yard. This is elaborate, he says slowly. My companion likes to be prepared. I move to the centre where the fire pit sits, begin building flames. Sit, I'll get the ale. He settles by the growing fire, still looking around, starting to wonder if this is what he thought it was. But not enough to leave, not yet. I retrieve ale from our stores, pour 2 cups, return and hand him one. To chance meetings, I say. To chance meetings. He drinks. Deep. The ale is good, taken from the Valley Pear's supplies. This is excellent. I have good taste. I settle across the fire from him, close enough to be intimate, far enough to make him work for it. Aye, that I can see, Carrick says, knocking back his glass of ale. When his cup is empty, I refill it. When his eyes linger on me, I don't look away. Much more of that, and chance you'll go soft. I need a hard man tonight, I say. I promise you, miss, I'll be stiff as a board. Carrick says. In fact, I reckon we could go for your first ploughing now. Oh, more than once. That case I'll let you take a run up my back passage. Would you like that? I ask. Aye. I pound that until you scream, miss, Carrick says, and sets down his mug of ale. He stands, as do I. I slip my dress under my breasts and let them settle there, nipples hard against the late evening air. I move closer. Let him see properly. Let the firelight paint me gold. You're beautiful, he breathes. I know. I cut my breasts, feel my own heartbeat racing, not from desire for him, from anticipation of what comes next. Do you want to touch? Yes. The word is desperate. Then stand. He does, nearly trips in his eagerness, reaches for me. Strip first, I say. Stop him with just my voice. Fair is fair. He doesn't hesitate. Tears at his clothes, tunic, belt, boots, everything, until he stands naked by the fire, aroused, vulnerable, hard, exactly where I want him. I let his manhood throb with anticipation. Let him believe he's about to get everything he wants. On the dirt and open your legs, Carrick demands, as he tugs on his thick manhood. The sound comes from behind him, claws on stone, movement in shadows. Carrick spins. I dart into the shadows. Malachor emerges from the darkness at the fort's edge. Carrick's scream catches in his throat, then turns to a whimper. Malachor moves like death incarnate, silent despite his size. Claws extended, heart-light pulsing dark in his chest. Carrick tries to run, naked, unarmed, desperate. He makes it 3 steps. Malakor's claws punch through his back, exit through his chest. Blood sprays across the fire, hissing as it hits flames. Carrick makes a wet, gurgling sound, hands coming up to the claws piercing his chest, trying to pull them out, trying to understand. Malakor lifts him, holds him suspended, lets him feel the impalement fully, then rips his claws free. Carrick collapses, still alive, barely, blood pooling beneath him. Malakor circles, studying, taking his time. I watch from the shadows, still bare-breasted, still holding the space where I teased him, aroused him, made him believe something was about to happen. My hands find my breasts, cup them, feel my own heartbeat racing beneath my palms. The violence is intoxicating. Watching Malakor work, watching the man who thought he was getting lucky die confused and terrified, watching our partnership made manifest. Malakor strikes again. Claws tear through Carrick's throat, silencing the sounds, ending the struggle. Quick, efficient, brutal. The body goes still, blood spreading, fire crackling nearby. Malakor stands over the corpse, breathing steady, satisfied. Then he looks at me, sees me touching myself, sees the arousal written plain across my face. His eyes darken with recognition, with matching hunger.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 20. Malakor. The firelight dances across the corpse like mocking shadows, Carrick's throat a gaping maw of shredded flesh, blood pooling thick and black beneath him. His eyes, wide, glassy, forever frozen in that final betrayal, stare at nothing, his naked body twisted in the dirt, still half hard from her tease, now limp and pathetic in death. The metallic reek of his blood saturates the air, mingling with the acrid smoke from the hissing flames where droplets sizzled and died. My claws drip with his essence, warm and sticky, the kill's satisfaction thrumming through my bones like a second heartbeat. Clean, efficient. Another weakling purged, lured by her cunning, ended by my strength. But it's her that commands my gaze now. Beta stands in the shadows, breasts bared and heaving, nipples peaked against the evening chill, her pale skin flushed with arousal that has nothing to do with the fool at my feet. Her hand cups one breast, fingers pinching the hardened tip, a soft gasp escaping her lips as she watches me. Her eyes, dark, hungry, devoid of fear, lock onto mine, reflecting the same feral need that hardens me beneath my frame. She's smeared with faint traces of his blood from the spray, crimson flecks dotting her cheeks like war paint, making her look like the predator she is. My partner, my tool, my damnation. She doesn't flinch from the carnage, doesn't avert her eyes from the ruin I've made. Instead, she steps forward, dress hiked around her waist, thighs glistening with her own slick arousal. The scent hits me, musky, sweet, cutting through the copper tang like a blade. She's wet from the violence, from the power we wield together. No mercy in her, no weakness, just raw, consensual corruption that fuels us both. I growl low, the sound vibrating through my chest, heart light pulsing erratic and dark. She chose this, built this moment with her words, her body, her lies to the prey. And now she'll reap the reward amid the evidence of our supremacy, the corpse our altar, humiliating her in ways that bind her deeper to me. She closes the distance, her bare feet squelching in the blood-soaked dirt, Carrick's limp arm brushing her ankle as she steps over him without a glance. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
The fort, silent, but for the fire's pop. Blood cools sticky between us, her form a testament to our shared damnation. I lift her off the corpse carefully, my claws retracting as I carry her to the fire's edge, away from the cooling gore. She's shaking, not just from the pleasure, but the drop, the raw vulnerability of what we've done crashing in. Her eyes meet mine, wide and searching, the humiliation lingering like a drug in her veins. I wrap her in a pelt, the fur soft against her bloodied skin, and pull her into my lap, my massive frame enveloping her small one. No words at first, just my hand stroking her back in slow, firm circles, grounding her, chasing away the chill that's more than physical. She burrows closer, her breaths steadying against my chest, where my heart light pulses slower now, a dark anchor. You're mine, I murmur, voice low but without the earlier sneer, possessive, affirming. I clean the worst of the blood from her face with a damp cloth from our supplies, gentle wipes that contrast the brutality, tending the scratches and bites with salve from the armory. She sighs, leaning into the touch, her body relaxing as I offer water from a skin, holding it to her lips. You took it all, my perfect tool, my damned equal. She nods weakly, a small smile breaking through, the afterglow settling as I feed her bits of dried meat, rebuilding her strength. In this quiet, our bond deepens, not softened, but reinforced, the care a twisted necessity to keep her ready for more corruption. But as the haze clears, something shifts. My heart light pulses, violent, urgent. Heat floods not just from the sex, but deeper. Golden particles rise from my frame, swirling like living spores, caught in a sudden wind that howls through the gate. Beta curls against me, fingers tracing her skin, eyes gleaming with humiliated satisfaction. It's spreading, she whispers.
Chapter 21. Beda. Our days fall into a rhythm that thrums with brutal efficiency. We have moved beyond the raw, reactive partnership forged in blood and desperation. This is something else. This is purpose. We wake before the sun, our movements synchronized in the shared space of the main shelter. He rises first, his skeletal frame unfolding from the furs, that colourless, dark heartlight of his already pulsing with the day's intent. I follow, stoking the embers in the fire pit, while he stands at the new, higher perimeter wall, tasting the morning air. He doesn't need to tell me what he senses. I can read it in the set of his shoulders. We are alone. We are secure. For now. Our mornings are spent in labour. He fells trees, expanding our wood stores, reinforcing the gate, or adding new layers to the walls until they are an imposing fortress of spiked timbers. I organise the supplies we've gathered, both from the hunters and the valley pair, creating an armoury, a larder, a system. This fort is no longer a refuge, it's a command centre. It's my kingdom, and I am its queen. Afternoons we train. He's teaching me what he can, how to move without sound, how to read the forest, how to kill with more than just blind fury. I am a fast learner. My body is hard now, my instincts honed sharp. When he hunts, I track him, learning to anticipate his movements, to see the weaknesses he exploits. He, in turn, has learned to wait for my signal, to trust my strategic mind. He no longer questions my orders. He sees them for what they are, the architecture of our shared ideology. He is the weapon, but I am the hand that aims him. Evenings are for planning. We sit across the fire, maps of the surrounding territories scratched into cured hides, and we talk. He connects to the consciousness, reaching out with his mind to feel the pulse of the Wyra world, and I listen as he describes the spread of the cure. He speaks of Septis, the other Wyra changing nearby, his voice filled with a proprietary arrogance that I find intoxicating. Our philosophy is reproducing. We are patient zero. After he feeds from my wrist, a simple, necessary act that grounds him. Our sex is no longer just a claiming, it's a reinforcement, a sealing of our genuine partnership. Our domesticity is efficiency. The work is done for the morning. The new palisade is reinforced, the supplies are sorted, and the faint coppery smell of last night's kill has been scrubbed from the main shelter. I need to wash. I walk to the river alone, my steps confident. This is my territory. The fort is at my back, a monument of spiked logs and brutalist intent. Malachor is my weapon, currently reinforcing the gate, trusting me to handle myself. This is not the same walk I took weeks ago. The last time I came to this river to bathe, I was prey. I was a survivor of a massacre, a defiant captive testing the boundaries of a monster. I exposed my throat to the ridge, daring him to strike, my heart a trapped bird against my ribs. Now I am the monster. I strip slowly, but not as a performance for him, for myself. I am not the defiant, trembling woman I was. I am the architect of this new life, the queen of this domain. The cold air hits my skin, and I welcome it. It's sharp and real, a reminder that I am alive and in command. I step into the icy water without hesitation. The cold steals my breath for a second, then invigorates me. I duck my head under, letting the current sluice through my hair, washing away the sweat and grime of the morning's labour. I feel nothing but the cold, clean water and the absolute certainty of my power. I am safe. I am in control. The water is cleansing, but it's not washing away sin. It's washing away the memory of weakness. I'm relaxed. I float on my back for a moment, letting the current tug at me, my eyes closed against the pale morning sky. The fort is quiet. The forest is quiet. I am at my most at ease. Then I feel it. A prickle. A sudden, sharp awareness that snaps my every nerve to high alert. My eyes fly open. Someone is watching me. I go still, my body tensing instantly. I know Malachor's gaze. It's heavy, possessive. It feels like a physical weight on my skin, a brand. This is not that. This is different. This is lighter, cautious, almost frightened. My heart, so calm moments before, gives a single hard thump. I don't move. I don't splash or look around wildly. I slowly, deliberately, begin to wash my arm, as if I've noticed nothing. But every instinct is screaming. My hand, hidden beneath the churning water, grips the smooth, heavy stone I was using to scrub. My fingers tighten around it. It's a pathetic weapon, but it's something. Who is it? One of the cured Wyra Malachor sensed. The strong one, Septis. No, the feeling is wrong. It doesn't feel like a Wyra. It doesn't feel predatory. It feels human. I test the theory. I stand up slowly, water streaming from my body. I am completely exposed, but I make it a gesture of dominance, not vulnerability. I am the queen in my territory, and whatever rat is hiding in the trees is trespassing. I squeeze the water from my hair, my movements unhurried, and let my head turn. I scan the tree line, slowly, methodically. Nothing. Just shadows and snow-dusted pines. But the feeling of being watched doesn't stop. It's coming from a dense thicket to the north, where the shadows are deepest. I finish my scan and turn my back, a deliberate act of dismissal. I walk toward the bank where my clothes are folded. I am offering my unprotected back to whatever is watching. A test. A dare. As I bend to pick up my tunic, I let my head snap back toward the thicket. A flash of movement, a dark shape pulling back. Gone. My heart hammers, but not with fear, with excitement, with recognition. It was someone, not Malachor, not an animal. It was a person. And from the glimpse I caught of the shape, it was female. My mind races. Malachor said the ideology was spreading. He said others were changing, that his cure was taking root in minds that were fertile with trauma. This must be part of it. This is the first sign. I dress quickly, my mind a whirl of strategy. This isn't a threat. This is a visitor, a potential asset, or a new piece to be played. I hurry back to the fort, a cold smile touching my lips. I know exactly who will be interested in this news. It's working.
Chapter 22. Malachor. The forest consciousness guides me. It's no longer a confusing rush of visions I must fight to control. It is a river, and I am the current, flowing toward the sea of weakness. My feet move over the frozen ground without sound. The connection shows me the target before I see it with my eyes. A small settlement. 3 crude huts clustered in a hollow, pathetic smoke rising from a central fire. Humans. I settle on a ridge, my claws digging into the cold stone, and I watch them. 7 of them. 4 adults, 3 small ones. They huddle near their fire, sharing food, their movements soft, their voices weak. They are prey that has forgotten the sky holds hawks. They post no guards. They build no walls. They exist in a bubble of delusional safety, believing the forest will simply leave them alone. They are wrong. This isn't a hunt driven by the hunger. This is ideological. The forest has shown me a pocket of softness, a delusion that must be cured. I feel no rage, no anticipation, just the calm certainty of a surgeon about to remove a tumor. I wait until the false dawn, when their fire has died to embers and their bodies are deep in sleep. I descend the ridge, a shadow moving through shadows. The violence is mechanical. I take the first hut, claws punching through the poorly cured hide door. A man and woman jolt awake. The man screams. I end him before the sound fully leaves his throat. The woman opens her mouth, and I silence her too. It is done in seconds. I move to the next hut, the children. I pause not from hesitation, but for efficiency. A brief flash of Fenris's mercy, the memory of him saving me, surfaces. I crush it. Mercy is the disease. Allowing these weak ones to grow would only spread the infection. I enter. It is quick, tidy. 3 small delusions, erased before they could take root. The final hut holds the other two adults. They are awake, alerted by the sudden silence, scrambling for a weapon. Too slow. I am on them, a blur of bone and shadow. One swing of my claws. A second. It is over. I stand in the center of the silent camp, my heart light pulsing its steady, colorless rhythm. The entire purge took less than a minute. No rage, no release. Just work. A task completed. I scan the huts, not for survivors, but for resources. We built our fort from nothing. Beta values practicality. In the third hut, I find it. A bundle of cured winter pelts, thick and flawless. The trappers who lived here were skilled, at least. They would have fetched a high price. I sling the bundle over my shoulder. Beta can use these. For our bed, for the walls. It is a good tool, a spoil of war. I turn for home. The journey back is different. The sun is rising, painting the snow in shades of gold and red. But my mind is not on the kill. It is on the destination. The weight of the pelts on my back is a physical reminder of my purpose. I provided for the fort. I provided for her. My steps are long, eating up the miles. I feel a pull, not the hunger, not the chaotic burn of my initial bond with her. This is something else. A steady, quiet magnetism drawing me back to the walls we built. Back to the order we've created. I realize I am anticipating my arrival. I'm anticipating her. I want to see the look on her face when I give her the pelts. Not gratitude. I don't care for that. I want to see her approval. The small, sharp nod she gives when a plan works, when a resource is secured. The thought of her, waiting at the fort, makes my steps quicken. I move faster, not fleeing anything, but returning to something. I see the fort rising from the trees. Our walls are higher now, spiked and imposing. It is a scar on the landscape, a deliberate mark of our dominance. I pass through the gate I reinforced just yesterday. She is in the central yard, sharpening the hunter's knives, her movements economical and precise. She looks up as I approach, her eyes scanning me, taking in the blood, the bundle, my steady presence. No fear, no surprise, just expectation. I stand before her and drop the bundle of pelts at her feet. She doesn't speak. She crouches, unties the leather strap, and runs her hand over the fur. Her touch is assessing, practical. She lifts one, judging its weight, its quality. She looks up at me, her gaze sharp. "Good," she says. "These are high quality. They won't go to waste." Her approval settles in my chest, a warm, solid weight that feels right. I stand there watching her examine her new resources, and I finally understand. I need this. I need this fort. I need her. The realization hits me, and for the first time, it brings no shame. My need for her isn't the softness I purge from the world. It isn't the delusional equal partnership of the valley pair. This is structure. This is function. She is not my weakness. She is my anchor. She is the architect of my purpose.
Chapter 23. Beda. I'm at the river bend washing the blood from the pelts Malachor brought back. The work is hard, scrubbing the stiff hides in the icy water, but my hands are strong. This is good, practical work. This is building our future. I pause, wringing out a heavy rabbit skin, and I feel it. That same prickle on my neck from 2 days ago. The feeling of eyes. I don't stop my work. I continue to scrub, my movements rhythmic, betraying nothing. But my senses are sharp, my body coiled. I know it's not Malachor. His gaze is a physical weight, a brand of possession I'd recognize anywhere. This is light, uncertain. This is the watcher from before, the female. I kneel at the water's edge, my back deliberately vulnerable, A test. An invitation. She didn't approach last time. Perhaps today she's found her courage. The silence stretches, broken only by the rush of the river and the scrape of my knife against the hide. Suddenly a twig snaps. I don't turn. You can come out. I don't bite, unless you want me to. The silence returns, heavier this time. I can almost hear her heart hammering from the tree line. She's terrified. Good. I won't hurt you, I say, my voice softer, more reasonable. I stand and turn slowly, hands empty, leaving the knife by the water. A woman half steps from behind a massive pine. She's younger than I am, maybe. Her clothes are worn but well made. She's human, and she's alone, and she is vibrating with a fear so profound it's almost a stench. What are you? She whispers. My name is Beda. I keep my voice calm, almost gentle. You're the one who was watching me before. She flinches, a full body jerk. Yes, I'm sorry. I saw him. She gestures vaguely toward the fort. I saw the Wyra. Your mate. He is, I say. Simple fact. Mine is... he's... Her face crumples. This is it. The confession. The woman takes a ragged breath, tears welling in her eyes. My name is Gala. You have a Wyra, I state. It's not a question. She nods. A desperate, jerky motion. Septis. I've been with him for almost a year. It was good. Her voice breaks on the last word. Was? I ask, feigning gentle curiosity. He's changed, she chokes out, the word torn from her. A few weeks ago he just changed. He's cold now. He's hard. I watch her, my face a perfect mask of sympathetic concern. Inside, my heart is hammering, but not with fear, with triumph. He looks at me differently. Gala whispers, her hands twisting in the fabric of her tunic. He was always so gentle, so careful. Now, he's possessive, he's rough, and the things he says... What does he say? I prompt, keeping my voice a soft murmur. He says our love was a weakness. The tear finally breaks free, tracing a path down her dirty cheek. He says softness is a disease, that we were delusional. Yes, the word screams in my mind. It's working. He was hunting, she continues, and he came back. Different. He said he heard a truth, on the wind, in his mind, that he finally understood. Understood what? That he's a predator, and that I'm not his partner. Her voice drops to a terrified whisper. He said I'm his property. I have to fight the smile that wants to spread across my face. It's better than I could have imagined. The ideology hasn't just spread. It's taken root and flourished. This Septis, the one Malachor sensed, has fully embraced the cure. I move toward her, adopting a posture of shared worry. Oh gods, Gala, that's terrible. I put a hand on her arm. She flinches but doesn't pull away. She's desperate for an anchor, and I am the only one in sight. He scares me, she sobs. I love him, Beda, but he scares me. He's not the wearer I knew. I pull her toward a fallen log, sit her down, and kneel in front of her, forcing her to look me in the eyes. I project nothing but empathy. I am her sister in this, her confidant. Mine can be like that too, I lie, pitching my voice low, as if sharing a painful secret. They're not like men. They're Wyra. They feel things differently. That rage, that possession, it's part of them. But it wasn't before. Wasn't it? I ask gently. Or was he just hiding it, to protect you? She looks confused, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. This is the crack. I insert the lever. He's changing, I say. But maybe it's not into something bad. Maybe he's just scared. Scared of how much he loves you, so he's pushing you away with these words. You think so? Her voice is pathetically hopeful. Or... I trail off, as if a new thought is just occurring to me. Or what? She demands. I look away, as if I'm afraid to say it. Or maybe he's just becoming what he was always meant to be. What do you mean? Strong, I say. A protector. This is a dangerous world, you know that. Maybe this coldness you see is just purpose. Maybe he's finally embracing his nature so he can keep you safe. I've just reframed her abuse as an act of love. She chews on it, the poison sliding in smooth. He has been more protective, she admits. He started reinforcing our shelter. He patrols constantly. See? I give her a small, sad smile. They're not like us. Their love is different, more savage. Maybe he's just showing you he loves you in the only way he knows how. I have her. She's clinging to this new, twisted hope. You can come here, I offer, my voice all generosity. Any time. Our fort is safe. Malachor, he's like Septis. He understands. You can talk to me. We have to stick together, don't we? Us women. Yes, she says, grabbing my hand. Thank you. Thank you, Beda. Go back to him, I say, helping her up. Try to see his purpose instead of his coldness. See if I'm right. And come back tomorrow. Let me know. She nods, wiping her eyes, a new resolve on her face. I've given her a mission. I've given her a way to reframe her fear as devotion. I watch her disappear into the trees, her steps lighter than when she arrived. I wait until she is fully gone before I allow my smile to surface. It's not a smile of amusement. It's a smile of pure, cold victory. I turn and walk back to the fort, my mind already spinning. The female bond, a new tool, a new weapon. I find Malachor in the training yard, driving a wooden spike into the hard earth. He looks up, sensing my approach. I don't need to say a word. He sees the triumph on my face.
Chapter 24. Malachor. I'm reinforcing the gate when she approaches. Beda moves with purpose. I see it in her stride, the set of her shoulders. Something has happened. The Watcher came, she says. I straighten. My claws are still buried in the wood beam I was securing. Tell me. Her name is Gala. She has a wera. Beda's eyes gleam. Septis. The name solidifies what I've been sensing. A strong one. The presence burning bright through the consciousness these past weeks. What did she say? Beda settles against the wall, arms crossed. He's changed. Completely. Started a few weeks ago. She says he's cold now, possessive. Tells her their love was weakness, that softness is disease, that they were delusional. My claws punch deeper into the wood. Those are my words, my philosophy. Spoken by a Waira I've never met. He told her he heard it, Beda continues. On the wind, in his mind, a truth that made him finally understand what he is. The cure, working exactly as designed, spreading through the consciousness like I knew it would, taking root in fertile ground. Triumph surges through me. But something else comes with it, something darker. Mine. This ideology is mine. These words are mine. This territory is mine. And this Septis is using them, speaking them, becoming what I became, copying me. Where is he now? They moved. Beda's expression sharpens. Gala says he forced her to leave their old territory weeks ago, made her pack everything, wouldn't explain why, just said they were going. Going where? Here, She lets the word hang. Half a day north. He's been building a new shelter, reinforcing it obsessively. She didn't understand why he chose this location until she found our river. Found us. Understanding hits me. He's being drawn here. The consciousness pulling him toward the source without him fully realizing it. The cure guiding him home like migration instinct. To me, he's coming, I say. Eventually, whether he knows it yet or not. Beta tilts her head. Gala says he patrols constantly, hunts differently now. She's terrified of what he's become. Half a day, close enough to be territorial threat. Close enough that we'll cross paths whether we want to or not. Another male, in my territory. Using my ideology, drawing closer. The territorial rage that surfaces is primal, immediate. I need to see him, I say. Need to know what he's become. Beta doesn't argue, just nods. The tree? Yes. I'm already moving. The path to the clearing is burned into my body now. I could walk it blind. The ancient tree waits, bark scarred from my claws, patient and eternal. I don't hesitate. Extend my claws, sink them deep. Let go. The consciousness opens. The web spreads vast beneath my awareness, humming with distant presences, each one a point of light in infinite dark. I search for him, for Septis, for a strong one whose name I finally know. The connection finds him fast, too fast, like he's burning brighter than the others. A fire of recent violence and new conviction. I focus, pull the vision toward me. Fragments form. Dreamlike, symbolic, but real. Forest, different trees, different smells, but the same predatory focus bleeding through. I don't see clearly. I feel. Sense. Experience through impressions rather than sight. Septus, moving through shadows. Hunting. The target impression is wrong for human. This is Waira he's tracking, his own kind. The vision fragments, reforms. A clearing appears through the dream logic. Another Waira, smaller, weaker presence, standing with his keeper. They're unaware, comfortable, diseased. Septus attacks. Violence comes in flashes. Brutal. Messy. Not clean like my kills, not surgical. He's struggling. The emotions bleed through the connection, confusion fighting with dark arrogance. He knows what he should do, what the cure demands. But part of him is still fighting it, still questioning. The other Waira tries to defend, tries to protect his keeper. Dies badly, slowly. Septus isn't efficient yet, isn't pure in his conviction. The keeper screams, runs, he catches her. The kill is even messier. But he finishes it. Both of them. Leaves them in the clearing, stands over the bodies. The emotions pouring through now are tangled. Complex. Satisfaction mixed with horror. Pride fighting shame. Certainty warring with doubt. He's killed his own kind because the ideology demanded it. Not because he's past the struggle. Not because he's certain. But because he's committed anyway. Raw. New. Imperfect. The cure has taken root. But it's still growing. Still fighting for dominance against what he was before. I feel him turn. Feel his awareness expand. Like he senses something watching. The vision fragments. Dissolves. I force myself back to awareness. My claws rip from the tree. I stagger, catch myself against rough bark. The forest is solid around me, real, present. But my mind is half in the vision, still feeling what Septus felt. That struggle, that confusion warring with conviction. I remember it. That's what I felt after the camp massacre, after I spared Beta. Those early days when the ideology was forming, But I wasn't pure yet. When I still questioned, still fought myself. Septis is where I was weeks ago, raw, uncertain, dangerous because of it. But committed. Killing anyway. Pushing through the doubt because the cure demands it. He's becoming what I am, and he's half a day from my territory. The territorial rage surges back, stronger now. This isn't abstract anymore. This isn't just sensing a presence through the consciousness. This is real, close, immediate. Another male, using my words, my philosophy, my cure, drawing closer without even knowing why. Mine. The word pounds through me with every heartbeat. This is mine. He's copying mine. I need to, what? Kill him? Drive him away? Claim dominance? Yes. All of it. He needs to understand hierarchy, needs to know I'm the source, that everything he's becoming, I became first. I move fast, back toward the fort, back to Beta. She's where I left her, waiting by the gate. She sees my face, reads it instantly. You saw him. Yes. The word comes out harsh, aggressive. He's killing Wera, his own kind. The cure has taken root. That's what you wanted. He's using my ideology. The words explode from me. Speaking my words, becoming what I became, and he's half a day from here, in my territory. Beta doesn't flinch, just watches me with those sharp, calculating eyes. He's a threat, I continue. Another male, another predator. Using what's mine. Is he? The question stops me. What? A threat. She moves closer, deliberate, calm. Or is he proof? Proof of what? That you're in control. Her voice is steady, reasonable. He's following your cure, using your words, your philosophy. He's not creating something new. He's copying you. Exactly, he's evidence. She cuts through my territorial rage with surgical precision. Evidence that you're the source, that your ideology works, that it spreads, that it transforms. I want to reject it, want to hold on to the rage, the possessive certainty that he's stealing what's mine. But her logic is sound. He's not a threat to you, Beta continues. He's proof of your power. He moved his territory closer without knowing why. The consciousness pulled him here, to you, because you're the origin. The rage doesn't disappear, but it shifts, refocuses. She's right. He's being drawn here because I'm the source, because the cure flows from me through the consciousness, because everything he's becoming, I became first. I'm not threatened by him. I'm validated by him. They'll come, I say. Voice steadier now. Septis and Gala. Eventually they'll come here. Yes. And when they do, Beta's smile is sharp, small. You show him hierarchy. Show him you're the source, that he's the copy. I nod slowly. The territorial rage is still there, but channeled now. Purposeful. He's not my equal. He's my proof. Half a day, I say. Close enough that we'll cross paths soon, whether we plan it or not. Then we prepare. Beta gestures to the fort around us. We make sure when they arrive, they understand exactly what they're seeing, who you are, what you've built. She's already thinking strategically, already planning how to use this. That's why I need her. They're the first, I say. But they won't be the last. No, her eyes gleam. The cure is spreading. Others are changing. Eventually more will come, seeking the source. This fort needs to be ready. It will be. We stand there in the gate, looking at what we've built, understanding what it's becoming, not just our home, the origin point, where the ideology was born, where it spreads from, where those who embrace it will eventually be drawn. This septus is just the first.
Chapter 25. Beda. I'm at the river when she comes, not by accident. I knew she'd return. Gave her enough hope yesterday to pull her back. Enough validation to make her crave more. She emerges from the tree line hesitantly, but not with yesterday's fear. This is different. This is eagerness, poorly disguised as caution. Beda, she calls softly. I look up from where I'm washing clothing. Smile. Welcoming. Gala, I hoped you'd come back. She crosses the distance quickly, sits beside me on the bank. Her hands twist in her lap, but her eyes are bright. I talked to Septis, she says. Last night. Tried to see his purpose instead of his coldness. Like you said. And? Her face flushes. You were right. It's not cruelty, he's more focused now, more certain, and when he looks at me, she trails off, breathless. When he looks at you, I prompt gently. I feel it, the possession, the dominance, and she looks away, ashamed. I shouldn't want it, shouldn't be aroused by it, but I am. There it is, the admission I was waiting for. That's not wrong, I say firmly. That's right. Her eyes snap back to mine. How can it be right? He frightens me. Does he? Or does his power frighten you because you want it? I set aside the clothing. Give her my full attention. There's a difference between fearing someone will hurt you and fearing how much you want them to. She stares at me, processing. I don't understand. Yes, you do. I lean closer. You're aroused by his strength, his certainty, the way he takes control. That's not weakness in you, Gala. That's recognition. Recognition of what? That you're not his victim, you're his match. I let the words settle. You just haven't embraced it yet. We talk for over an hour. She asks how I live with Malakor's darkness, how I survive his possession without breaking. I tell her the truth. It's not master and slave, I explain. It's perfected partnership. I chose this. I choose it every day. I shape it. I fuel his strength deliberately because his strength is mine. But he's so much more powerful than you. Physically, yes, but power isn't just physical. I gesture to the fort visible through the trees. I built that with him, planned it, designed it. He's the weapon. I'm the hand that aims him. Her eyes widen. Understanding dawning. I'm not a victim tolerating abuse, I continue. I'm an architect building something that's never existed before. I'm the queen of my own kingdom, and he's my instrument of violence made flesh. Queen, she repeats softly, testing the word. Yes, I meet her gaze steadily. Not property, not slave, queen, partner, the strategist behind the weapon. Could I... She stops, swallows. Could I be that, with Septis? If you choose it. I lean back. If you embrace what he's becoming instead of fighting it. If you see yourself as architect instead of victim. She's quiet for a long moment, thinking, processing. Then, will you show me how it works? I can try. I stand, brush off my clothes. But first let's wash. We both smell like work and worry. I start unlacing my tunic. She hesitates only a moment before following my lead. The water is cold, biting. We wade in together, gasping at the shock, then adjusting, moving deeper. I duck under, come up streaming. Gala does the same. We're both naked now, vulnerable in a way that builds trust faster than words. Tell me about him, I say. About Septis, about what it's like. She flushes but doesn't look away. He's different now, rougher, more demanding. During sex? Yes. The word is barely a whisper. He used to be gentle, careful. Now he's dominant. Yes. She looks at me. Does Malachor? Always. I don't elaborate yet. Let her ask. And you like it? I crave it. The admission is easy, true. The violence, the dominance, the absolute certainty that I'm his. It's intoxicating. Her breathing changes. Faster. Shallower. Tell me, she says. Tell me what it's like. So I do. I describe the lure, the hunter I brought back to camp, how I stripped for him, teased him, made him hard and desperate, how Malachor emerged from shadows and slaughtered him while I watched. I touched myself, I say quietly, watching the kill, watching my bare breasts while he tore that man apart. I was so aroused I could barely stand. Gala's eyes are wide, her lips parted. That's arousing, I finish. Yes, I shouldn't. Why not? I move closer in the water. Why shouldn't violence arouse you? Why shouldn't dominance and power and blood make you wet? She gasps, not with shock, with recognition. Septis killed a Wyra, she whispers. 2 days ago, another Wyra and his keeper came back covered in blood, and she looks away, ashamed. I wanted him, right then, covered in blood. I wanted him more than I ever have. Because you saw his power. Yes. That's not wrong, Gala. I reach out, touch her arm. That's right. That's you recognizing what you are, what you're becoming. What am I becoming? His queen, his partner, the architect of his strength. She stares at me, water streaming down her face, down her neck, her breasts. I notice them properly for the first time. Young, full, beautiful. She notices me noticing. The air between us changes, charges. We're standing close in the cold water. Both naked, both aroused by confessions of violence and dominance. Both recognizing something in each other. You're beautiful, I say, not manipulation, just truth. So are you. Her voice is breathless. The tension builds, thick, heavy, inevitable. I want to close the distance, want to see if her lips taste like the dark truth she's been speaking. Want to feel her body against mine in this cold water. But I don't. We should get out, I say gently. Before. I don't finish, don't need to. She understands. Nods quickly. Yes, before. We wade back to shore in silence. The tension doesn't break. Just pauses. We dress separately, not looking at each other, but aware, hyper-aware. When we're clothed again, I turn to face her. Bring him, I say. Bring Septis here. Let them meet. Let him see where the truth came from. You think he'd come? I think he's being drawn here whether he knows it or not. The consciousness is pulling him toward the source. I gesture to the fort, toward us. She nods slowly. I'll ask him. Good. I step closer, not touching but close. You're not his property, Gala. You're his partner, his queen, like I am with Malachor. Queen, she repeats, testing it again, liking how it sounds. Yes. She meets my eyes. Something has shifted in her, something fundamental. She's not the frightened woman who approached me yesterday. She's not even the confused woman who arrived this morning. She's something else now, something darker, more certain, corrupted, but empowered by it. Thank you, she says, for understanding, for showing me. Come back anytime. I touch her hand briefly. We're sisters in this, the only ones who understand. She squeezes my fingers, nods, turns and disappears into the trees. I watch her go. My body is humming with tension. with arousal that has nowhere to go, with the recognition of what just happened between us. The Dark Sisterhood is forming, not because I need her, not because she offers me anything material, but because she understands, because she's embracing the same darkness I embraced, because together we're stronger than either male realizes. The men will posture, will circle each other territorially, will compete and clash. But the women will be the real alliance, the real power. I turn and walk back to the fort, a cold smile touching my lips. Malachor is in the training yard when I arrive. He looks up, sees my face. She came back, yes. And? She's bringing Septis. They'll come here, soon. He nods, satisfied, territorial but accepting. He doesn't ask what happened at the river, doesn't need to know about the bathing, the confessions, the tension that built and paused. That's mine. The female bond is mine. And when they arrive, when Septis and Gala walk through our gate, the males will think they're meeting as rivals or allies. But Gala and I will know the truth. The real alliance has already formed, and it's not between the monsters. It's between their queens.
Chapter 26. Malachor. I feel them before I see them. The consciousness ripples. A presence approaching. Strong, aggressive, male. They're coming, I tell Beta. Now. She's at the fire pit, organizing supplies. Her head snaps up. How long? Minutes. She stands immediately, moves to the gate. I follow. My claws are already extending, my heart light pulsing faster. Another male, in my territory. Every instinct screams to kill first, establish dominance through violence. But Beta's presence beside me is steadying, purposeful. We discussed this, we prepared. Doesn't mean I want him here. The forest shifts, movement between trees. Then they emerge. Septis is slightly smaller than me, leaner. His bone-white frame is scarred, his claws extended, his heart light pulsing that same colorless dark that marks the corrupted. He sees me, stops. We lock eyes across 30 feet of open ground. Every muscle in my body tenses. My claws punch through my palms where my fists clench. A snarl builds in my chest. His lips pull back, answering threat. His claws flex, ready. We're seconds from charging each other. Gala steps slightly forward. Her hand touches Septis's arm, light, cautious. Beta moves beside me. Doesn't touch, just presence. Reminder. Welcome, Beta calls out. Voice calm, steady. Come in. We've been expecting you. Neither of us moves, still locked in silent threat display. Septis, Gala whispers. Urgent. Please. He tears his gaze from mine, looks at Gala. Some of the tension bleeds from his frame. Not all of it, not even most. But enough that he takes a step forward. I force myself to step back, away from the gate, making space for entry. Not submission, strategic retreat. They approach slowly, cautiously, like entering enemy territory. Because they are. Inside the fort, it's worse. The confined space makes the territorial aggression sharper, more immediate. We circle each other in the central yard, neither willing to turn our backs, neither willing to show weakness. The women stay close, watching. Beta's eyes are sharp, alert. Gala looks terrified but holds her ground. They're ready to intervene if this goes wrong. Septis studies everything. The expanded walls, the secondary structure, the training yard, the fortifications. I see him processing, assessing. comparing to whatever he's built, finding mine superior, hating that he finds it so. You built this, he says. First words, voice rough, aggressive. Yes. Alone? With her. I gesture to Beta without looking away from him. His eyes flick to Beta. Back to me. She's human. She's mine. A low rumble from his chest. Not quite challenge, but close. We keep circling, claws extended, every movement tracked by the other. I heard it, Septis says abruptly. Weeks ago, on the wind, in my mind, a truth I'd been denying. What truth? That mercy is weakness, that softness is disease. His eyes bore into mine. That love without dominance is delusion. My words, my exact words, spoken back to me by a Waira I've never met. The rage that surfaces is volcanic. Those are mine, I snarl. What? Those thoughts, those words, that ideology. I step closer, aggressive, threatening. They're mine. I put them in your head. He goes rigid, claws fully extended now. You put nothing. I spread the cure through the consciousness. You heard it because I sent it. Every thought you think is yours. I'm barely containing violence now. I thought them first. His snarl is full-throated, furious. I'm no one's copy. You're exactly that. I cut him off. Move closer. We're within striking distance now. Everything you're becoming, I became first. Everything you believe, I believed first. You're an echo, a reflection, a copy. He lunges. I'm ready. We collide in the center of the yard, claws meeting claws with a crack like splintering bone. Snarling, snapping, testing each other's strength. Stop! Beta's voice cuts through. Sharp, commanding. Don't, Gala echoes. Moving forward, desperate. We don't stop. Press harder against each other. Muscles straining, neither giving ground. The women move closer, flanking us, ready to throw themselves between if needed. You'll kill each other, Beta says. Calm despite the tension. And waste everything you've built. He's in my territory, I snarl without breaking eye contact with Septis. And you're the source, Beta counters. He came here because the consciousness drew him, because you're the origin. Killing him proves nothing except that you're too threatened to let the cure spread. The logic penetrates. Barely. Septis is breathing hard against me, our claws still locked together, both of us pushing. She's right, Gala says quietly. You came here to understand, to see where it started, not to die proving dominance. Septis's eyes narrow, but some of the pressure eases. Slightly. I match it. Don't give more ground than he does, but enough to show I'm listening. We break apart. Both step back. Claws still extended. Still ready, but not actively fighting. You want to kill me, Septis says flatly. Yes, and I want to kill you. Obviously. But we're both spreading the cure. He forces the words out, like admitting it pains him. Both removing the diseased, both proving the ideology works. In my territory, I snap. You're half a day north. That's too close. Agreed. His jaw clenches. Your territory ends at the ridge. Mine begins there. We stay separate. Completely separate. Yes. He's practically spitting the word. You don't cross into my land. I don't cross into yours. Ever. Ever. We stare at each other. The hatred is palpable, absolute. But the logic is sound. We both hunt, I say slowly. Both kill, Both spread the ideology, but separately. Septis's claws finally retract slightly. No shared kills, no joint territory, no cooperation. Alliance of philosophy only. I force my own claws to retract, fractionally. Not partnership. Never partnership. The women relax, minutely, still watching, still ready. But the immediate threat of violence has passed. We continue circling, slower now, less aggressive. But the territorial tension remains thick. The cure is spreading, Septis says. Voice still hard, still challenging. I feel others changing through the consciousness, not just me. I know. I watch him carefully. Others are waking up, accepting the truth. Your truth. The words are bitter, resentful. The truth, I correct. I didn't invent it. I just refined it, spread it. And now it's loose. He stops circling, faces me directly. Others will come, seeking the source, seeking you. Let them. You'll establish hierarchy with all of them. A challenge in the question. Prove you're the origin every time? If I have to. His lips curl, not quite a smile. You're arrogant. I'm certain. I meet his gaze without flinching. There's a difference. We stare at each other. Two apex predators. Too similar, too territorial, too proud to ever truly coexist. But united by the cure, by the ideology we're both spreading, by the hatred of softness that drives us both. Stay in your territory, I say finally. Spread the cure. Kill the diseased. Prove the philosophy works. And you do the same. His claws are fully retracted now, but his posture is still aggressive. We're not allies. We're not friends. We're just two Waira who see the truth. Agreed. The tension doesn't break, doesn't even ease much. We're never going to like each other, never going to trust each other. But we don't have to. We just have to stay out of each other's way while we both do the work. I turn slightly. Acknowledge Beta without fully looking away from Septis. Show them the compound. They should see what we've built before they leave. Beta nods, moves toward Gala. Come, I'll show you. Gala looks at Septis. He gives a curt nod. Permission. She follows Beta toward the secondary structure. The women talking quietly. Too quietly for me to hear. I'm left alone with Septis. The circling resumes. Slower, but constant. I hate you, he says conversationally. I know. Those thoughts in my head. My thoughts. You claim you put them there. I did. I don't believe you. But there's uncertainty in his voice. Doubt. They feel like mine. Like I arrived at them myself. That's how the cure is supposed to work. I watch him process this. It doesn't feel like infection. It feels like revelation. Like you finally understand what you always knew. He's quiet. Thinking. The Waira I killed, he says slowly. 2 days ago. Him and his keeper. I did it because the ideology demanded it. Good. But I struggled. The admission clearly pains him. Part of me fought it. Questioned it. That's normal. At first. I remember my own early kills. The doubt, the shame warring with certainty. It gets easier, purer. You don't struggle anymore. No. He looks at me. Really looks. Assessing. I let him see what I am, what he's becoming. The absolute conviction that has replaced all doubt. I'm still fighting myself, he admits. Voice low, almost vulnerable. Still questioning. You'll stop, eventually. I pause. or you'll break. Revert to softness. Become one of the diseased yourself. His eyes harden. I won't break. Then you'll stop fighting. You'll become pure, like me. The arrogance in my voice is intentional, designed to remind him of hierarchy. He bristles, but doesn't challenge. Not yet. He's not ready. How long, he asks. Until I stop fighting myself. Depends on how committed you are, how much trauma you're working through, how deep the cure takes root. I shrug. For me, it was fast. The shame from being saved drove me, pushed me past doubt. Saved. I don't elaborate. That's mine, my buried trauma. You have your own reasons, your own shame. Let it fuel you. He nods slowly. Processing. We continue circling. The conversation has made us less immediately aggressive. But the territorial tension remains. We're too similar, too proud, too alpha to ever truly coexist peacefully. This can't last, Septis says quietly. This agreement eventually will clash. Probably. You know that and you're letting me leave alive? For now. I meet his gaze. You're useful. Proof the cure spreads. Evidence the ideology works. But if you cross into my territory again, I won't. If you challenge my dominance, I won't. Harder now, more certain. Not yet. The yet hangs between us. Acknowledged. Accepted. He's not ready to challenge me now, but someday he might be. And when that day comes, one of us will die. We both know it. But today is not that day. The women return. Beta looks satisfied. Gala looks different. Changed, like something shifted during their brief time alone. I notice the way they look at each other. Brief. Charged. Understanding passing between them without words. Something happened. Something I don't fully grasp. But I file it away. Examine later. We should go, Septis says abruptly, before I change my mind about not killing you. Likewise. He moves toward the gate. Gala follows. She pauses near Beta. They exchange another look. Gala's hand brushes Beta's arm. Brief, deliberate. Then they're gone. Through the gate, into the forest. I watch until they disappear into trees. The tension in my frame doesn't ease. I turn to Beta. Bend over, I command, and she falls to her knees. Show me your buttocks. And she does, and I stick my hood in it to relieve my tension.
Chapter 27. Beda. I gasp as his length slips out of me. His seed burns deep inside of me. My knees ache against the cold ground. My whole body hums with the intensity of what just happened. Malachor stands, adjusts himself, his breathing already steadying. The territorial tension that coiled through him during Septis's visit, he needed that release. Needed to reassert dominance the only way that truly satisfies him, through me. I stand slowly. My legs are shaky. I don't try to hide it. He sees. A flicker of satisfaction crosses his face. Better? I ask, voice rough. For now. He looks toward the gate where Septis and Gala disappeared. He'll come back, eventually. Probably. And when he does, we'll have the same problem. 2 males, 1 territory. Then we make sure he understands the hierarchy hasn't changed. I adjust my clothing, smooth down my hair. You're the source. He's the copy. That doesn't shift just because time passes. He nods. But the tension hasn't fully left his frame. Won't for hours. Maybe days. Having another male that close, in his territory, using his ideology. It scraped every territorial instinct raw. I need to think, I say, clear my head. Where? The river. I meet his eyes. Alone, just for a bit. He studies me, then nods. Permission granted. I don't wait for him to change his mind. The walk to the river is automatic. My body knows the path even while my mind churns elsewhere. On Gala. On the way, she looked at me when the males were posturing. That brief touch of her hand on my arm before she left. The understanding that passed between us without words. The water is cold as always. I strip and wade in, welcoming the shock. It clears the lingering haze, sharpens my thoughts. I duck under, come up gasping, and all I can think about is her. The bathing we shared yesterday, the confessions, the stories we exchanged about our wearer, the violence, the dominance, the way it aroused us both. The way I noticed her body, young, beautiful, responsive. The way she noticed mine. The sexual tension that built between us until I suggested we get out. Before something happened that neither of us was quite ready for. But we both wanted it. I know we did. I float on my back, staring at grey sky, processing. The males, Malachor and Septis, they'll never truly work together. Too territorial, too fundamentally alpha to share anything. They agreed to stay out of each other's territories, to spread the cure separately, to maintain their philosophical alliance from a distance. But that's all it will ever be. Distance, competition, barely contained violence. Their weapons, powerful, dangerous, barely controlled weapons. But Gala and me, we can actually work together. We already are, in ways the males don't see. They think they're spreading the ideology, think they're the ones in control. They're not wrong, but they're not completely right either. Yes, they spread it through consciousness, through psychic contagion and violence and brutal example. But we shape it, we refine it, we decide how it manifests in flesh and blood. Malachor built this fort, but I designed it, organised it, made it functional. He kills, but I lure the prey, create the opportunities, validate his violence. He spreads the cure through the Wyra consciousness, but I spread it through manipulation, through showing other women, like Gala, that they don't have to be victims, that they can be queens. The males are the ideology's muscle, we're its brain. I stay in the water longer than necessary. Thinking, planning, Gala will come back. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not for weeks, but she'll come back. Because she understands now, understands what she could be, what we could build together. And when she does return, we'll continue what we started. Not just the philosophical discussions, not just the shared confessions, the bond, the dark sisterhood forming between us. Every Wyra who accepts the cure and comes seeking the source will bring their keeper with them, their human, their woman. And I'll forge bonds with every single one, not through violence like the males, through understanding, through showing them they're not alone, through building a network the males don't control and barely perceive. They'll think they're in charge, think their territorial agreements and philosophical alliances matter most. They're wrong. The real power, the real alliance, will be between the women. And by the time they realise it, it'll be too late to stop. I climb out of the water, dress slowly. My body is still humming, partly from earlier with Malachor, partly from thoughts of Gala, partly from this new understanding settling into my bones. I'm not just Malachor's queen. I'm building my own kingdom within his. And he has no idea. I return to the fort as evening falls. Malachor is at the northern wall, reinforcing posts, working off residual aggression. We need to prepare, I say. He looks up. 4. More visitors. Others will come. Wyra who've accepted the cure and want to find the source. He nods slowly. They'll seek me out. Through the consciousness. Yes. I settle on a nearby stump. And when they come, you'll have to establish hierarchy, like with Septis. Every time, he agrees, drives another post into frozen ground. Prove I'm the origin, the source. Which means we need stronger fortifications, more space, better defences. I know. He's already planning. Higher walls, reinforced gate, expanded training yard. He sees fortifications, practical preparations for territorial displays. I see something else. Every wearer who comes will have a keeper, a woman, and I'll meet every single one. I'll organise supplies, I say. Make sure we can accommodate visitors, feed them, house them temporarily. He grunts approval, back to his work. He thinks I'm talking about logistics. I'm talking about building my network. The Dark Sisterhood is just beginning. And Gala was only the first.
Chapter 28. Malakor. Days pass. The fort feels different now. Not worse, not better. Just changed. Like Septus's visit shifted something fundamental I can't quite name. I connect to the consciousness every night, sometimes twice a day. The ancient tree accepts my claws without resistance now. The web opens like breathing. And every time I sink into that vast awareness, I feel it. The cure spreading, not just one or two anymore. Dozens. Dots of light across impossible distances, each one a wearer whose thoughts are shifting, changing, accepting the truth I spread. Some resist, fight it, cling to their softness. Most don't. The ideology lands on fertile ground in minds already wounded, already ashamed, already questioning whether mercy and partnership are worth the pain they cause. It grows, and with each new convert, I feel stronger, more certain, more validated. Septus proved it works, proved the cure can transform, can spread from mind to mind without my direct intervention. But Septus also showed me something else. Competition. Threat. The territorial reality that other males will embrace this ideology and become rivals. I need more than proof the cure spreads. I need to know who's fighting it, who's trying to stop it, who the real enemy is. I go to the tree at dawn, earlier than usual, before Beta wakes. The forest is silent, cold, perfect. My claws sink into familiar bark. The connection opens immediately. But this time, I don't just let the consciousness show me what it wants. I hunt, actively searching, not for converts, not for the changing, for resistance, for the ones pushing back against what I'm spreading. The web stretches beneath my awareness, vast, humming with distant presences. I feel the cure flowing through it, touching minds, planting seeds. But I also feel opposition, not passive rejection. Active defense, someone is trying to shield others from the ideology. Building barriers, creating safe spaces where the cure can't reach. I focus on that resistance, pull the vision toward it. Fragments form, dreamlike, symbolic, but real, a bond, strong, deep, genuine. Not like mine with Beta, not dominance and submission wrapped in partnership. This is different, equal. The Wyra and his keeper move together with synchronized understanding that isn't possession. It's cooperation, real cooperation. And it works. I feel his hunger through the connection. It's there, ever present, but not consuming him, not driving him to violence or shame or the need to dominate. Because she feeds it willingly, freely, without fear or coercion. They've built something that functions, that survives, that even thrives. Wrong, so fundamentally wrong, but functional. The vision shifts, his awareness expanding. He's sensing the cure spreading through the consciousness, feeling it touch other Wera, change them. And he's horrified. He recognizes it as disease, as corruption, as poison spreading through his kind. He's trying to stop it, trying to warn others. building defenses in his own mind and reaching out to build them in others, trying to be the antidote. His keeper is with him, not just physically, in purpose, in understanding, in shared conviction that what's spreading is wrong. They're united, genuinely, against me, against what I represent. The name doesn't come clearly, just impressions. Strong, resistant, dangerous. A weak one who refuses to accept his weakness, who embraces the disease and calls it health. The vision fragments further. I see, feel his territory, protected, defended. Other Wera seeking refuge there. Other pairs who reject the cure finding sanctuary. He's building resistance, creating shelter for the diseased, making himself a target. My claws break free from the tree. I stagger, catch myself. The forest is solid again, real, present. But my mind is still immersed in the vision, still feeling that bond, that genuine partnership, that functional delusion. He's not just rejecting the cure. He's actively fighting it, trying to protect others from it, creating barriers, building defenses, making himself the antidote to my ideology. The enemy, not just soft pairs to be removed, not just diseased Waira clinging to delusion. Active, organized, purposeful resistance. A weak one who thinks his weakness is strength, who will fight to protect others who share his delusion. Rage surges through me, hot, immediate. He's trying to stop what I'm building, trying to shield the diseased from the cure that could save them. He needs to be removed, him and his keeper and everyone he's protecting, all of them. I need to dot. No. The thought stops me, forces logic through the rage. I can't attack him. Not yet. Not alone. He's too strong, too established, too defended. And I don't know where he is. The vision didn't give me location, just impressions. Awareness that he exists, that he's out there, building resistance. But not where, not how many he's protecting, not how strong his defenses actually are. Attacking blind would be stupid, suicidal. I need more information, more converts, more proof that the cure works before I face its antidote. I need patience. The word tastes wrong, bitter, but it's right. I return to the fort. The sun is higher now. Beta is awake, tending the fire. She looks up as I approach, reads my face immediately. You found something. Yes. I settle across from her, let the fire warm my frame. Resistance. Active resistance. How active? A Waira, bonded to his keeper, genuinely bonded. Their partnership actually works. The admission is hard. He sensed the cure spreading, recognized it as corruption, and he's trying to stop it. Her eyes sharpen. How? Building defenses in the consciousness, warning others, creating sanctuary for Wera who reject the ideology. I flex my claws. He's making himself the antidote, the cure for the cure. Can he stop it? No, I'm certain of that. The cure is too widespread now. Too many have accepted it. He can't shield everyone. But he can slow it. Yes, and protect some, the ones who seek him out, who want to cling to their delusion. Beta is quiet, thinking. You want to kill him? Obviously. But you can't. Not yet. I hate that she's right. No, not yet. I don't know where he is, how many he's protecting, how strong his defenses are. So we wait. We prepare. I meet her eyes. Build our strength. Convert more. Prove the cure works. Then we remove him and everyone he's sheltering. How long? I don't know. Weeks. Months. The thought of waiting that long makes my claws dig into my palms. But rushing would be stupid. He's not weak, not soft like the others we've removed. He's genuinely dangerous. Because his partnership works. Yes, the word is acid. It shouldn't, but it does. For him, for them, they've built something functional from delusion. That makes them more dangerous than random soft pairs. Much more dangerous. I stand, restless. Aggressive energy with nowhere to go. He's not just diseased, he's infectious, spreading his own counter-ideology, showing others that partnership can work, that softness isn't weakness. Lies. Lies that look like truth when they're functioning. I pace. That's what makes him dangerous. He's proof, wrong proof, delusional proof, but proof that there's another way. Beta watches me pace, calculating. We need more than just us to face him. I know. Septis. The name makes me snarl, but she's right. We'd need Septis, I admit. Hate admitting. And others. Every Wara who's accepted the cure. Every convert who understands the truth. All of them together to remove this resistance. That's a lot of coordination, a lot of cooperation. I know. The thought is repulsive. But necessary. For this. She's quiet for a moment. Then. So we prepare. We build. We wait for more converts. And when we're strong enough, when enough of us are ready, we remove him. Yes, but not as a pack. I look at her sharply. She's reading me perfectly. Never as a pack, I agree. We're not a group, not a movement, not organized. Just individuals who share an ideology. Yes, who happen to target the same enemy. At the same time. By coincidence. The lie is thin but necessary. Because we can all recognize the same threat independently. She nods, understanding. The cure is a state of mind, not a cult, not a pack. Exactly. We stand there, planning without planning, coordinating without coordination, understanding that when the time comes to face this resistant Wyra and his keeper and everyone they're protecting, multiple corrupted pairs will converge, not because I ordered them, not because we're organized, but because the ideology itself demands the removal of active resistance. And every convert will feel that demand independently, will act on it separately, will arrive at the same target through their own logic. That is how the cure works, not through commands, through conviction. How will you know when it's time? Beta asks. I'll feel it, through the consciousness, when we are big enough, when the resistance becomes visible enough that everyone recognizes the threat. And then I'll go, we'll go, and others will go too, separately, independently. All converging on the same target because we all realize the same necessity. A race. Yes, like with any prey. Whoever gets there first claims the kill. She's quiet, processing. Then, this resistant Wyra, this weak one building sanctuary, you felt him strongly? Very. But no name, no location. Just impressions. He's out there. He's aware. He's building defenses. I flex my claws. But I'll find him. Eventually. The consciousness will show me when the time is right. And until then, we build. We prepare. We wait. I hate every word, but they're true. And we watch for more. The more who accept the cure, the stronger we become. The weaker his resistance becomes. She nods, returns to the fire, starts preparing food. The conversation is over. The plan, such as it is, established.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 29. Beda. 3 days after Malakor's vision, they return. I'm at the river when I sense them. Not see, sense. That prickle of awareness that says I'm being watched. But this time it's familiar. Expected. You can come out. She emerges from the trees, not alone. Septis is with her, hanging back, wary, and Malakor appears from the opposite direction. He sensed them too. Through consciousness or instinct, doesn't matter. He's here, the four of us, together again. In this damp clearing by the water, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and pine. The males immediately tense, claws extending slightly, that same territorial aggression from their first meeting. They circle slow, eyes locked, breaths coming heavy like beasts ready to tear throats. Septis snarls first, low and mocking. Look at you, old sack of bones, still pretending you're the cure. Bet you couldn't even hunt a crippled Suru without tripping over your own rot. Malakor laughs, rough and dirty, stepping closer, his frame towering. And you, pup? Still playing at dominance? I can smell your weakness from here. Reeks like a brat in heat you can't satisfy. Gala shoots me a look, urgent, trying to hold the line. She steps between them, hand on Septis's arm. Enough. We're here because we all felt it. The resistance, the one pushing back. I nod, moving to Malakor's side, my fingers brushing his claw to ground him. Yeah, strong. Building walls in the consciousness, protecting the soft ones. Septis spits on the ground, eyes flicking to the visions we all share now. The web connecting us, vague flashes of barriers, sanctuaries for the diseased. Saw a weak one in it, needs ending. Malakor's lip curls, no warmth, just cold agreement. Saw it too, dies. That's it. No more words on it. Just that shared, unspoken nod, vague, no buddy nonsense. The weak one must die, end of. But the taunting doesn't stop. Septis smirks, eyes raking over Gala like she's meat. You think you're better? Look at her over there, bet she begs for it because you can't deliver, fossil. Malakor steps in, chests bumping hard. Pup, your brat looks half-starved, eyes screaming for real love. You pounding her like a limp rag, pathetic, can't even make her scream proper. Gala tenses, voice sharp. Stop it, both of you, focus on the threat. I grab Malakor's arm tighter. Yeah, enough with the prick measuring, this ain't about that. But it's too late. Male pride, raw and stupid. Septis grabs Gala by the throat, slamming her against a tree trunk so hard, bark cracks, her back arching with the impact, breath knocked out in a wet gasp. She doesn't fight. Her eyes lock on his, filled with that dark, willing submission, but the violence shakes her. You think I can't handle my own? Septis snarls at Malakor, his free hand ripping Gala's dress open with one violent yank, claws shredding fabric and skin, drawing deep gashes that well up crimson against her pale flesh, blood trickling hot down her belly. The scent hits, copper sharp, mixing with her musk as she arches into him, whimpering.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
They keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Chapter 30. Malakor. 3 days of barely stopping. We move fast, eating while walking, sleeping in brief, restless intervals. Pushing through exhaustion because the race is everything. I can't let Septis arrive first. Can't let him claim this kill. The consciousness guides me, shows me direction, distance, the target getting closer with every mile. But I also sense him. Septis, racing from a different angle, different route, same destination. He's moving fast too, desperate to win, to prove himself. The competition burns through me hotter than the hunger ever has. Beta keeps pace, never complains, never asks to slow. She understands what this means, not just the kill, the dominance, the proof that I'm faster, stronger, more committed than Septis, that I'm still the source, still the origin, even if we're both spreading the same cure. We reach the territory at dusk on the 3rd day. The forest here is dense, protected. Good location for soft ones who think isolation means safety. I slow, motioning Beta to silence. We move carefully now. Scouting. The consciousness shows me direction. Close, very close. There, a clearing ahead, shelter visible, smoke from a fire, and 2 figures moving around it. Waira and human, comfortable, relaxed, unaware, the weak ones. I crouch at the tree line, watching, planning the approach. Then I feel it, another presence, close, hunting the same target. Septis, he's here. Now, moving to strike now. Rage explodes through me. He's going to claim this kill, going to get there first while I'm still scouting. No, I move, fast, abandoning stealth for speed. Beta follows, understanding immediately. We burst from the trees into the clearing, and from the opposite side, Septis and Gala do the same. The weak Waira spins, sees us both, eyes going wide with horror. His keeper screams. Then there's no more time for thought, just violence. I hit the weak Waira first, claws raking across his chest, deep furrows, blood spraying. He tries to fight back, defend, protect his keeper. But Septis is there too, attacking from the side. Claws punching through the weak one's shoulder. We're both on him, both tearing, both claiming the kill. Our claws clash, nearly strike each other in the frenzy. I snarl at Septis. He snarls back. But neither of us stops. The weak Waira screams, tries to break free. Can't. 2 stronger males on him, ripping, tearing. He goes down, still alive, still struggling. I grab his throat. Septis grabs his arm. We pull opposite directions. Bone cracks, flesh tears, blood everywhere. The weak one's struggles weaken. Stop. But we don't stop. Keep tearing, destroying, making sure he's not just dead, but obliterated, proving our dominance, our strength, our right to this kill. Behind us, the keeper is screaming, running. Beta and Gala move as one, intercept her, bring her down. I hear the struggle, the wet sounds of violence, then silence. The weak Wera is in pieces beneath us. Unrecognizable, destroyed beyond any hope of identification. Septis and I are covered in blood, standing over the carnage, both breathing hard. Our eyes meet, pure hatred, pure competition, pure territorial rage, but also acknowledgement. We both got here, both killed, both claimed this. The message will be sent. That's what matters, not who delivered it. Just that it was delivered. We step back from each other, slowly, neither turning our backs. The women approach, also blood-covered, also breathing hard. Display them, I say, voice rough. Make it clear. Beta nods, moves to position the keeper's body beside the destroyed Wara. Gala helps, the women working together while the males watch each other. The bodies are arranged quickly, deliberately. Message clear. This is what happens to functional partnerships. This is what happens to working bonds. Death, destruction, obliteration. No sanctuary, no safety, no escape. Done. Septis turns, doesn't speak, just moves toward the tree line where they emerged. Gala follows. They're gone in seconds, back to their territory, racing home as fast as they raced here. I watch until they disappear, then turn to Beta. We're done here. Yes. We leave the clearing, the bodies displayed behind us, the message written in blood and torn flesh. The walk back is slower, purposeful rather than frantic. The race is over. And honestly, I don't know who won. We both arrived simultaneously, both killed, both claimed credit. Neither of us can say we got there first. The competition ends in draw. I should be furious. Should be raging that Septis shared this kill, that I can't claim sole credit. But I'm not. Because the message is sent. That's what matters. The weak ones are dead, displayed, their functional partnership obliterated. And every Wara connected to the consciousness will feel it, will understand it, will know what it means, including the resistant one, the one building sanctuary, the one trying to protect soft pairs like the ones we just destroyed. He'll feel this, understand this, know that his protection is worthless, that we're coming, not now, not yet, but eventually. And when we do, his sanctuary will burn just like the weak ones we just killed. Home, I say. Beta nods. We walk in comfortable silence, satisfied, purposeful. The message spreads behind us through the consciousness, rippling outward, touching every Wara who can feel it. We don't need to be there to know it's working. We just need to get home, rest, recover, prepare. Because this was just a message. The real war is still coming.
Chapter 31. Beda. The fort appears through the trees ahead. Home, finally. But Malachor stops, goes rigid. What? I ask. Someone was here. I look around, see nothing obviously disturbed. How do you know? I sense it. Another Wera, close. His claws extend fully. Recently. Then I see them. Two objects placed carefully at the base of the gate. A wooden carving and a bundle wrapped in cloth. I approach slowly, kneel, examine them. The carving is a statue, a Wira warrior. Intricate detail, skilled work. The bone structure perfectly rendered. The claws extended. The posture aggressive but controlled. Beautiful and clearly meant as tribute. The bundle is herbs. I unwrap the cloth carefully. The scent hits immediately. Bathing herbs, expensive ones, carefully chosen, mixed specifically for cleansing and healing. For me. Offerings, I say quietly. Malachor circles the area, studying tracks, reading signs I can't see. They were here recently, within the last day. His voice is tight, controlled. Came to the gate, left these, didn't enter. Respectful, I observe, or afraid. Maybe both. I stand, holding the herbs carefully. A convert came seeking the source while we were gone, and left tribute instead of waiting. Malakor's eyes scan the forest. They're still here, close. I feel them through the consciousness. Threatening? No. He's certain. Keeping distance, respectful distance, but present. I look at the statue again, the care that went into carving it, the skill, the obvious reverence. They're honouring you, I say, acknowledging you as the source. They're on my territory. They stayed outside the gate. I meet his eyes. They're showing respect, waiting for invitation. He wants to hunt them down, establish contact, assert dominance. I see it in every line of his frame. If they wanted confrontation, they'd have entered, I continue. They came seeking you, found you gone, left tribute and waited. He's quiet, processing, the territorial instinct warring with strategic thinking. This is what we've been preparing for, I remind him. Converts seeking the source. He nods slowly, turns toward the gate. Bring the offerings inside. I gather the herbs and statue, follow him through the gate into our compound. The fort looks undisturbed. Nothing touched, nothing taken. The convert was here only to leave tribute, respectful, patient, understanding their place. Evening settles over the fort. We've cleaned up from the journey, tended minor wounds, eaten. Now we sit by the fire. The carved statue sits between us where we can both see it. They're skilled, I say, running my finger along the wood. This took time, care. It's not just tribute, it's art. Malakor studies it. It's acknowledgement. They understand hierarchy. They understand you. I look at him across the flames. You sent a message with that kill, with the weak ones displayed, and this convert felt it, understood it, came seeking the source. You think the tribute is response to the kill? Maybe. Or maybe they were already changing, already seeking you, and the kill just confirmed what they believed. I set down the statue carefully. Either way, they're here, waiting respectfully, honouring you as the origin. He's quiet, but I see satisfaction in his posture, validation. This is different from Septis, I continue. Septis was competitive, territorial, barely controlled. This one? I gesture to the statue. They're not competing, they're following. Following, he repeats, testing the word. You're the source, the first, the one who refined the cure and spread it through the consciousness. I lean forward. Every wirer who changes, who accepts the ideology, who becomes what you are, they're all following you, whether they know it or not. His claws flex, that restless energy that comes with territorial pride. Septis doesn't want to follow, he says. He wants to compete. Because he's like you, strong, alpha, proud. I nod. But not every convert will be like Septis. Some will be like this one, respectful, honouring, seeking guidance rather than competition. You think they'll serve me? I think they'll recognise you as the origin, as the source of the cure that saved them from their own weakness. I watch him process this. That's power, Malakor, not just spreading ideology, creating followers who seek you out. He's quiet for a long moment, staring into the fire. They left herbs for you, he says finally. Specifically for you. Yes. I pick up the bundle. Bathing herbs, expensive ones, thoughtfully chosen. Their keeper chose them. Probably. I set them aside. Another woman who understands what it means to be bonded to a converted wearer, who wants to show respect, to connect, With you. With both of us. I meet his eyes. But yes, the herbs are for me. Acknowledgement that I'm part of this. Part of what you've built. His expression shifts. Pride mixed with possession. You are, he says simply. We sit in comfortable silence. The fire crackling. The statue between us. Evidence of what we're building. More will come, I say eventually, as the message spreads. As the cure takes root in more Waira, they'll seek the source. And I'll establish hierarchy with each one. Yes, show them you're the origin, the first, the one they're becoming. I pause, but not all of them will need violence to understand. Some, like this one, already know their place. He nods, understanding. We need to be ready, he says, for both kinds, the competitive ones like Septis, and the respectful ones like whoever left this tribute. We will be. I stand. I'll organise better. Create space for temporary visitors, systems for hosting without disrupting our territory. Good. He looks at me. They'll reveal themselves soon, tomorrow maybe, or the next day. And when they do, I'll meet them, establish contact, see what they are, what they offer. And their keeper. You'll handle her. He says it like it's obvious, like he's always understood that's my role. Like you handled Gala. Show her what we are, what this means. I nod. Agreement without discussion. The spheres are clear. He manages the Waira, I manage the keepers. He spreads the ideology through consciousness and violence. I spread it through understanding and connection. Together, separately but together, we're building something larger than either of us alone. Come, I say. You need rest. The race drained you. He stands, follows me toward the shelter.
Chapter 32. Malakor. I feel them moving closer at dawn, the presence I've sensed for days, no longer waiting at respectful distance, coming forward, choosing to reveal themselves. They're coming, I tell Beta. She's at the fire, preparing morning meal, looks up immediately, reads my posture. Now. Yes. We move to the gate together, position ourselves. I stand slightly forward, dominant. She's beside me but back a step. United front with clear hierarchy. The forest shifts, movement between trees. Then they emerge. A Waira, smaller than me, leaner. Bone-white frame marked with scars, claws retracted but ready. Heart light pulsing that familiar colorless dark. Changed, converted. One of mine. Behind him, his keeper. Human woman, younger than Beta. Carries herself with quiet certainty, not fear, understanding. They stop at appropriate distance, 20 feet from the gate, respectful boundary. The Waira meets my eyes, holds contact for 3 seconds, then looks down. Submission, acknowledgement. His keeper steps forward, graceful, deliberate, and bows to Beta. Full bow, deep, respectful, recognition of Beta's role, her position. I see Beta's posture shift, pleasure at the acknowledgement, validation. The keeper straightens, steps back beside her Waira. Silent. You came, I say. Simple statement. Yes. The convert's voice is rough, unused to speaking. Heard the cure, accepted it, changed. And now? Seeking the source. He gestures slightly to me. You. I nod. Wait. What would you have me do? He asks. Direct. No embellishment. I don't hesitate. Don't elaborate. Bring me the head of a weak one. The words hang in cold air, simple, clear. Test of commitment. The convert doesn't flinch, doesn't question, just nods once. When? Soon. It will be done. His keeper bows to Beta again, deeper this time, longer, then straightens. They turn, walk back into the forest. No more words, just understanding and purpose. Gone. I watch until the trees swallow them, then turn to Beta. She's smiling, small, satisfied. She bowed to you, I observe. Twice. Her pleasure is obvious. Recognition, respect. You like that? Yes. No shame in the admission. She understands hierarchy, understands I'm not just your human, I'm part of this. You are. We return to the fire, settle, process what just happened. That was different, Beta says. From Septis. Completely different. I flex my claws. Septis is competitive, territorial, barely controlled. This one is a follower. Yes. The word sits strange but right. Not challenging, seeking to serve, to prove themselves. Will they return with the head? Yes, I'm certain. They understood, accepted without question. They'll complete the task. Beta is quiet, thinking. The cure creates different types. Some compete like Septis, some follow like this one. Both spread the ideology. I watch flames dance. Both remove the weak, just differently. Septis will always be rival. This one will always be follower. Yes. She stands, looks around the compound. We need something. A place where they prove themselves, where tribute is given, where hierarchy is established. I follow her gaze, understanding immediately. An altar. Yes. Her eyes meet mine. A monument, where converts bring proof, where they demonstrate commitment. The idea takes root, grows, becomes necessary. Center of the compound, I say. Standing, moving to the spot. Here, visible from everywhere. What materials? Stone base, wood structure. I'm already planning. Large enough to display tribute, strong enough to endure. Decorated, she adds. Made sinister. Dark. So anyone who approaches understands what this place is. I nod. Begin immediately. The work takes all day. I drag stones from the forest, large flat ones for the base, stack them carefully. Create a platform waist-high, solid, permanent. Beta gathers while I build, disappears into the forest, returns with arms full of materials, flowers, dark ones, blood-red blooms and black petals. She arranges them around the stone base, beautiful and wrong. I add wood posts, 4 of them, forming corners, tall, imposing. She brings bones, animal skulls from our kills. Suru, deer, other creatures. She positions them deliberately, some on the posts, some at the base, creating a frame of death around the altar. I carve symbols into the wood, not language, just marks. Scratches that look deliberate, intentional, sinister. She adds more flowers, weaving them between bones. Life and death intertwined. Organic and skeletal merged into something ritualistic. By evening, it's done. The altar stands in the center of our compound. Impossible to miss, impossible to ignore. Stone base, wood posts, bones and flowers and carved symbols, creating atmosphere of dark worship. A monument to the ideology made flesh. This is where they will prove their worth. This is where they will truly conquer their mates. You and I shall bear witness to every mate that is broken by the hood of its master, I say. I look forward to that, Beta says playfully. Yes, I like it when they break, just like you did, I say. We stand back, studying what we've created. It's perfect, Beta says quietly. Yes. When they return, the convert and his keeper, this is where they'll bring the head. And this is where they'll prove themselves fully. I look at her. Where hierarchy will be established, where commitment will be demonstrated. She nods, understanding without needing elaboration. This altar is more than decoration, more than symbol. It's the heart of what we're building, the physical manifestation of the ideology, the place where converts transition from seekers to proven, where they show they're worthy of the cure. Others will come, Beta says. More converts. Each one will approach this altar. Each one will prove themselves here. And each one will understand, this is sacred ground. This is where the ideology becomes real, where belief becomes action. I flex my claws, satisfaction settling deep. The fort was just walls before, just protection, just territory. Now it's more. It's a shrine, a temple to what we've created. The altar stands at its heart, waiting for tribute, waiting for proof, waiting for blood. The convert will return soon, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day, and they'll approach this altar with the head of a weak one, and they'll prove themselves, and the ideology will grow stronger. One convert at a time, one proof at a time, one offering at a time. The cure spreads through consciousness. But it's proven here, at this altar, in blood and bone and absolute commitment. Come, Beta says. We should eat, rest. Tomorrow they might return. I follow her to the fire, but my eyes keep drifting back to the altar, to what we've built. Chapter 33. Malakor. 2 days pass. The convert doesn't return. I'm not concerned. Hunting weak ones takes time. Finding them, stalking them, making the kill clean enough that the head is presentable. I wait. The altar stands ready. The third morning, sound wakes me. Heavy, wet. 2 impacts against ground inside the compound. Something thrown over the walls. I'm moving before conscious thought. Out of the shelter. Claws extended, heart light pulsing. Beta is right behind me, silent, alert. 2 objects lie in the dirt near the northern wall, dark shapes in pre-dawn gray. I approach, already knowing, already understanding. Heads, 2 of them, severed cleanly, thrown over our walls like refuse. The convert, his bone-white skull unmistakable, even separated from his body. And his keeper, her face frozen in final terror. Both dead, both taken, both hurled into my territory as message. The rage that explodes through me is volcanic. Absolute. I sprint to the gate, rip it open, burst through into the forest beyond, scan the trees, the ground, looking for tracks, for signs, for anything. Nothing. I drop to all fours, press my face to the earth, inhale deeply. No scent. Nothing. Like whoever threw those heads was never here. Impossible. I circle wider, searching desperately for some trace, some evidence of who did this. Nothing. Just our own sense. The normal forest smells. Emptiness. They're gone. Long gone. Were probably gone before the heads even landed. Threw them and fled immediately. Vanished. I return to the gate. Beta is there, waiting. She sees my face. Nothing, she asks. Nothing. The word is ash. No scent, no tracks, like they were never here. But they were. Yes. I look at the heads lying in our compound. Message, Beta says quietly. Declaration, I correct. This isn't just murder, it's challenge. It's the weak one who rejects the cure, showing me he can strike at what's mine. What do you want to do? Beta's voice is steady, controlled. Find them, kill them, destroy everyone they're protecting. The words come out savage, barely human. You don't know where they are. I'll hunt. Connect first. She cuts through my rage, firm. To the tree, see what's happening, then hunt. Every instinct screams to move now. Track, hunt, kill. But she's right. Rage makes mistakes, makes you blind, makes you vulnerable. I need to see clearly before I strike. The tree, I force out. Go, connect, see what's real. Beta tells me. I turn, sprint into the forest, toward the clearing, toward the ancient tree that holds answers. Behind me, Beta begins the grim work of dealing with the bodies of my first follower. The clearing appears, the ancient tree waiting. Patient, eternal. I don't slow, don't prepare. Just extend my claws and drive them deep into bark. Let go. The consciousness opens like floodgate breaking, and I'm drowning in it. The web spreads vast beneath my awareness. Humming, pulsing, alive with presences. But different now, changed since I last connected. The cure isn't just spreading, it's exploding. I feel them, dozens of them, maybe more. Points of light across impossible distances. Wera whose minds are turning, shifting, accepting. Some resist, fight it, cling to their softness, but most don't. The ideology sprouts on fertile ground everywhere, in minds already wounded, already ashamed, already questioning whether mercy and partnership are worth the pain. They hear the cure and recognize truth, not my truth, just truth. And they change. I feel the resistant one too, the weak one building sanctuary. His presence burns different now, not just opposition, fear. He feels what's happening, feels the cure spreading faster than he can shield against, feels his defenses crumbling. He killed my follower, threw the heads as warning, as threat. But he's terrified, because he knows it doesn't matter. Kill one follower, 10 more embrace the cure. Kill 10, 100 more change. The ideology isn't contained anymore, isn't stoppable, it's epidemic. I sense others too, not just changing, already changed. Strong ones who fully embrace the cure. They're moving, traveling, being drawn. Toward me, toward the source. Not organized, not commanded. Just pulled, like migration instinct, like salmon returning to spawning grounds. They're coming, multiple, from different directions, different distances, all converging on this territory, on this fort, on me, the strong ones, coming to find the origin. I lost one follower, but I'm gaining an army. I gasp back to awareness. My claws scrape free from the tree. I stagger, catch myself. The forest is solid, real, present. But my mind is still half in the vision, still feeling those dozens of presences. Those points of light turning toward darkness. Those strong ones traveling toward me. The rage is still there, still burning for the resistant one who killed my follower. But it's tempered now. Focused. He killed one, threw the heads as warning. But while he was doing that, dozens more were changing, accepting, becoming. He can't kill fast enough to stop this. No one can. The cure is loose, spreading, unstoppable. And the strong ones, the ones who've fully embraced it, they're coming. Not today, maybe not this week. But soon, I'll have followers again. Not just one respectful convert. Multiple, an army of corrupted Waira drawn to the source. And then we hunt the resistant one. All of us. Separately but together, converging on his sanctuary, destroying everyone he's trying to protect. I turn, begin walking back to the fort, steady now, purposeful. The rage hasn't disappeared, but it's controlled, aimed. I return to find Beta at the altar. The heads are there, positioned deliberately. Not as tribute, as reminder. This is what the resistance does. This is what we're fighting. She sees me approach, reads my face. Better, she asks. Yes. I settle beside her. Look at the heads, at my first follower, killed before he could prove himself. The cure is spreading faster than I realized. Dozens changing, maybe more. Good. And others, strong ones who've already changed, they're coming, drawn here, to the source. Her eyes sharpen. When? Soon, days, maybe weeks, but they're coming. I flex my claws. Not organized, not commanded, just pulled. All of them independently deciding to find the origin. An army. Yes, but not a pack, not a group. I'm firm on this. Just individuals who happen to converge on the same location because they all recognize the same source. She nods, understanding the distinction. The resistant one killed this follower. I gesture to the heads. Thought it would warn me, threaten me. Did it? It enraged me. I meet her eyes. But the consciousness showed me, while he was killing one, dozens more were changing. He can't stop this. No one can. So we wait for the strong ones to arrive. Yes, and when they do, when there are enough of us, I look toward the forest, toward where the resistant one hides. We remove him, and everyone he's protecting, all of them, separately but simultaneously, all converging on his sanctuary because we all independently recognize the same threat. And then there's no more resistance, no more antidote, just the cure, spreading unchecked. She's quiet, processing. We should bury these, she finally says, gesturing to the heads. Or burn them. They serve their purpose. No, the word is immediate, certain. Leave them on the altar. Let the strong ones see them when they arrive. Let them understand. The resistance kills. The resistance is the enemy. The resistance must be removed. She considers, then nods. Motivation. Yes. We stand together, looking at the altar, at the heads, at the monument to ideology, and the first casualties of the war. The resistant one thought he was sending a warning. He was, just not the one he intended.
Chapter 34. Beda. Hours pass after he returns from the tree. We don't speak, don't plan, just wait. The day drags toward evening, heavy, oppressive, like the air before a storm. I feel it in my bones. Something is coming. Tonight. Soon. Malachor paces the compound. Not agitated, not anxious, just waiting. Like predator who knows prey is close but hasn't shown itself yet. He's different since the tree. The rage from finding the heads is still there. I see it in how his claws flex periodically, how his jaw clenches when he looks at the altar. But underneath, certainty, absolute conviction. He knows something I don't. Or he's felt something through the consciousness that he can't quite put into words. The sun bleeds toward the horizon, painting sky in shades of red and black, ominous, beautiful. Without discussion, we both move toward the walls. Climb the crude ladder, stand on the fortifications we built with our own hands, look out into the forest as darkness gathers. The trees stretch endlessly, dense, dark, concealing everything. Our fort sits like an island in that sea of shadow. Walls spiked and imposing, gate reinforced, altar visible in the compound below, the head still displayed, rotting slowly, testament to what we're fighting. I look at Malachor beside me, really look. He's not the Waira I met at the camp massacre, not the broken, shamed creature who spared me out of curiosity or confusion or some impulse he didn't understand. That Waira was raw, wounded, fighting himself as much as anything else. This one? Warlord. Power radiates from him like heat from fire. His posture is absolute confidence. His claws rest easy but ready. His heart light pulses that dark, colourless rhythm that marks the truly converted. He has become what he believed he should be. No shame, no doubt, no mercy. Just purpose, pure and absolute. And me, I'm not the survivor anymore. Not the captive who turned the tables through seduction and manipulation. Not the clever human who stayed alive through wit. I'm queen, architect of this dark kingdom, strategist behind the weapon, the hand that aims the violence. I chose this, built this, shaped this with deliberate intent. And I would choose it again. Below us, the fort sprawls, our monument to corruption, the altar at its heart, the walls that protect and proclaim, the training yard where violence is refined. We built this, together, but separate, united in purpose while maintaining our spheres. We don't need an army, we are the army. Ideology made flesh, philosophy turned to blood and bone, and absolute conviction. But tonight that changes. I feel it. In the air. In the way Malachor stands so still, listening to something I can't hear. The army is coming. The first howl cuts through twilight like a blade. Long, mournful, acknowledging. Not wolf, not animal. Waira. Malachor goes rigid beside me, every muscle locking. His claws extend fully. They're here, he breathes. Another howl answers. Different direction. Different voice, then another, and another. The forest erupts with them, voices rising from the darkness, surrounding us, each one distinct, each one calling, not threatening, not challenging, acknowledging. I count them as they build. 5, 6, 7 distinct voices, maybe more. Hard to tell when they overlap, when the howls layer over each other into something almost musical, almost holy. Dark prayer rising from corrupted throats. The strong ones, Malachor says. Voice thick with something I've never heard from him. Or maybe, or vindication so complete it borders on religious experience. How many? I don't know, many. His eyes scan the darkness, trying to pinpoint sources. They came, just like the consciousness showed me, drawn here. All of them independently deciding to find the source. The howls continue. Building. Overlapping. Creating cacophony that should be chaos, but somehow isn't. It's symphony. Dark and terrible and beautiful. Each voice a converted Waira. Each one a strong one who embraced the cure and travelled here, alone, without coordination, without command, just pulled by ideology toward its origin. Toward him, they're not approaching, not entering our territory, just announcing themselves, declaring presence, acknowledging the source from respectful distance. Waiting. For what? Permission? Dawn? Some signal I don't understand. Malachor doesn't howl back, doesn't call to them or command them or acknowledge them vocally. He just stands, listening. Power radiating from his frame like visible force. They know he's here, know who he is, know what he represents, They don't need verbal response. His existence is answer enough. The howls continue as full dark descends, on, relentless, surrounding us on all sides. I try to count again. Lose track. 8, 10, more. How long will they do this? I ask quietly. Until they're satisfied. Malakor's voice is steady, certain. Until they've announced themselves properly. Until dawn, maybe. And then? They'll reveal themselves, approach, establish hierarchy. He flexes his claws, each one separately, each one independently recognizing me as source. Will they stay? No. He's certain. They'll learn, understand, prove themselves if I require it, then return to their own territories to spread the cure in their own way. Like Septis. Some like Septis, competitive, territorial. Others like the one who left tribute, respectful, following. He looks at me. But all of them spreading the ideology, all of them removing the weak, all of them independent but united by philosophy. Not a pack, not a cult, not organised, just individuals who share the same truth, who arrived at the same conclusions, who converged on the same source because ideology drew them here. The howls shift, become more synchronised, like they're finding harmony in the chaos, learning each other's rhythms. It's beautiful in the most terrible way. This is what we created. What Malakor spread through consciousness, and I refined through manipulation. Philosophy made manifest. Corruption given voice. An army that isn't an army. A movement that isn't organised. A transformation that's spreading like wildfire through dry forest. Unstoppable. The resistant one hears this. I say, not question, statement. Yes. Malakor's satisfaction is palpable. Through the consciousness, he feels every howl, understands what it means. That his resistance failed. That his resistance accelerated what he was trying to stop. Malakor's voice is hard, certain. He killed my follower thinking it would warn us, threaten us, make us afraid. Instead, he proved the cure must spread faster, must convert more, must become epidemic. He gestures to the darkness around us, to the howling invisible army. While he was killing one, dozens were changing. And now they're here. All of them. Drawn to the source. The howls continue, relentless, building, layer upon layer of corrupted voices rising from the forest. I count again. Lose track again. Too many, too overlapped. At least 10, maybe 15. Maybe more lurking silent, not yet announced. An army forming in darkness, each member independent but unified by shared conviction. When they come, I say, when enough have gathered, when you're ready. We hunt the resistant one. Malakor finishes. All of us, separately, independently, all converging on his sanctuary because we all recognise the same threat. And his allies, the ones he's protecting. All of them. No hesitation, no mercy. Every soft pair, every delusional partnership, every weak wearer clinging to the disease, we remove them all. A purge. A cure, he corrects, removing infection so health can spread. The howls reach crescendo, all voices joining, creating sound so massive it seems to shake the earth. Silence, sudden, complete, like someone cut all throats simultaneously. The forest goes quiet, empty, waiting. I strain to hear, to understand what just happened. Nothing, just wind through branches. Normal night sounds returning cautiously. We stand on the walls in sudden silence, the echoes of those howls still ringing in my ears, still resonating in my chest. They're out there, surrounding us. 10 or more strong ones. Each one a converted wearer who travelled here alone, who found this place through ideology and consciousness, who came seeking the origin. And when the time comes, when the resistant one needs to be removed, they'll converge again. That's how the cure works. The wind picks up, cold and sharp, carrying scents from the forest, from the invisible army waiting in darkness. Blood, hunger, violence held barely in check. Power. Malachor stands beside me. Silent, certain, transformed from what he was into what he needed to become. I stand beside him, queen of this dark kingdom, architect of corruption, strategist behind the violence, surrounding us in darkness. The resistant one and his allies don't know it yet, but they're already dead. It's just a matter of time. I lean against Malachor, not for comfort, for solidarity, for shared certainty. My master, I say quietly, my queen. He looks down at me, his eyes reflecting moonlight, dark and certain. The forest remains silent, waiting, full of invisible converts who came seeking truth and found it. Warlord and queen, ideology and execution, philosophy and violence, and the cure spreads, unstoppable, inevitable, absolute.
Epilogue. Kareth. Dawn rises thin and gray, the color of cold ash. I run. The ground is iron beneath me, frost cracking underfoot. My breath leaves no tremor. The sack on my back thuds with each stride, heavy and wet, a rhythm I no longer notice. 3 nights ago, the sickness came to my lair. I had felt it for weeks, a stain in the shared current that binds our kind. It rode the wind like a whisper of rot, turning Waira against themselves, teaching them that purity is strength, that love beyond our shape is decay. That night, it found flesh. He came at dusk, alone, proud, his scent thick with the wrongness I had smelled on the wind. He did not hide. He came to deliver judgment. He found us in the quiet. Elira was by the fire, our children curled close, warm against her human skin. The air was thick with sleep and wood smoke when the world tore open. He stepped into the glow, all bone and shadow, his eyes bright with the disease's madness. He spoke no words, only the doctrine pulsing behind his gaze, that I had shamed our kind, that what I loved was corruption made flesh. He struck first, the cave answered. Stone split, fire leapt, his claws tore into the dark, but I met him there. The fury not of purity, but of belonging, the kind that defends, not purges. When it ended, the sickness bled out on my floor. He died without understanding why he lost, without grasping that what he called weakness was the only strength that mattered. His mate was not far from the lair, huddled in a bush, had cut her own throat when she knew her Waira was defeated. Now, I carry what remains. The sack grows lighter as the miles fall away. Ahead, the forest thins, and I see it. His master's fort, a crown of sharpened wood against the dawn. His creed lives there now, fed by fear, thick as rot. I stop. The frost steams around my feet. I listen, to wind, to silence, to the faint echo of my own heart. Then I drop the sack. It lands soft, final. Without looking, I reach inside, lift the heads. Cold, stiff, still slick with frozen dew, one in each hand. I hurl them over the wall. They arc through the pale light and vanish beyond the ramparts. A moment later, the sound comes. 2 dull thuds, a low